doing different prayers at various times.
People online can't hear you because we haven't plugged in the microphone yet.
But I mean, they can hear me in my normal one.
Great. Okay.
They can hear me.
Do
Do you want to plug it in, do you?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Because then the room echoes pretty loudly.
Oh, okay. Okay, can you hear me online? Yes? Okay, good. Okay, good. Well done. So if you haven't done this before, you just sit back and relax, okay? This is most unusual text. I mean, right, we've been doing it for a while. Every time I say it, but I like saying it. It's very unusual. You'll hear. You can follow it in the words if you like. I've sent you got the phone app for the phone. So the story is, you see, for years and years now, since the pandemic, Lama Rinpoche got a sangha amongst the nuns to do these sessions throughout the whole 24 hours, starting every Saturday all around the world. We do these different prayers for the pandemic, we have a 30-minute slot. So I started doing that. And then at some point after the pandemic slowed down, we did other prayers for different reasons. And now, since Rinpoche died in 2023, we've been dedicating the sessions to the Rinpoche coming back. So His Holiness Dalai Lama, who's kind of overseeing looking for the new person, he got us to do, when we checked with him a year ago, is Rinpoche back yet? And he says there was a little boy in Nepal, but we don't know what his name is yet. So then he said we need to do this reciting of this particular prayer and these things, recitation, to create the cause for Rinpoche to come back. We'll talk about this later. We'll just do the prayers now, then I'll explain the meaning of this. So I have to concentrate, share. I've got to send a request. To whom? You. Must be you, because this is your website. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Multiple presenters can now share. Okay. Thank you. Share. What happened to Felicity? Oh, there you go. Okay, good. What? You what? Can't hear you, Felicity. Your voice somehow, for me, doesn't go into my deaf ears properly. I can't hear a word she's saying. This is strange. Articulate. Say the words. Speak very clearly, like as if I'm a deaf, stupid person. Speak again. Project your voice out. No, say what we said before. Say it again.
You said to relax our body, and so I moved.
Thank you. Now I can hear you. Articulate more, Felicity. Did you hear my words? Articulate your words out more with confidence. Excuse me, I'm giving lectures as usual. I can't help but receive lectures. It's my natural state. I'm sorry. Now I've got to focus on finding my prayers before the 30 minutes ends. Already we're 8 minutes late. Thank you. Yes, exactly, Felicity. All right, here we go. So this is called Chanting the Names of the Noble Manjushri. Manju is like gentle voice. Shri is like Lord, and he's the Buddha of wisdom. And he's got an orange body, and he's holding a sword aloft, cutting through the delusions, cutting through all the nonsense. The Buddha of wisdom. So it says here, it's from the words of the Buddha. It's and I'll read the colophon so you know what it says it is. Okay. Colophon, at the very end, it says, with this it's the supreme chanting of the names of the blessed one, Manjushri, the wisdom deity, the Buddha of wisdom. The word deity in Tantra is effectively the meaning of Buddha, it's a word for Buddha. It was extracted from the noble net of illusion, a Mahayoga Tantra in 16,000 parts, from its chapter on the net of Samadhi. It was spoken by the Blessed One, Shakyamuni, the Tathagata. So just concentrate, relax, do what you like. I'm going to say it fast, because otherwise we'll be here for an hour. And it'll keep you awake for sure. Homage to ever youthful Manjushri, So then Vajradhara, ever glorious, supreme subduer of the hard to tame, the hero conquering the triple world, the Vajra lord and master of all secrets, with eyes wide open like white lotuses, his face just like a lily in full bloom, while shaking in his hand repeatedly a Vajra of the highest excellence, accompanied by countless Vajrapanis with features such as fears, turbulent brows, subduers of the hard to tame, heroes appearing with heroic hideous forms, brandishing in their hands their mighty Vajras, the tips of which emit intense of light, great benefactors to all living beings through skill, through insight, and through great compassion, with pleased and happy attitudes, with joy, their bodies those of wrathful deities, protectors who assist the Buddha's deeds, their bodies bowing reverentially, paid homage to the true awakened one, protected, blessed one, Tathagata. And joining his two palms respectfully, he said before the Lord the following: O omnipresent Lord, for my well-being, with due concern for me and for my sake, that I may reach a complete awakening upon the basis of illusion's net, and for the sake of every living being sunk deep into the mud of ignorance, their thoughts disturbed by various afflictions, so that they may obtain the highest fruit, may you, the most supreme awakened one, the blessed one, the world's guru and teacher, who knows the great Samaya's reality, aware of wishes and abilities, reveal to us the great name chanting of the wisdom body of the blessed one, the great Ushnisha, master of all speech, the self-arising wisdom emanation, the wisdom deity called Manjushri. These names with meaning both profound and vast, of great significance, unmatched, serene, with goodness at their start, middle, and end, proclaimed by Buddhas of the eons past, and to be taught by Buddhas yet to come, and taught not once but time and time again by all the Buddhas of the present age, which were respectfully recited in illusion's net, the Tantra most supreme, by multitudes of mighty Vajrapanis, the joyous guardians of secret mantras, just as I shall uphold with firm resolve until I reach my final liberation, so that I may become, O great protector, the bearer of the Buddha's every secret. And this I shall reveal to living beings according to each one's capacity, in order that afflictions may be quelled, so ignorance may fully be dispelled. With this request of the Tathagata, the master of all secrets, Vajrapani, his body bowed, his palms politely joined, then stood before the Lord devotedly. And so the blessed one, Lord Shakyamuni, the best of men, the fully awakened one, extending from his mouth his handsome tongue, a tongue unmatched in both its breadth and length, displaying a gentle smile to living beings, a smile that fills the threefold world with light, that tames the enemy, the four maras, that ends unwanted birth in all three forms, his voice melodious like that of Brahma, completely filling all the triple world, replied as follows to the Lord of Secrets, to Vajrapani, strongest of the strong. To you, abounding in supreme compassion and aiming to assist all living beings, are willing and prepared to hear from me this evil-quelling, purifying chanting, the chanting of the name so filled with meaning of Manjushri's embodiment of wisdom. How truly excellent, O Vajradhara, how excellent of you, O Vajrapani. And so I shall, O master of all secrets, reveal just that to you most splendidly. With single-minded focus, listen well. How excellent, responded Vajrapani, so truly excellent, O blessed one. And then the blessed one, Lord Shakyamuni, surveyed in full the family great with mantras, the family of the Vidyas and the mantras, the family that is threefold by its nature, the family of and yet beyond the world, the family great in brightening the world, the foremost family of the Mahamudra, and so the great family with great Ushnishas. And then about the Lord of Speech, he spoke these verses, which include 6 kingly mantras, which manifest from non-duality, which bear the quality of non-arising. Om Vajra Tikshna Dukkha Cheda Prajna Jnana Mutaye Jnana Kaya Vagishvara Apachanaye Te Nama. And so he is the blessed one, the Buddha, awakened fully, born of the letter R. He is the letter R, the foremost phoneme, supreme most syllable with meaning great, arising from great vital force, unborn, beyond expression, based on words or speech, the foremost cause of every form of speech, the shining forth of every kind of language, great feast who takes the form of great passion, producing bliss in every sentient being, great feast who takes the form of great anger, great enemy of every mental poison, great feast who is by nature great delusion, delusions vanquish over deluded minds, great feast who is in essence great fury, great adversary to all furiousness, great feast who takes the form of great desire, who vanquishes desire in all forms. He is great carnal lust, he is great bliss, he is great happiness, he is great joy. With great appearance, bearing form supreme, with great complexion, marked by great physique, with great renown, the great munificent one, his mandala voluminous and great. The bearer of the mighty sword of wisdom, the foremost goad for taming great afflictions, possessing great renown, his glory, greatest brightness, greatest luster, most supreme. Most wise, upholder of the great illusion, fulfiller of the great illusion's aims, enraptured by the great illusion's rapture, the great illusion's great illusionist, the foremost lord of great munificence, supreme upholder of great discipline, intense supporter of great tolerance, with valor rooted in great diligence. Samadhi resting through great meditation, endowed with bodies flowing from great wisdom, both great in strength and great in skillful means, a brimming ocean filled with vows and knowledge. By nature great in kindness, limitless, the foremost mind, enriched by great compassion, of great insight, of great intelligence, great dexterous one, with methods ever great. Commanding powers and great miracles, with driving force supreme, with speed unmatched, renowned great lord of foremost majesty, most valorous owing to his great might. Destroying the massive mountain of becoming, unyielding, holding strong a massive Vajra, great terrifying lord, the great cruel one, provoking fear in great and daunting creatures. Protector as the greatest of all Vidyas, a guru as the greatest of all mantras, traversing well the Mahayana's path, himself the Mahayana's foremost way. He is Mahavairochana, the Buddha, great sage, observing great intensive silence, arising from the great mantra way. He is at heart the great mantra way, accomplished in the 10 paramitas, having the 10 paramitas as home, in whom the 10 paramitas are pure, for whom the 10 paramitas are means. Protector, reigning over all 10 grounds, residing steadily on all 10 grounds, made pure in nature by the tenfold knowledge, maintaining purity through tenfold knowledge, with tenfold forms intent on tenfold content, with tenfold strength, pervasive, Lord of sages, achieving every aim for every being, endowed with tenfold mastery, supreme, beginningless, complexity devoid, by nature pure, reality in essence, unwavering, a speaker of the truth with speech and actions perfectly aligned. Speech and actions perfectly aligned. A teacher of the non-dual truth, non-dual, atop reality's most lofty peak, with selflessness as wild lions roar, instilling fear in deer-like misled seekers, with journeys fruitful, travelling everywhere, as swift as thought in all Tathagatas, a victor, slayer of foes, triumphant lord, a universal king with forces great. Assembly head, instructor for assemblies, assembly lord, assembly chief, the ruler, most influential, bearing precious burdens, not other bound, his way the greatest way, the lord of speech, the master of expression, most skilled in words, adept with language, truthful with boundless words, the teacher of the truth, providing teachings on the fourfold truth. Not coming back, not turning round, Rhino, the leader of the Pratyeka Buddha, has gone forth by going forth in different ways. The single cause of all great elements, Arhant, Bhikshu, defilements, exhausted, devoid of passion, master of the senses, arrived at comfort, met with security, for he, having cooled down, is free from stains. Equipped in full with knowledge in its base, a Sugata, best knower of the world, not thinking me, not clinging on to mine, established in the system of two truths, upon the edge of cyclic life's shore, with deeds accomplished, resting on the bank, emerging from untainted lone awareness, with sword-like insight ever penetrating, the sun, the Dharma king, the noble Dharma, supreme illuminator of the world, the Dharma lord, the sovereign of the Dharma, the teacher of the path to excellence, accomplishing all goals, fulfilling aims, completely free from wants of any kind, bereft of thought, non-depleting source, the Dharma source, supreme, beyond decay, enriched by merit, merit's gathering, unique great wisdom, wisdom rich, aware of what exists and what does not, while gathering the twofold gathering, eternal, yogin, king of everywhere, the object and the mind of concentration, the master of intelligent reflection, for by oneself alone he is experienced, immovable, the ultimate beginning, the holder of the 3 enlightened bodies, the Buddha formed of 5 embodiments, the omnipresent, made of 5 wisdoms, his diadem with 5 awakened ones, with all 5 eyes, maintaining non-attachment, the great progenitor of all the Buddha's eminent and foremost son, arising from the world of true insight, the sourceless Dharma source, existence ending, comprised of Vajras, holy, dense and firm, the newborn sovereign, ruler of the world, emerging from the sky, the self-arisen, a massive blaze of knowledge and of insight, illuminating, beacon of great light, a lamp of wisdom, shining brilliantly, a light for beings, a lantern unto wisdom, with energy supreme, most radiant, the Vidya king, the greatest mantras lord, the mantra king achieving noble aims, the great Ushnisha, marvelous Ushnisha, the lord of space, revealer of all things, the best embodiment of every Buddha, with eyes the joy of every living being, creator manifesting varied forms, great sage, deserving praise, deserving worship, a mantra inborn unto the triple family, upholding mantras of the foremost pledge, the greatest bearer of the triple gem, who teaches all 3 peerless vehicles, with snare unfailing, great, most victorious, the snatcher ever great, the Vajra snare, the Vajra hook, the snare of excellence. Called Vajra Bharava, he is terrific. There's different aspects of Buddha, you see, and the wrathful aspect of Manjushri is called Vajrabharava, Yamantaka. 6-faced, the king of anger, hideous, 6-eyed, 6-armed, the ever-powerful, bearing his terrible fangs, a skeleton, hala, hala, 100 faces proud, the Yama killer, ruling obstacles, instilling fear with Vajra impetus, the Vajra-hearted, famous for his Vajra, with belly large, with Vajras of illusion, the Vajra-born, the sovereign of the Vajra, akin to space, his core comprised of Vajras, unmoving, haughty with his single dreadlock, his clothes an elephant's raw hide, still moist, the great terrific one, who cries, ha, ha, who screams, he, instilling fervent fear, his laugh a screeching screeching laugh, a booming laugh. He is the Vajra laugh, the mighty howl. He is the noble Sattva, Vajrasattva, the Vajra's sovereign lord, the highest bliss, the Vajra's wrathfulness, the highest joy, intoning hungs of Vajra Hunkara, with Vajra weapons serving as his weapon, with Vajra arrows serving as his weapon, his sword comprised of Vajras, slashing all, upholding every Vajra, Vajra bearing, with just a single Vajra ending strife, with eyes like Vajra fire, truly dreadful, with hair that's like a Vajra set ablaze. Immersion of the Vajra, the great immersion, with eyes like Vajra's eyes 100-fold, with Vajra hairs that sprout upon his body, his unique figure marked by Vajra hairs, with nails advancing Vajras at their tips, with skin that's solid like a Vajra's core, the splendid master donning Vajra garlands adorned with Vajra-fashioned ornaments, with booming voices, laughter crying, ha-ha, six-syllable, producing Vajra rumbles, great Manjugosha, sound supremely loud, a roar unique unto the threefold world, the voice that reaches every bound of space, preeminent amongst all voice endowed. He is a being who's fully realized truth, reality, its peak and selflessness, supreme in propagating emptiness, unspoken, teaching both the deep and vast, the Dharma conch emitting piercing sound, the Dharma gong with lasting resonance arriving at unbounded liberation. He is the Dharma drum in all directions, without a form, with handsome form, supreme, replete with forms diverse, comprised of mind, with splendor shining through his every form, with all reflections under his control, invincible, renowned as Lord Supreme, the Lord Supreme who rules the threefold world, abiding on the noble's lofty path, great source of flourishing, the Dharma's crown, with youthful form unique unto all worlds, the elder, senior, father of all beings, adorned with 32 auspicious marks, most beautiful, most handsome in all worlds, the teacher teaching unmundane good and knowledge, the teacher of all beings, most confident, the world's most trusted guide, protector, savior, the refuge unsurpassed, the guardian, with rich enjoyments filling all of space, the knowledge ocean of omniscient beings, while smashing through the shell of ignorance and breaking through the cage of cyclic life. The thorough queller of intense affliction, arriving at samsara's opposite shore, his crown, the crown of wisdom consecration, his ornaments comprising perfect Buddhas, the soother of the pain of threefold pain, the ender of the trio, ending free, arriving at the threefold liberation, completely free of every obscuration, having achieved equality skylike, beyond the stains of every last affliction, aware of timelessness in all three times, most eminent amongst all sentient beings, the crown amongst those crowned with noble virtues, completely free from every kind of substrate, established firmly on the path of space, a splendid wish-fulfilling jewel in hand, the best of all that's precious, omnipresent, great wish-fulfilling tree, most plentiful, the greatest of all great auspicious vases, completely fulfilling the aims of living beings, a doer, an ally, most beloved to all creatures, aware of good and bad, aware of times, the omnipresent knower of the pledges, upholding pledges, conscious of occasions, awake to varied aptitudes in beings, with expertise in threefold liberation, with virtues, knowing Dharma, auspicious, source of all auspiciousness, of all auspicious things, the most auspicious, great splendor, glory, good, most prosperous, great reassurance, foremost celebration, great joyousness, the highest form of pleasure, abundance, reverence, action venerable, great happiness, the noble Lord of splendor, the greatest granter of all wishes, wished for, the highest source of refuge, refuge granting, the fearsome enemy of potent danger, alleviating the danger in all forms. With tufts of hair, with plumes of luscious hair, with matted locks, cord tied, 5 face with 5 hair tufts, his head well crowned, his head adorned with garlands of 5 strands, upholding great observances, head shaven, the foremost of observances, chaste student, with great austerities perfected fully, he is the greatest bather, Gautama, a Brahman, knower of Brahman, arrived in full at Brahman nirvana, awakening its branches, liberation, release, complete tranquility, quiescence, nirvana, peacefulness, tranquility, approaching graceful entry to nirvana, the culmination ending pain and pleasure, the state devoid of passion, free from substrates, beyond defeat, unmanifest, unmatched, not making manifest, appearance-free, pervasive, timeless, fully omnipresent, minute, beyond defilement, seed-free, unstained, devoid of passion, passionless, controlling humors, free from every illness, by nature most awakened, fully awake, omniscient, knowing everything, supreme, beyond reality is consciousness, pristine awareness, bearing non-dual form, beyond conceptualization, effort-free, acting as Buddhas do in every age, the Buddha, endless and beginningless, the Buddha at the start, devoid of sequence, with wisdom as his only eye, unstained, Tathagata with wisdom as his body, the sovereign of all language, great debater, the king of discourse, best of orators, the best and greatest of communicators, the unassailable, the lion of speech, with universal vision, true delight, with fire garlands, handsome to behold, the endless knot, most radiant, great luster, with shining rays in hand, providing light, the best and foremost of all great physicians, unequaled in removing thorns of pain, a tree providing medicine for all, a foe opposing every malady. And this next verse, Lingam Rinpoche said we should say it a couple of times, because he told the story about when Tsongkhapa, our lineage lama, in the 1400s, when he left his home on his horse, heading off to Lhasa, where he remained for the rest of his life. And he looked, I looked back and knew he would never return. But so when he went to Lhasa, that's when he wrote all his texts and became famous and everything. So we sing a couple of times. The lovely crowning jewel of all three worlds, a cluster of the stars, most glorious, the end of space in all its 10 directions, the hoisting high of Dharma's victory flag. The lovely crowning jewel of all three worlds, a cluster of the stars, most glorious, the end of space in all its 10 directions, the hoisting high of Dharma's victory flag. Sharing one large umbrella with the world with love and kindness as his mandala, the celebrated lotus dance, lord of dance, pervasive with his precious parasol, the blazing energy of all the Buddhas, with bodies fully shared by all the Buddhas, the highest union form with all the Buddhas, the single teaching taught by all the Buddhas, most glorious with Vajraratna's blessing, the highest sovereign lord of Savaratna, the king supreme of Sara Lokeshvara, the lord on high of Sara Vajradhara, the quintessential mind of Sara Buddha, residing in the mind of every Buddha, the greatest body born by every Buddha, the lovely speech enriching every Buddha, the scorching brightness from the Vajra sun, with stainless luster from the Vajra moon, great passion of the passionless and others, with multicolored rays that brightly blaze, the perfect Buddha's perfect Vajra posture, retaining for all beings the Buddha's Dharma, the lotus Buddha's celebrated sun, the knowledge treasurer for the omniscient, the sovereign king controlling all illusions, the foremost master of the Buddha's spells, called Vajra Tikshna, sword supremely mighty, completely pure, the highest syllable, a top pain's remedy, the Mahayana, with Vajra Dharma as his mighty weapon, with Vajra depth renowned as Jinnajik, with Vajra thought aware of how things are, perfecting all perfections perfectly, adorned by all the grounds of bodhisattvas, the selflessness of pure phenomena, with luster that is moonlight unto knowledge, with great endeavors as illusory nets, the foremost master ruling every tantra, endowed in full with every Vajra posture, completely furnished with all Buddha wisdom bodies, completely good with intellect supreme, the embryo of earth, supreming beings, the great embryo from which all Buddhas form, the emanation circles most diverse, the highest nature of all entities, supportive of the nature of all things, with goals for all, with dharmas unarisen, supportive of the nature of all dharmas, with full awareness of phenomena in but an instant as the wisest sage, with vivid realization of all dharmas. He is a sage, the greatest intellect, the vanquisher of hosts of evil spirits, unwavering, completely pure in nature, grasping the wakefulness of perfect Buddhas, the direct realization of all Buddhas. He is the flame of wisdom, luminous, the great fulfiller of desired aims, the purifier of all evil states, the greatest of all living beings, protector, the earnest liberator of all creatures, unrivaled knight in battle with afflictions, humiliating ignorance his foe, the celebrated mind of amorousness, endowed with forms heroic and repulsive, the dancer moving to and fro his hundreds of lengthy arms while setting down his stride, the dancer spreading through the whole of space and filling it with Srimat's 100 arms, stood tall atop the surface of the earth, the soul of just 1 foot pervading all, stood tall atop the summit of the world, the nail of his big toe suppressing all, whose aim is one, whose aim is non-dual Dharma, whose aim is ultimate beyond destruction, whose mind consists in groups of consciousness with varied objects, forms and cognizance, amused with every object of existence, a mind of passion, loving emptiness, transcending worldly passion and the like, with great enjoyment for the threefold world, with fair complexion white like pristine clouds, with radiance like beams from autumn moons, with luster rivaling the morning sun, with nails emitting light of crimson red, whose handsome crown has sterling sapphires, whose hair has tips of sapphire deep blue, with glory from the light of his great jewel, adorned with emanations of the Buddhas. The shaker of 100 worldly realms, his strength, the four miraculous powers, reality with mindfulness supreme, samadhi, king of fourfold mindfulness, infused with sense from bloom on Bodhi's branches, an ocean of Tathagata virtues, with knowledge of the eightfold path, true way, with knowledge of the path of perfect Buddha as the great attachment of all living beings, attachment-free, comparable to space. When springing up in every creature's mind, he is for every being as swift as mind, aware of all the aptitudes of beings while captivating every creature's mind, with insight into aggregated natures, himself with fully pure 5 aggregates, atop the peak of every going forth, most skilled in going forth in every way, established on all paths of going forth, the teacher of all forms of going forth, uprooting all becoming with 12 links, endowed with purity in all 12 forms, his form the way of fourfold noble truth, with realization of the eightfold knowledge, with meaning of the truths in 12-fold form, aware of suchness in its 16 forms, with true awakening in 20 forms, awakened fully, knowing all, supreme, dispatching countless sets of some 10 million embodiments of emanating Buddhas, the final realization of all moments, with who knows each moment's object for all minds, who knows each moment's object for all minds. That's wisdom. And manifesting for the sake of beings with means derived from varied vehicles, gone forth by way of all 3 vehicles, remaining in the single vehicle's fruit, with purified afflictive spheres at heart, annihilating every karmic sphere, arrived atop dry land from flooding oceans, emerged from yoga's perilous dark grove, released from general, minor and complete afflictions and their latent tendencies, with insight, means and foremost empathy, achieving fruitful aims for living beings, abiding object-free through all perceptions, with consciousness as object, with cessation, with every being the object of his mind, with knowledge that's the mind of all Buddhas, residing in the mind of every being, having become their mind's equality, and satisfying the mind of every being. He is for every being great inner joy. Confusion-free regarding points of doctrine, completely free from error in all its forms, his thinking free from doubt, his object threefold, his object all be three properties by nature, throughout 3 times the content of 5 skandhas, discerning clearly each and every moment, awakening in but a single moment, his basic nature equal to all Buddhas, with body bodiless, the best of bodies, with realization of the peak of bodies, displaying his form in every possible way. He is the greatest stone, the precious gem, what all the perfect Buddhas are to know, the Buddhas unsurpassed awakening, devoid of syllables, yet born of mantra, arriving from great mantras, threefold family, the father to the meaning of all mantras, the greatest bindu, void of syllables, with 5 great syllables, great empty one, 100 syllabled, devoid of bindu, endowed with every form, yet free from form, supporting half of 16 bindus, transcending every grouping, void of members, sustaining dhyana's 4th and final peak, aware of dhyana's each and every aspect, with knowledge of samadhi's types and families, the best of bodies, body of samadhi, the sovereign king of all enjoyment bodies, the best of bodies, emanation body, the heir to emanations of the Buddhas, with varied emanations everywhere, while benefiting all, however needed, the sovereign of the gods, the god of gods, the Sura Lord, the ruler of immortals, the king of deities, the god's guru, the highest lord of Pramatha, emerged from cyclic life's imposing forest, the single teacher, guru for all beings, in every well-known world, in all directions, the eminent bestower of the Dharma, concealed by armor made of loving kindness, well shielded by the shield of empathy, with sword, wisdom sword in hand, with bow and arrow, concluding war with ignorance and kleshas, the Mara's enemy and tamer, hero, eliminating threats from all 4 Maras, defeating all the armies of the Maras, a guide for living beings, the perfect Buddha, deserving homage, worthy of respect, deserving reverence, always honorable, deserving worship, worthy of regard, the highest guru, ever venerable, traversing all 3 worlds in just one stride, his step extending past the bounds of space, with knowledge of the 3 well-versed and pure, with 6-fold higher knowledge and recall. The Bodhisattva and Mahasattva with power, great, transcending worldly life, perfected by his excellence of insight, now unified with insight's highest nature, the whole, aware of self, aware of other, for fit for all, he is the best of men, surpassing all to which he is compared, supreme most lord of knowing and what's known, the foremost master of imparting Dharma, who shows the meaning of the 4-fold seal, the most revered amongst all living beings, engage in going forth on all 3 paths, with glory purified by ultimate truth, most fortunate within the 3-fold world, the celebrated source of all endowments, supreme among the glorious. Manjushri. Homage to you, boon granter, west of Vajras, O summit of existence, homage to you, whose source is emptiness, O Buddha's awakening, homage to you, O passion of the Buddhas, homage to you, desire of the Buddhas, I pay you homage, O love of every Buddha, homage to you, the joy of all the Buddhas, I pay you homage, O smile of every Buddha, homage to you, the laugh of all the Buddhas, I pay you homage, O speech of every Buddha, homage to you, the heart of all the Buddhas, I pay you homage, arisen from non-being, homage to you, arisen from the Buddhas, arisen from the sky, homage to you, born of pristine wisdom, O net of illusion, homage to you, the Buddha's spectacle, homage to you, the everything of all, O body of wisdom, homage to you. Om Sarva Dharma Baba Swababa Vishuddha Vajra Ang Prakti Parishuddha Sarva Dharma Yaduta Sarva Tathagata Jnana Kaya Manjushri Parishuddhitam Upadayeti Sarva Tathagata Shradayam Hara Hara Hung Shri Bhagavan Jnana Muti Vagishvara Mahavacha Sarva Dharma Gaganamala Suparishuddha Dharma Datu Jnana Gaba. Then Vajradhara, ever glorious, most pleased and satisfied, with folded palms, prostrated to the Buddha, noble God, the blessed one, the Lord, Tathagata, and with a host of other Vajrapanis of varied forms, the lords of Guyakas, sublimes of protectors, noble wrathful kings, he then exclaimed this effervescent praise. Protector, we rejoice. How excellent what you've clearly taught. Through you our lofty aim has been achieved, which leads to true and full awakening. And so the aims of helpless mundane beings have been achieved, those who seek the fruits of perfect liberation. Justice taught is in the Maya Jala is the noble path that leads to excellence. With largeness, vastness, and profundity, with meaning great, achieving great beings' aims, justice comprises every Buddha's sphere. Justice is taught by all awakened ones. So now we're going to say this 5 little verses of a prayer that His Holiness Dalai Lama wrote. As soon as Lama Zopa passed away, he wrote this little prayer. This is common, like requesting him to return swiftly. I'll talk about this after we do it, explain the point of all of this, the logic of it. If there's no logic, then it's a load of rubbish. Chuck it out. Okay, peerless teacher. This is now, this first little verse is just a general request to all the holy beings to please hear this aspiration, this prayer. Peerless teacher and assembly of the children of the victorious ones, Shravakas, Pratyeka, Buddhas, victorious Lozang, Tsongkhapa, father and sons, together with your lineage, all the objects of refuge of the infinite lands, please now bestow the virtue and goodness to accomplish this prayer, this aspiration, this wish. So now we're talking to Lama Zopa. In holding and spreading the Muni's precious and complete teachings through explanation and practice, you wore the armor of patience that's never discouraged. Incomparable, venerable Guru, to you we make this request. So sole gateway through which all benefit and happiness emerge while striving exclusively for the welfare of the victorious one's teachings and mother living beings, you suddenly departed to peace. And this was such a great loss for us. Nevertheless, through the undeceiving truth of the blessings of the ocean of the three jewels and the great waves of the mind of bodhicitta, of all the bodhisattvas, may your smile of this new reincarnation swiftly beam in glory upon us fortunate disciples. So when I say these words, and I think of this little boy up there somewhere, we don't know his name yet, up in the mountains, probably quite chilly up there still, but he's got a little woolly hat on, his little clothes. I don't know how old he is, little boy, maybe 2, 3. Hope he's got nice siblings and nice family, and he's gallivanting around the mountains, eating good food so he'll be fat and healthy. So he can hear us, and please come back quickly down to Kathmandu to go to Kopan Monastery and get educated and then continue to teach us, please. Thank you very much, Rinpoche. Okay, that's it. That's our Sunday morning 9 o'clock session. So you people, you all are the Sunday morning people? Hang on. What? What? Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Saturday morning people. Okay? Stop sharing. There we go. So you can hang around if you want to, but you can also go, and we'll see you all later. Goodbye. So we're going to carry on our session here, okay? Goodbye, everybody. Okay, we're clear? Done? So the point of all this, shall I explain?
Yeah.
I can't explain those words. This kind of ring in Spaceland when I read them, you know. But it says names of Manjushri. So there must be all these synonyms. This must be all the qualities, the synonyms of this Buddha. You know, that's what it must mean. Anyway, the thing is, why would we want to do such a thing as do a prayer for Lama Zopa to come back? Why would we want to do that? Well, this is dependent arising, you know. I mean, if he's said to be an enlightened being, I have no idea, but they said to be a highly evolved being. Could he developed on the path, right? Do you understand? He's said to be. That means he's in complete control. These people are in complete control, right? Once you get to a certain level of realization, you are in charge. So then you think, well, if he's in charge and knows what he wants, why would we bother asking him? Because it's dependent arising. So what I mean is this. Let's say you decide you want to become a doctor because you want to heal people. So you become the best doctor on the planet. You become fully qualified as a doctor, and you go to some place, you put your sign up on the door, and what if no one comes? What if no one... What's going on?
I'm switching the screen so you're.
I can't hear you.
I was asking Spiro if you can.
Well, can we just do something? I'll be quiet.
Screen so that you are the one that we're seeing. Right now we see the gallery.
What do you want to see?
You.
But I don't want to see me, and that's why I just change it. So then take my computer and go back. Okay, well, that means that's on my computer. I will go to the gallery. Okay, we're clear.
See yourself. And everybody else.
But I want these people to see. But I want these people to see each other. Yeah. I mean, you can see me in the little one. That's enough of me. You don't want a big picture of me. Are we clear? What's going on now? Are we clear, Sheila?
Yeah.
All happy? Okay.
Wait.
What's going on?
My phone is scratched.
Oh. So what we're
I
going to
didn't have anything to look at.
maybe we need a 5-minute break. To a 5-minute wriggle break, okay? What are we doing now?
I just want to cheat.
Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, okay. Won't be long. We're just waiting for Will to sort out his things. How are we going? Are we getting somewhere? What's he got the phone on for?
And it's just kind of,
But why does he need it on? Pretty, pardon?
Just in case, when we were doing the prayers, I didn't have any.
But you don't need it now.
Okay.
You can charge it after class. Okay. So here's Lama Zopa Rinpoche, said to be a holy being, right? That means he's in charge. I'll tell you about him in a minute. Then we think, well, why would we bother asking him? He can do what he likes, but it's not the point. It's very obvious. Like I said, if you become the best doctor on the planet because you want to heal people, if you put your sign up but nobody comes and knocks on your door and asks you, I mean, you can't go barging into people's lives and healing them, can you? You've got to be asked. Isn't it logical? You can't barge around the world pushing people to get healed. You've got to have, they've got to ask you. So the more people who turn up his door, the more he's happy to help, right? So we need to request Rinpoche to please come. You understand the point? It's very logical. I mean, those who want to, if you don't know him, don't worry about it. But it's a very logical dependent arising. You need to create the cause, you know. And also, the more you understand karma, it's like this. It's logical. We have to create the cause for what we want. We have to want it. First thing, okay, so I'll just talk about Lama Zopa first. It'll be about him first. So, like, for example, in his last life, he was said to be, he was a Sherpa, right? He is a Sherpa this life, and he was a Sherpa last life. And he was up in the mountains up there, and he's a Nyingma yogi. And like a lot of these yogis, they leave that he was a layman, and then he spent the last few years of his life in his little cave, you know. And there's a little place up there, a little hole in the wall where they used to store the radishes. I never know whether it's the radishes or the onions, but the word up there is laudo, Laudo. Laudo, laudo, means radish or onion. So apparently at some point he pulled the radishes out and moved in. It became his cave. So he's known as the radish lama, the onion lama. I never know which one it is. Radish, it is radish. Okay, he's the radish lama. There you go. So anyway, he spent the rest of his life meditating like these great yogis. And because they got single point of concentration, and they're tantric yogis, so they've got these powerful minds. And they learn and they realize emptiness. They get bodhicitta. They have all these extraordinary qualities, and they're doing all their deity yoga practices. And the tantric practices, particularly, are incredibly, they're said to be very speedy ways to get enlightened, very powerful. It's quite technical. Anyway, there was this great yogi. And by that point, you're in charge. You can do what you like. You've gone beyond delusions. You've gone beyond fears. And you can literally organize your next life. You can, I sometimes have this corny thing that I say, and I can't resist saying it. You book your womb in advance. I'm sorry to be so stupid, you know. I have to be quiet and not say it every time. It's so stupid, but literally like that. They plan to know exactly where they're going to get reborn. That's the point. These dudes, you know, these people, these holy dudes. So anyway, there he is, this little boy when he got born, new little person. I don't know, his name wasn't Zopa then. And every time his mummy would turn her back, Zopa would be gone, and they'd find him crawling up the path. This is probably this bare bottom, like a crawl. And they often find him, his sister said, asleep in what they call the resting place. You know, like on American roads, when you can go over to the side and you know, relax for a minute, whatever you do on a single lane road, you know, isn't it? What country are we in? Oh yeah, the US. I forget when I talk. I forget what country we're in. I really forget. Could be Australia. Could be anywhere. Anyway, there he is. They find him. They drag him home. You know, and it's the little path to where they knew the Laudo cave was. So this is where these little people, when they die like this with complete control, they retain their memory crystal clear, especially when they're children, you know. So and his sister said he always acted differently from the other children. Kind of always sat on this little high box. He ate his meals on his own, and when he played games, he made mud pie dorjies and mud pie bells and tormas, and he would have pujas, and he'd announce that all his benefactors would be coming, and he'd announce the names of his past life benefactors. They're going to come to puja, he'd say, you know. So anyway, eventually, so when he started to get a bit, when he was at that point talking, and he'd be up the road again, you know, come home. He'd say, "No, that is my home." So somehow he clearly knew who he was. This is very common. No worries. And then, so anyway, he got recognized. His mother consulted the local lama, and he announced that he did seem to be the reincarnation of Kunsang Yeshe. His name was Kunsang Yeshe, the Laudo Lama. That's just a bit about Lama Zopa. So anyway, he's said to be a highly realized being already. So he's, yeah, and I met him. I met him and Lama Yeshe in Australia. And then I went to Kopan a year later and became a nun, and they've been my teachers ever since. And my bosses. I work for them as well as they've been my teacher. Okay, that's all. That's that. So, okay, where were we up to? So, where were we up to? Let's think. So, okay, let's step back a second and look at the big picture. This business now, we can talk about this business again now of how things exist. This is really the point that Buddha's making throughout, from the beginning to the end of his path. The entirety of the path is us learning to remove from our mind the misconceptions that cause the world, as Lama Zopa puts it, to appear back to us wrongly. That's literally the way the Buddha would talk, which of course is a totally surprising concept. And this is the cause of suffering. Right now, every day, driven by our neuroses in the mirror of our mind. The mirror of our mind, as Lama Yeshe puts it, which is a lovely analogy, the mirror of our mind, and a mirror reflects. So what reflects back to us out there is dependent upon the state of the mirror. So if the mirror is kind of cracked, if the mirror is dirty with attachment, if the mirror is dirty with aversion, everything appears wrongly through the lens, or if you like, through the lenses of our attachment, through the lenses of our aversion. So then the tragedy is we think what we're seeing is what is there. That's the key point that Buddha's making. So he always talks about reality. Things exist in reality. There's this ultimate reality, which we're getting to, but all the other levels of reality that we're moving to. The very first one he tells us is this, for example, that there's we first learn, especially for us modern people, to hear that the consciousness, our mind or consciousness, is not physical. So back then, there was no problem with that. There were materialist viewpoints at the time, but the majority view was that there is consciousness, not physical. But the view they also had back then, there was an essence, an atman, a self, a soul, an essential permanent energy that kind of characterizes one. And of course, the Christian view is that came from a creator. Those views absolutely Buddha disagrees with. So right in the very first stages of learning about karma, that's where he already posits his position, that there's no need to be created. Our consciousness being the product of cause and effect is beginningless. So that's one of the first things. So he's saying so for us in the modern world, the view that our mind is the brain, the view that the mind comes from mummy and daddy, he says that it's a misconception. He's not being rude. He's not trying to be argumentative. He's telling you what he's found to be true. So what he's saying is, in general, what he's saying is, if you're not in touch with how things are, the most simplest level, if you think 1 + 1 is 3, according to the rules of mathematics, if you think that 1 + 1 is 3, you'll be in trouble, because reality is 1 + 1 is 2. So you bump into unreality. If you have a $50 note, but you think it's 500, you'll be in trouble. If you think something is permanent and it's not, you'll be in trouble. If you think your mind is your brain and it's not, you'll be in trouble. If you think there's a creator and there's not, and that's a fairly benign mistake to make, you'll be in trouble. So being in touch with reality, Buddha says, means your mind is in sync with that which exists. There's no distinction. There's no duality. There's no separation between your mind cognizing and the thing you're cognizing. That's how he's talking, So levels and levels and levels of misconceptions in our mind, which are the source of our suffering, he says. That's how he talks. So then he particularly pays attention, as we've been talking, to the emotional misconceptions, the emotional afflictions. They are in their bones also misconceptions, but they've got this enormous emotional component because they're the main voices of the root neurosis, which is the grasping and the utter belief in the presence in here somewhere of a real, solid, pointable, definite little mini me that runs the show, And there's various levels of this mistake, various levels of this nature of self. So His Holiness says, with these amazing Indians, they were the ones who began investigation into the nature of self. And I would put it, they're the ones who discovered the mind at the subtle level. So that's where Buddha went through that system as far as he could go, and then he diverged in his own direction, specifically in relation to his own direct experiential findings about the nature of self. That's where this concept of selflessness That self, which is the equivalent of the word soul. Self for the Indians, roughly speaking, Atman is equivalent of a soul or a spirit. Or the Greeks talk about some kind of essence, something intrinsic in there that determines who we are. And if you're Christians, is what you get from God. And what distinguishes you from animals. There's different viewpoints, isn't it? Different viewpoints. Buddha's got his viewpoint. So here we're talking about Buddha's viewpoint. Don't just swallow it whole. Think about it. He might be wrong, you know. So there's viewpoints he's suggesting are misconceptions. And simply because they're misconceptions, that's why we suffer. Because you have an expectation of getting 500's worth, but you only get 50 worth. So of course you're gonna suffer. That's the reason we suffer. We believe in things that don't exist. That's why we suffer. There's levels and levels and levels of these misconceptions. Some of them are what we could call philosophical misconceptions, you know, but then there are those of the emotional ones that have this enormous emotional component to them, the afflictions, you know, attachment, anger, these ones. So in going through the stages of the path, we're preparing our minds, we're becoming familiar with the idea of karma, as opposed to the belief, certainly for us in our modern world, to the belief that we have so intrinsically, we don't even think of it as a belief. We think it's a truth. Of course I didn't ask to get born, we think. Of course my father made me. It's not my fault. That's completely primordially deep in our being. And this governs so much of our painful experiences. With these innocent victims who didn't ask to get born, for whom life is good luck and bad luck. That's how we think. I mean, no wonder we suffer. That's insanity. Buddha's telling us that he's found it to be a natural law called karma that runs the universe. He didn't make it up, doesn't own it, got no copyright on it, doesn't run it. It is a natural law. It just merely happens. Can't stress this one enough. To recognize, doesn't mean you don't have to like it. You can still prefer Jesus if you wish. You're the boss, you know. Or God, I mean, a creator. All these different viewpoints. Then we get to the middle section. So the first level, we abide by this law of karma by refraining from harming others, because that's the heaviest negative actions, which will then produce my future suffering. And the main reason at this level, not compassion for other people yet, forget that, it's compassion for yourself. You're sick of suffering. You want to control your body and speech for your benefit. Then you having harnessed our body and speech to some degree, and already, because we're abiding by this natural law, and this, as I said before, yesterday, to Yeshi's question, that this is an example of dependent arising. The first level of dependent arising, that things come into existence in dependence upon causes. It's the first level. Already here, without explicitly thinking of that, we're already loosening the grip of ego grasping. Because when you start to abide by the laws of karma, you take responsibility. You stop feeling like a victim. You have a logic for why things happen. You have a logic for why the good things happen. You have a logic for why the bad things happen. You stop being like a victim. You stop demanding other people make you happy. The incredible entitlement of attachment, and the outrage of this innocent victim who, how dare you harm me? I don't deserve it. Attachment and anger are that, you know. You loosen all that. Now we get into the middle scope where we really start to look at the mind and become our own therapists. You know, Felicity said, what'll I do? That's why I was shocked. Been a Buddhist since she's born. Maybe your mother never told you what to do with it. I don't know. Maybe your mother doesn't do it either. That's rude. Her mother's my friend, Jackie. And her father's my friend too, Piero, an Italian papa. He jumped on her mother. That's what Lama Yeshe said about his mother. The shepherd jumped on his mother, he said. That's how he got born. Anyway, where were we? Okay, what do you do? So this is the hardest part. This is the hardest part, which is why Felicity's question. When we say attachment and anger, what we feel is emotion and pain, right? Agree? Felicity, agree? And it's physical. We say it's physical, don't we? We feel it in our body, we say. But we think it's a physical experience. It's not. The mind, okay, if you take this Vajrayana model, which I find so helpful, the Vajrayana model, we've got this gross consciousness and the body. And then we have the subtle consciousness, mental states, all the mental states, anger, love, compassion, kindness, all the mental states. And then I've got the 72,000 subtle channels, and coursing through those channels are all these different wind energies. This is the Chinese system. This is the Ayurvedic system. This is the Indian system. This is the Buddhist Tibetan medical system. It's not an uncommon system. It used to be in our culture probably once. So all your thoughts, all your emotional, all the, what we call the feelings, all they're connected to these different wind energies, intimately linked, intimately, inextricably linked. So obviously, if there's anger in the mind, it's like a storm inside, isn't it? It's like a storm, right? Isn't it? It's agitated. The body's agitated, the mind's crazy, thoughts. What's happening is the attachment, the anger energy, the anger, strong anger, is polluting the winds and moving the winds. Literally, it's like a storm. Literally, it's like a storm. So when the anger is very quiet, which means we don't pay attention to it because it hasn't become a storm yet. That's why we don't notice it until the storm happens. And that's our problem. We wait till it's too late to say, what can I do? So it's only when our attachment gets disturbed and doesn't get what it wants, which is what anger is, that we even notice there must be attachment. When pride is insulted, how dare, like for this example, they insulted me. I demanded an apology, She wanted one. That's pride talk. It's a label. So these afflictions, they've each got their own character. They're like little people inside. You kind of personify them. Attachment is this little hungry little child that runs everything, that's desperate only to get what it wants every second, which is only the nice things. It can only cope with things being nice. It can't. It's a fragile person like a child that can't cope with problems. The second it doesn't get what it wants, the second Felicity got that email and those rude words in there, insulting words, her little attachment rose up and burst into tears. Then aversion came, how dare, and then pride jumped in like anger's cousin. How dare you insult me, We all have these, but we don't notice until it's strong. They were there in her mind before the email came, but we don't pay attention because we wait to feel it in the body. It's too late. This is the thing that with Buddha's skill, he gives us the skill to start to work on our mind and begin through our concentration technique, even a little bit throughout the day to, having developed even a small practice in the morning of concentration, you don't get concentration, but what you're doing is stepping out of your head, right? Attempting to stay focused on the breath. So you're training your mind to stay focused. You're training your mind not to swim and to sink into all the rubbish mindlessly. So as soon as you come out of off your cushion, you're developing the habit to notice the thoughts. Before you didn't notice the thoughts until I always use the example of your hubby slurping his coffee. Something simple. Don't wait till he want to kill you to start noticing. But he just slurps his coffee. It's an annoying sound. It irritates you. That's called anger because your attachment wants nice sounds. So before you started to practice looking at your mind, you wouldn't notice that you have anger. You didn't think about it. You didn't notice you had attachment. You weren't walking to the kitchen wanting no slurping. You're just walking with an assumption that you'll get what you want. That's what attachment's saying. It's an assumption because it's so deeply practiced. And the second you meet the object that confronts attachment, the slurping, anger comes. If you're an angry type person, vomits out your mouth. If you're a nice kind of girl, like maybe Felicity, you might say, oh, darling, I don't like slurping. Sounding nice. And then he's terrified of upsetting her. Oh, all right, darling. Do you understand me, people? But if you're working on your mind, you're starting your practice, and this is how you work on your mind. You're noticing your thoughts, not just wait for the feeling. Of course, the body will shake when it's strong. It's too late. That's why the commonest thing is, like I said, I'm joking, but it's really true. You don't go to your therapist and say, I got annoyed with my husband slurping. That's like she will say, you don't waste my time. Wait till you want to kill him, then come back to me. That's too late. And that's our trouble. We don't know what our mind is doing until the body feels it. It's too late. Like I always use a simple example. That's like you're driving a car and you've never heard of mechanics. You've never noticed the wheels wobbling. You never noticed. You just don't even pay attention. You have an assumption that your car is perfect and permanent and will work. And then one day on the freeway at 120 miles an hour, suddenly the wheels fall off. Oh, what'll I do? Well, how ridiculous. A bit late, right? If you learn to have a mechanic and pay attention to the car, pay attention to the wheels wobbling, which is when you have the aversion to the slurping, that's the wheels wobbling. You catch it and you work with it there. Then you will never need to get raging angry. Got a hand? Go. That's her question. So what do you think? Okay, if we're saying I'm trying to personify these delusions, right? So they're thoughts, aren't they? So what's a thought that would counteract that? Just make up something. What is it? Yeah, or maybe a bit more subtle. Like, it's only a noise, Robina. It's only a noise. And because you've got attachment, because your attachment only wants a nice noise, don't be so mean to the poor guy. You have to learn to live. You know you've chosen to live with this guy. You've got to live with his slurps as well. Love him for who he is. All these different kinds of little arguments used to put petulant attachment in its place and to argue with the annoyance and irritation. And one day eventually, and at least the first step, keep your mouth shut. Maybe you can't subdue, like your point, you can't subdue the annoyance, but you control it by not saying the words. And that's not suppression, that's discipline. But you work on your mind. And then one day you come into the kitchen and you won't mind the slurps because you've changed your interpretation of the slurps. Do you understand? That's conceptual thought. That's the point. All these emotions are underpinned by these conceptual thoughts. So you use that's why you go to a therapist. What do? You talk, right? It's concepts. You unpack the thoughts that inform your emotions. But the thoughts are already there, but they're small and we don't pay attention. We only pay attention when you feel it agitated. It's too late. So she's always had anger and pride and attachment. Join the universe, but she doesn't notice it until they're offended, and that's the wheels falling off. Do you understand me? So it's not complicated. Just you got to hear when you know that attachment is this little tragic little person, a child. This is my words, and it's fragile. It can only cope with nice things. That's why we get annoyed so easily, because it's tiny baby that only wants everything to be lovely all the time, please. It's very fragile. No wonder we're neurotic and anxious. It can't cope with problems. So the moment problem comes, which is what anger arises, depending on our personality, we either push it away and deny it. We deny it. It's all gone. Or if you're an angry type person, you'll confront it and punch it. Either way, it's aversion. So when we have this we start shouting, there's fear there. Fear. Attachment wants only what it wants, and when it doesn't get it, anger is like a panic attack. It's like shock, When a person's really angry, you look at them shouting, they're having a panic attack, basically, because they just can't cope with getting what their attachment doesn't. But, what's that? Oh, there she is. She just okay. Do you see what I'm saying? So you just learn to talk to yourself. Here, you've got to try and hear what the thought is. So when she said the words insulted, that tells you that's pride talking. Really and truly. It's quite shocking. When you say, how dare you, that's anger. And so these are like cousins. They're like twins even. Because if you've got anger, it's absolutely linked with pride. Like you're looking down. How dare you do that to me, I remember Atisha said, the best humility is patience. But he could have said the other way, but they're both exactly workable. The best patience is humility. Hang on one second. So when we're brave enough, and that's why you start with a slurping, it's small, it's baby, it's tiny. So the key thing is aversion wants to push it away. And so you either punch it if it's volatile, or you just deny. You go away. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. But the real courage we need is to look at it in the eye and then to analyze it. Because then this is where emptiness comes in. We're going to talk about it. If you analyze that sound, it's just a series of sounds, and it's your interpretation. It's an interpretation of the sound. It's an interpretation. And anger is an interpretation. Do you hear what I'm saying? It is this, So if you're really courageous, when you look it in the eye and then you have this argument, it dissipates and it stops being a problem. That's what Sunny did with being in prison. Do you see what I'm saying? It's using conceptual analysis. There's nothing mysterious to argue with the underriding conceptual stories that we have practiced to perfection. These scripts in our head, She can have the microphone, please. We need the microphone. Hang on a second. Other way.
So my wife does not like slurping.
Doesn't
This
want
is
one.
true. This
She
is
doesn't want-
true.
She
Does
what?
not like slurping. It really,
No,
it
but you know, I told you this. That's they say they have discovered that that's the sounds. Those sounds are what people make people want to murder each other.
misophonia.
I've got a word even.
Misophonia
Okay, there you go.
is the word.
It's hilarious, isn't it? Anyway, go on. So then go on.
She will say to me gently, nicely, could you not do that?
That's right.
And I really try hard not
That's
to
right.
do it.
That's right.
So what's going on there?
Okay. I haven't forgotten you. I'll come soon. So, okay. So we're talking now her problem. That's her problem. And we understand it very well. So, of course, because she's annoyed and angry, and because she's your wife, she thinks she has the right to you to kindly behave the way she wants. That's how we all are. And we don't think that's bad in our culture. We call it, we must say, we say we must tell the other person what we want. I mean, this is for me is monstrous. It's like we call it sharing. It's just so wicked, you know, if we're really trying to practice. So in your case, you can't force her to practice. Like you don't give her a lecture. That's just your attachment. Mind your own business. Your job, if this is the person you've chosen to live with, and you have chosen, and you're happy with this relationship, which means you've got a love of who she is, including her criticism, then you've got to not be afraid, but do the best you can. If you really do want to please her, do the best you can. But you've got to learn to accept that this is who she is. And you not get annoyed and angry and upset when she does it. And then you demand that she be different. That's how we have fights, you know. So your practice is to be humble and patient. And if you want to please her, and if she's not going to work on her mind and try and change her own mind, and you can't force her to, then your job is to learn to accept who she is. But you mightn't always win, because if a person's very annoyed, some people never satisfied, no matter what you do, she might keep criticizing. And we know people like that. That's then it's got to be to your choice. What you're going to do with that, you know? Do you understand?
Yes. And she's working on it too.
Oh, she is she?
Yes,
Oh, okay,
very
good. Well
much.
done. Well done. Yeah. Microphone, yeah.
So I just want to see if I'm understanding correctly. So in conventional knowledge, it would be that you did this to me and you made me angry by doing
That's
this.
right, exactly.
Whereas what you are presenting to us, what the Buddha is saying is, I have anger in me.
Yes,
you
that's right.
watered that anger. The seed was there. You watered the anger by the slurping, by the whatever. And that caused this to come about.
Even the better word to put it would be the slurping is one of the causes of your anger, but it's a secondary cause.
Secondary cause.
We think it's the main cause, but Buddha's saying, no, the main cause is your own anger. And indeed the karma to even have a person who's slurping in front of you in the first place. But forget that one. The very first cause, the fact that you even meet a person who's going to slurp their coffee in the first place, that's due to karma. But the present one, the right here and now in the situation, the main cause of your suffering at this moment is called your anger. And that's because of attachment. Yes, that's exactly the point.
And it is my anger
Yep.
that the person is a secondary. So in fact, the person causing the secondary is an opportunity for me to purify, to rise above.
That's exactly the point. To think, if we try to think through the one, first of all, there's two components here. One is the karmic one, which is I must have created the cause from my past actions to have this person, to meet them in my life, and then for just slurping to make me annoyed. That's the first karmic one. And then based on that, you then look at your mind now and see, because of attachment that only wants everything nice, gets annoyed because you have aversion to this sound, then you work on the mind. So there's a karmic one, and then you take it as if you're trying to practice. First, there's a practice of trying to change your interpretation. That's working on the mind. You get my point. But secondly, also, yes, it's an opportunity to purify, because every time anger arises, or every time suffering comes, it's the finishing of that karma. And if you work with it, you purify it. Yes, exactly.
So just one last thing. So the conventional idea of setting boundaries, getting someone to stop doing these disturbing things, actually is just assuring that I will continue to suffer.
Precisely. You just
and from this in this life and the next.
Precisely. And the thing is, I mean, you know, let's say I start abusing him by punching him in the nose in our relationship because I'm so angry. It's always appropriate to say, well, we've got to really look at this, Robina. Can we kind of look at this? You know, this doesn't. One of the commonest misinterpretations of this is that we therefore have to become a victim. No, not at all. If it becomes too much, and you might please request, we can have a conventional agreement that we behave nicely with each other. We can have that agreement. And we both got an agreement. We're going to behave nicely. So then I learn with the small things and learn to change my mind, because the slurping is just what happens. But if it starts becoming over the top behavior, it's completely appropriate to stand up. but coming from compassion, not the victim. So if I keep punching you, you have two choices. One, love me for who I am and accept the punches. And that's a really true point. Or two, and not blame and learn to go with the punches. Or two, leave.
I just want to say the first time I heard you was in 2016 on a talk. And you said that if I do not have anger within, someone could slap me and slap till my nose fell off. But if I did not have that propensity,
That's
that
right.
penchant, I would not get angry.
That's right. You
And
wouldn't be
that
angry.
just exposed everything for me in the most powerful way.
Okay, well, that's perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
That's exactly the point. But then what, again, you're not suggesting this, but the danger of thinking that therefore means, well, just you sit there and let them keep punching you. No, be intelligent. Leave this maniac person. Get out of their way, you know. Do you understand? Everything is a question of choice. It's a question of choice, but that's exactly the Buddha's point. That's the Buddha's point. And that's why Sunny in her death's row cell is such an outrageous example. You know, she saw that she could change her mind. It was an interpretation, and that she suffered because of her mind. She could see that. And so she changed her mind. We're communicating, right?
We are.
But still, she didn't have the choice to leave. But if we're in a relationship, we virtually, in a sense, have the choice, which is time to go, you know. Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly the point. This is intense. This is so intense and it's so opposite to the world. Because as soon as we hear that, we hear, I have to be a victim. And that's not what's implied. You become intelligent. You can make wise choices. You know, it's not the victim one. And we can hear that. Can we hear that? I know when I worked with, when I remember when I worked with the prison project, I ran it for about 15 years. I can't remember. We had many staff, you know, I had about 9 full-time people. And I hire anybody. I don't mind. I had some ex-prisoners. I had an ex-junkie, kind of crazy people. I like crazy people. And so 2 of them in particular would argue, like go crazy, arguing, screaming. And Alison would come banging on my door, crying, Mary this and Mary that and Mary this and she said that. And I say, good, that's fine. That's about Mary. Now tell me about your problem. Do you understand? So then they'd try to talk about their anger. And I would never, ever, ever suggest they mediate and talk to each other. Work on your mind, I'd say. Work on your mind. Work on your mind. And if you're really doing that in a relationship, there would be no problems. But it's incredibly difficult to do it. This is what's incredible. We have to go one step at a time, you know, according to our capacity. But that's really true. If you're really working on your mind, you're not submissive. You're not just being submissive. You're not suppressing. You're not denying. You're actively working on changing your interpretation. And then when we change, the other person changes too, because it's dependent arising, isn't it? Everything, the dynamic completely changes, you know. But your point is exactly correct, yes.
Thank you.
But the thing is also, if you're not, it depends on where you're at in your relationship. Let's say you're a complete victim, totally living in fear of this person, cowering, afraid, victim mentality. You can't even, that person is not even capable of hearing that their mind is the problem. That person would be advised to leave. But to even have courage to leave, though, that's what victims can't do. Victims go back like a moth to a flame. And we are all victims, having attachment and anger. So so the first step might be leave the person. Do you understand me? We've got to know where we're at. Yeah. No, that's exactly right. Exactly right. So this is why the very first level of practice is play safe. Get out of the way of the alcohol. Leave the angry person, you know. This is why I always quote something like there's an accepted number that 40% of all women on the planet who are murdered by the bloke in the same bed. And this is not politics. This is not even feminism. It shows unaware of our minds, like 2 craven people demanding from each other until they make each other crazy. You know, attachment and aversion. No accountability. Fear. Terrified of upsetting people. Oh, I can't say that. He might get upset. Oh, he still loves me. Punch. No, he still loves me. Punch again, you know. It's attachment and aversion. It's incredible. What else was there? Somebody else had a microphone. Where? Yes, sweetheart, Tom.
I am not satisfied with when it becomes too much answer. So what Kevin was saying about when you have no seed of anger inside of you, and then like someone can slap you a million times, it would never ripen to anger. You would
That's
just
right.
say
That's right.
fine.
Exactly.
At that point,
yeah,
it's the only logical thing seems to me to say, I won't let, like, I'm going to step away from this because it is more compassionate
Oh,
to
okay, so but that's
stop
not his-
your
that's
seed of
not
anger.
wrong.
Is that wrong?
That's not wrong, but that's not his issue. The simple point that Buddha's making is that if you don't have anger, like Lama Zopa Rinpoche is said to be a person who's gone beyond delusions, attachment, has realized emptiness, so there's no longer ego grasping. Try and just imagine that possibility. Then he couldn't have anger because there's no anger left in his mind. He'd have pain, his nose would bleed if he's being tortured. All he's saying is that if there is no anger in the mind, there can't be suffering. If there's no attachment, there can't be suffering. That's the point that's being made. Not discussing whether you leave or don't leave, that's something else. But that's the thing that is very shocking for us in our culture psychologically, because we assume if someone like Lama Zopa, if you look at his qualities, he's considered completely mentally ill. Do you understand me? Like, he can't be this way, not possible, but that's what the Bodhisattva is. And that's Buddha's point, that we can rid the mind of all delusions because they are the cause of suffering. And once they're gone, your mind can only be full of joy. This sounds very crazy to us, and therefore love and compassion.
Can we talk about whether you would leave?
If you're in a
Or is that too
relationship,
much?
so now
Yeah.
discuss a scenario. Give me a scenario. Give me a
Oh,
scenario.
In that situation.
No, don't your situation,
Oh.
please. Just
Oh,
not yours. Make up a scenario.
So
And you know what? He never mentioned a situation. He didn't mention one. You now
No,
have your situation.
mine-
Tell me one. Give your example.
if
Simple example. Concrete.
simple, let's say if somebody is insulting me
Yeah.
and I don't take issue with that. The pride that I don't have that seed of pride where I say, okay, you can insult
Okay,
me, that's
fine. So
fine.
go on then. What's the question then?
Should I let them keep doing that or should I talk to them? Or is this something
that's
they,
the whole point
yeah.
discussing here? You know, this is the whole point. Is what we're discussing. It's her point. It's discussing. You have to decide what level you're at. You have to decide what your practice is. You have to decide. So I would suggest if you're a person who's always coward and afraid to say what you want and is craving people to love you and approve of you, maybe it is good for you to stand up from the right motivation, not anger, and say, you know, I think it's better. I'd prefer you. I mean, it might be better for you, everything's depending on what your skills are. It's not an absolute answer. But if you're a more advanced practitioner and know your mind well and take it as an opportunity to work on your pride, you'll be happy. And it'll be water off a duck's back. And the fact is, because this person's always going to abuse you, you wouldn't even bother being around them. You have no vested interest in it. Okay, if it's your sister, you'd love her for who she is and you put up with it. But if it's a stranger, it's like nothing, you know. So it depends on where you're at, what you need to do, what level you're at. That's the question, that's the answer. Do you see my point? Yeah. Yes. Yes, well, sorry.
What about the other way? If she is not feeling harmed by the insults,
Yeah.
is there a responsibility that she has toward the insulter to show compassion for him because that insulter may be harming themselves?
There's no question about that. And that, again, is all according to the person's capacity. So if the person is being insulted and they're not harmed by it, and depending on that person's relationship, if it's a stranger in the street, you let it be. If it's your sister or your husband or somebody you're close to who also likes you, then it might be you certainly would have compassion, but it might even be beneficial to help them. But it has got to come from the right motivation. It's got to come from every time it's got to come from the wish to benefit the other person. Absolutely. Compassion would come, and that's eventually what compassion is. That person's harming themselves. That's the point. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Get the microphone, please. What you saying? What?
It said like the Dalai Lama still left Tibet. Like he didn't just stay to, you know what I mean? And His Holiness, of course, obviously is a realized being, but he didn't just stay to, but you know, like I'm assuming that
So
he
your
had
point is?
that like somebody, a realized being, won't necessarily stay, that they also would leave, but they're doing it out of pure
It's true, but I
compassion.
mean, but the reason he left is so he wants to, I mean, it's a good example, but it's not quite relevant here, is it? Or is it?
Well, just in the sense of he's not just staying to help him, like
So he's
leaving.
giving you a little teaching, okay? Give him a teaching. You want to give a teaching.
No.
You're giving a teaching. It's okay. It's okay. You're right. Exactly. I agree with you. Someone there. Yes, go, Linda. Talk to me, darling.
Okay, I'm the one that has no patience presently for the slurping, the crunching.
Right, exactly.
Now, when I live with my parents, my mother used to chew the strawberry or every seed, but it didn't irritate me then.
That's interesting.
Yes, that's what I think.
So who's
And-
slurping irritates you now? Your husband.
My husband. And I try to be patient and
Oh.
compassionate.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not working, like to stay there
That's
and
right.
work on it.
That's right. That's right.
I've told him about slurping.
Right. So what's your question here?
I need the tools to
But you've
work.
heard it. So give us what you think based on what you've heard. What would be the tools? Because
For me,
okay, you live with this guy. Have you chosen to be with this man?
yeah,
And you've accepted that he is your partner, and you do have breakfast together. So you've chosen that. So if what I'm saying, the first thing is, if it's intolerable, you have to have breakfast at a different time.
yes, that's what.
Or you have courage to know that you can change your interpretation of the slurping.
That's
so
what
you-
I have a
so-
hard time with.
Of course you do. So tell me what you think you might try to do. Just say it. What do you think?
I would leave the room, go upstairs.
No. That's the first option. We're accepting you're going to be there in the table eating your breakfast with him. So how would you change your mind? Do you understand how the simple one of it's attachment, only wanting what you want, and then annoyance when you don't get it? Do you understand
Yeah,
that?
that's
Can you hear
me.
that? Can you hear that?
Yes.
So then how will you change those concepts?
Well,
What do you think?
breathing or I don't
No,
know. That's
Just it's a concept, it's a view. The view is I only want what I want. How dare you do what I don't want?
Yes.
So what's an argument with those views?
they're ridiculous.
No, what's an argument with them? A proper logical argument with those assumptions.
Because
No, argue with them. Give me a
like,
concept that argues with
you're wrong, Linda. It's
No, not wrong. Be nicer to yourself.
okay.
It's just a concept, Linda.
You have no
Attachment, the little
tolerance.
girl in you only wants everything nice, and this is the way he is. And I've got to love him for who he is. So I'm going to try and look it in the eye, hear the slurping, and try and go into it and not resist it. And then slowly you'll not. Resistance is anger. Pushing it away is anger. I can't cope with it is anger. Have enough courage to listen to it, allow it just to be there, and analyze it, and really think about it. And then you won't find anything.
So maybe I could look at it like a song or an
That's what
instrument
I'm
playing.
saying.
Yes.
That's what
Yeah.
Sunny in prison did. I will repeat to you. She's
Yeah.
on death row. Husband's head burst into flames. Children dead. Family dead. And she's innocent. That's a pretty intense one. Talk about slurping, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she said, I decided I'm not a prisoner. I'm a monk. I'm not in a cell. I'm in a cave. That's dramatic. It sounds like a romantic story. She literally reinterpreted her nightmare, and she was able to work on her mind and become happy. Can you hear those words?
Yes. And
Here's the answer.
that's
the
this is
answer.
the first time I ever thought, oh,
That's right.
look at it like
That's right.
he's playing the
No,
piano.
exactly. I mean, I'll tell you my experience. It's not a very big one. It's my little own experience. I've got ringing in the ears, right? And and it's not going to go away, apparently. So at some point, I remember I went to one audiologist. Is that what they call audiologists, right?
Yes.
And she had a questionnaire. Do you sometimes feel imprisoned by it? And I did. I'd wake up in the night and I have to get up, put the lights on and do my work. So I couldn't cope with the sound. It was overwhelming. So I realized I had to change my attitude towards it. I have no choice. It won't go away. So there's two things. One was I decided I wouldn't resist it. Like I'm saying with the slurping, don't resist it, because resistance is aversion, which means panic. I would listen to it. But second, then I'd two things. One, I wouldn't resist it, and I'd call it a nice sound, like you said. But the second one was I decided I wouldn't pay attention to it. So now it's there all the time, and I have every now and again I get a bit nervous and I relax. It's there all the time, and I don't pay attention, and it's not a problem anymore. So that's a simple example, and I was quite surprised with myself. But well done, Robina. Do you understand? This is what's possible. As the Dalai Lama said one time, he said, when we're talking about emptiness, we're going to get to, he said, just see things from a different point of view. Just see things from it. But what we've got to own is that there is a point of view in the first place. It's called attachment, wanting what I want, and aversion, how dare you do what I don't want. That's basically what they are.
And I think he probably did it all along, but there was a lot of sound in the house, whatever, and I wasn't focused on
That's
that.
right. But now you are. Yeah, that's exactly right. So well done, girl. Good on you. So, okay, let's move. This is all about view. Everything is viewpoint. And what we're trying to see here, even the emotional afflictions are viewpoints. It's shocking to hear that, because what we mostly identify with is the emotion component. But once we start to become familiar with our minds and go deeper, we're going to hear these conceptual stories. So then we hear what it's saying, so we can argue with them by changing the story, seeing it from another point of view. That's incredible, you know. It's not as if Buddha owns this. We understand it, just that he's an expert at it. So as we keep moving, controlling our body, controlling our speech, controlling our mind, then we get to the Bodhisattva path and we become this hugely compassionate, wise person. We go through the 6 perfections, and then we get to the final stage of the final wisdom, attacking the subtlest delusion, the most primordial affliction, the deepest misconception, the biggest lie, the one that underpins all the others. It underpins no cause and effect, underpins permanence, underpins all the other viewpoints that we're trying to work with through the path, you know. So now we're ready to go to attack the deepest one, the most primordial, to uproot the root delusion, the root affliction. So basically what Buddha's saying is, this level of not being in touch with reality. So the slurping one, aversion causes it to look more ugly than it really is, right? If it's attachment to cake, attachment causes the cake to look more delicious than it really is. So use the example of a cake. Attachment, one of the branch delusions, they all exaggerate, they all embellish. So it embellishes deliciousness. It embellishes the power of that cake to make you happy. That's what attachment does. It exaggerates. Therefore, it is not cognized. It causes us to not cognize the reality of the cake at that level. The deeper delusion, the ego grasping, or the ignorance beneath it, what does that exaggerate? So attachment exaggerates the deliciousness. Aversion exaggerates the ugliness of, say, the slurping. Over-exaggerates, embellishes. So the ignorance that informs both of those, the deeper delusion that is the root of those aversion and attachment, what that exaggerates is the very actual, if you could say it, ontological status of delicious cake, ugly slurping. And that meaning that delusion causes the delicious cake to appear as completely separate from me, as being out there from its own side, and it's kind of like doing it to me. I'm this innocent victim, and this wretched cake is demanding that I eat it. And I have no control, and it appears that deliciousness, that delicious cakeness, is actually in the cake itself, not coming from my mind, That's the main delusion. And that's hard to see, but we can hear it. This is the real dualism of being this completely separate from the outside world. And even the karmic one is so powerful. When you start to realize you created the cause to have beautiful things happen, you created the cause to have bad things happen, already it loosens the grip of this ego grasping, the victim, because you know it's yours, you created it. So this cake is a creation of our mind. There's still a cake there. It doesn't say there's no cake, and it can still be a delicious cake. Even objectively, it can be. But the delicious cakeness, which appears to be separate from me, having nothing to do with my mind seeing it that way, that's the biggest mistake. That actually it's a merely labeled delicious cake. It's a subtlest mistake. That's the subtlest mistake. And that our mind, this is the subtlest mistake. This levels of dependent arising. The very first one is that, things exist independent upon causes. The second one is that things exist independent upon their parts. And we'll go into this. The subtlest one, things exist in dependence upon the mind calling it that. So an example of this one is the slurping, changing the label. Sunny changing the label of prison. It's not the subtlest meaning, but we can see this one is powerful. And so, using simple examples like when Lama Zopa talks about, for example, the letter A. When you first see it on the blackboard, maybe these days on a whiteboard, or probably these days on an iPad, there's 2 lines and then a line in the middle, right? And you don't know what it is. You don't read yet. And your teacher says, that is A. So she labels it A, right? And you hear it for the first time. It's very fresh. And you go, oh, I'm going to call that A. I call that A. So you label it A. You label it A. And then what happens is you forget that you labeled, and next time you go, oh, there's A. And you forget that you named it. You think the A is on in the letters. It can't be. If it were A from its own side before you labeled it, it would say, hello, I'm A. No, it's just 3 weird lines, you know. I don't speak Tibetan, right? And I've got on my wall one picture from the Prajnaparamita Sutra written in Tibetan. All I see is pretty shapes. I only ever see pretty shapes because I don't know how to label it, you know. I haven't learned Tibetan. That's why using the example, I've got the sensory consciousness that merely sees shape and color. This is another way of saying it. This is shape and color, that's it. And then the mind kicks in, the mental consciousness kicks in, and we access the millions of thoughts and feelings and emotions in our workshop, and we come up with the label cup, and we come up with the label pretty, depending on your taste, you know. But we think we see pretty cup straight away because it's so quick. I don't have to get my dictionary and get a picture and go, oh, that's cup. Oh, is it pretty? Then look up all the rules of what pretty is. No, I straight away will say it's a pretty cup because I've programmed my mind. But it's also quick. We think, we don't realize sensory consciousness is seeing shape and color. Then you access your mental consciousness. You pull up the label cup. You pull up the label pretty. So it happens quickly because we're programmed. That we think it all, and we think pretty cup is there on the table, and I'm merely seeing it. And my mind plays no role. That's the schizophrenia of being samsaric. That's the dualistic way of being in samsara. But there's various arguments we need to use for the earlier views. I mean, this is even a simple example of merely labeled, you know. It's much more subtle than that. So then, okay, so let's look at this, how to look into this ultimate reality in the framework of what they call the 2 truths. So there's conventional reality, how things exist conventionally, according to convention, according to the rules of our society, the world you live in, you know, conventional, by agreement. Then you have the ultimate. So the shorthand for the conventional is dependent arising, you know, dependent arising. Things exist in dependence upon various factors. And the way that the discussion here is 3 levels of dependent arising. 1, things exist in dependence upon causes. Things exist in dependence upon their parts. Things exist in dependence upon mind labeling that. These are the 3 we're discussing here. So let's go to the second one. So let's, you know, so then there's all these phenomena, all these things that exist in the world. When you study Buddhist philosophy, you learn the various synonyms for that which exists. And what's crucial to understand here, when you hear the different terms like phenomenon, object of knowledge, existent, for example, what defines each of these is really crucial. So when you say something exists, it is an existent. You have to define your terms. You've got to always define your terms. So we're all in agreement, you know. So an existent is defined as that which can be cognized by mind. So it's axiomatic. If the mind can cognize it, and it's got to be a valid cognition, that if something can be cognized by a valid cognition, that means it exists. This is incredible. This is not how we think in science, you know. What defines something as existing is that it can be cognized by the mind. So there are countless numbers of things that exist. And what Buddha is saying is, with this ignorance in the mind, it causes all the things that exist to appear to us as existing in and of themselves, from their own side, established in their own nature. There are many ways of saying it. And of course, we don't think we think that. We've never heard this before. It's a puzzle. Our mother didn't teach us this. When we hear that Buddha says things don't have an inherent nature, We think, why is he telling us this? We didn't even think they had in the first place. So we've got to even understand what he means before we start thinking about it, you know. So therefore, we've got to think about what does exist and how things do exist. And then we have to analyze how they exist so we can then learn to see how they don't exist, which is the ultimate reality. They totally come together. So let's use the example of the phenomenon, the existent, the thing called me, I, self, person. They're the labels we use to refer to this, right? We don't point here and say toilet, although we might treat ourselves like that sometimes. We don't point here and say cup. We say I, we say me, we say person. That's the name of what we are. This is a computer. That's a cup. That's a microphone. This is a person. So word, person, I, self, me are all synonymous. So Buddha is a person. A rat is a person. This is using the conventional sense of the word, meaning simply the word that refers to a combination of body and mind. A semchen, a mind possessor. Well, technically, Buddha is not said to be a mind possessor, but he is a person. So, but never mind that distinction for here. Don't worry about that. So we're called a person, okay? So what Buddha's saying is we have these misconceptions about how that person exists. This is the subtlest one. The other misconceptions, but this is the subtlest one. So the very first one we looked at, cause and effect. So the second one, let's look at the second one. We have this powerful belief, instinctive belief, total assumption, that when we say the word I, there's different ways we use it. One of the ways we use it as referring to a part of ourselves in here somewhere that's like the owner of the other parts. I have a nose, and sort of the I is the owner, isn't it? The I is like the name of the boss, isn't it? That's how we think, one way we think. There's like an I, a boss in there, a puppeteer, the decider. Do you understand? That's how we think. And what Buddha says is you don't need something like that. It's an unnecessary embellishment. In just the same way, philosophically speaking, the concept of a creator is exactly the same. We think there has to be a creator who makes everything, who runs the show. So there's an I that runs the show, and there's a creator that runs the world. The Muslims say the world is so amazing, there has to be an architect. That's how they say it. Buddha says, no, don't need it. We are doing fine creating our own universe, including the bad and the good. This is a very shocking concept. This is the meaning of karma. So we don't need a boss in there. Each piece does its job to function as I. So you've got to use logical analysis to break this down. I mean, this is what you do when after you've all your years and you study and practice, and then you do this studying the middle way in like 4 years in the monastic universities, intensely using logic to argue, to deconstruct all the misconceptions, to get to hear nakedly, even conceptually, how things do exist, ultimately how there isn't such an I. That means you're going to discover the absence of that fantasy I. It's a way of framing it, ultimately. So we've got to first establish what we think I is. And then Buddha says, you've got to search for it. He says, I've found there isn't one. He's not saying no I, he's saying no independent I. That's all. No I that exists independently of the other parts. This is one of the arguments. Let's look at this one. What happened to tea break? Oh, it's tea break. I forgot. Should we carry on or have a tea break? Carry on for a bit. We'll have a late tea break. We'll do something. We'll see what happens. Okay. So, okay, let's look at this. Some of the logical arguments. What is she saying? What are you saying?
She's just been waiting for us to go on break.
I don't know what you're telling us, Felicity.
The woman who coordinates this venue has an announcement for us. She's outside waiting for us.
Well, bring her in.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Sorry. Yes. What happened? Yes. Good morning. Come in. Hello, darling. I can't hear you. A bit louder.
I just need to mention one thing. During the orientation, I said that there would be no Kyudo, no Japanese Zen archery happening this weekend, and I was wrong.
So why is that a problem for us?
Do not walk in the backyard.
Well, that's it.
Probably it's a Zen practice. Nothing happens fast. It's a very slow motion
Give us a simple
thing.
instruction, please. Just tell us what not to do.
Simple instruction would be do not walk in the backyard today.
Okay, that's easy. Thank you so much. We won't do it.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We won't go there for the rest of the day. She said day. That's fine. Thank you very much. See you, darling. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So let's now look at. Okay, let's now see how try and use logical arguments to disprove that there is a little mini me in there separate from the other parts, which is one of the assumptions we have. Of course, we don't think like this, but if we start to look at it, we can see how we talk and think that we do think like that, you know? What's going wrong, Kim? I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So let's now look at some of the arguments. Okay.
I have one question. I have one argument.
I don't want your argument. I don't want you got to hear my arguments first. What do you want yours for? No, I'm going to start telling you arguments.
Please.
I'm going to start telling you some of the logical arguments to use. Listen, I think there's so much. Can we have a break here? Look, everyone's leaving, coming, standing up. I know that's why we need a break. That's why we need a break. Have a break, please. Have a break. Come on. There's plenty of time. It's too distracted. I don't. When you want a cup of tea break, a proper ordinary break? Huh? 10 minutes, 15 minutes? What do you want? 15 minutes? Some logic. We're going to see use logic to prove how that's plain silly. All right. Okay. So there's a whole series of logics we need to use when we're doing all our debating and meditating. And one of them is, and it sounds abstract to say it initially, if things exist, there has to be one thing or more than one. Let's try and get to the point here. Okay, so now. Okay, now. The discussion here is that things exist interdependently. This is the first thing. Things exist interdependently, and there are many ways in which things are dependent. For example, an example is very simple. If you say something, please give me a short piece of string, it's impossible to know that, isn't it? Until you compare it with long. If you say big, and that's comparison with small, there's a clear relationship there where you really can see you can't point out short and long separately. It's really obvious. So there's many examples of how things exist interdependently. The particular way here we're looking at how things exist interdependently is in terms of their parts, their bits and pieces, that everything that exists is made up of many bits and pieces. It's pretty evident. I mean, if you start breaking down a computer, you're going to end up with thousands of individual separate bits and pieces. We know that. The same with a person. We are an example of the phenomenon called a person, okay? So this person is made of many bits and pieces. So what are they called? Well, you can divide into two. You can say there's a body and all the thousands of bits and pieces of the body. And then you've got a mind, and it's got thousands of bits and pieces as well. This moment of mind and that moment of mind and anger and jealousy, all the names of the parts of our mind, sensory consciousness, mental consciousness. There are going to be thousands and thousands of bits and pieces. It's pretty evident. Now, Buddha's saying very simply, one of the mistakes we make, we think there is a big, fat, very special piece in the middle somewhere, maybe between our breasts, with golden writing and a halo and big capital letters, and it's called I. Okay? We don't think we think that, but when we look at the way we talk and the way we act, it's evident we think that, but it's deep in our bones at the level of an assumption. And Buddha just says very simply, it's just plain ridiculous. It's just plain nonsense. And in fact, you don't need one. That's what we have to look at. So to use some logic to disprove this silly idea. And of course, the simple point here is, as Buddha is telling us, believing in something that isn't true is why we suffer. So I'll give a simple example. I use the same examples every time. Simple one. I'll make a statement. I have a clock and a mug. Okay. So if you speak English and you have ears and you have eyes, you look to where the sound is coming from, and I make a statement. So if I make a statement that's a truth, which you'd hope, you can prove what I said to be true, and you need to do that. If I said to you right now, I have an elephant in my right hand, very quickly you will say that I'm not speaking the truth. So you've got to prove what the words that we say, thoughts that we have to be in sync with what they refer to be truth. So I have a clock. I have a cup. So how many phenomena did I mention? And it's very obvious. There are 3. I is the first one. Clock is the second one. Cup is the third one. So the simple point here is that these 3 phenomena, in fact, have no relationship to each other, especially insofar as they depend upon each other for their existence. They don't. Clock can break, mug still functions. Clock can break, Robina's still intact. Robina drops dead, and assuming they don't break into pieces, the cup and the clock continue to function as a cup, which is to hold tea, and to continue to function as a clock, which is to tell us the time. So in the simple example, these are 3 separate and independent things. Simple example. Now we'll get a bit more nuanced. I'll make another statement. I have a nose and an ear. Now, without analysis, if you look at Robina, who spoke, you will prove that that is true. There is the nose and there is the ear. But we have to do the analysis, because Buddha says right there in that statement, there's a strong misconception implied in it, which is that when we say the word ear, we can point to it. When we say the word nose, we can point to it. But when we say the word eye, we also assume that we can point to an eye that isn't the ear, and that isn't the nose, and it isn't all the other pieces. We assume that. We don't think we assume it. So there is an ear and there is a nose, and they are both independent and separate from each other. If my nose is blocked, my ear can still listen. My ear is deaf, my nose can still breathe. So in the simple sense, there's no direct relationship between the ear and the nose. They are separate and independent. So I said a third word, or the first one was called I. So we assume without analysis that there is a little piece inside walking hand in hand with the nose, the ear, and all the other bits, but somehow it's got bigger status. It's the boss. And that's the assumption. And Buddha says, if you do the analysis, and that's what we need to do the search, you won't find such an I. So one example, as Lama Zopa says, if, for example, there is a little piece called I standing between the 2 breasts, there's breast, eye, and breast. Let's say it's pretend, 3 pieces. Do you understand me? If there were that, which is how we sort of think. Then when, say, Felicity says, Robina, I don't like your nose, and I'll say, how dare you insult me, Felicity? She will say accurately, no, Robina, I didn't insult your eye, I insulted your nose. And then equally, the little eye in between my breasts would go, oh, phew, I'm so glad Felicity didn't insult me. Poor old nose must be feeling very upset. That is a deduction, and it's logical if there is in here a piece that is called I, that isn't the breast and isn't the nose and isn't the ear and isn't every other part of me, which is somehow what we assume. And this is a very gross mistake. And this is the example of this thing called a soul, a thing called an Atman, that the Hindus and the Christians would assert. This is one of the first arguments. Not as easy, not as simple as this, it's much more subtle. So why we sort of say, but you have to have an eye because okay. Now there's another point. If when you establish that something exists, you first have to label it. So we all can be in agreement. So I'll say, that's called a cup. And I'll say, Mummy, what is that? And she'll say, well, it's called a cup. But then I have to know what it means. She needs to define it for me. We've got to be on the same page. We can't just make things up. So she will say, well, darling, there's two parts to a definition. The first part will tell you its conventional characteristics. She'll say, well, look, you can see that flat-bottomed clay container. That's helpful. That's its conventional characteristic. But the second piece of the definition is the crucial piece. It tells you what it is. But I'll say, Mummy, but what is it? What is its meaning? What does it do? What is its job? What is its function? This is the major point. Everything that exists has to be able to be pointed to, and it has to have a function. If it doesn't have a function, you can't point it out. It doesn't exist. So therefore the function of my cup is to hold tea. Well, don't believe her. She has to prove that it is in fact a holder of tea. So you've got to, she's got to get the tea and she will pour. And then you will see it does in fact fit the definition of holding tea. But even that's not enough. She's got to check in this conventional world that we live in that there's no other thing that bears the same definition that contradicts this. And once you've established this, and there's even more to do, you can then accept it and we can shake hands and we're all in agreement that conventionally that is called a cup. That's proving it to be true conventionally within the realms of our world. Conventional. So now we have to look at how it exists. So what Buddha's saying is that is a fact. There is a conventional cup. It's a fact that here the term referring to this thing here is called a person, an I, a self. That's correct. But what we don't realize that we're doing, is assuming when I say I have a nose, that we're going to point to two things. That nose is pointed to, the word nose refer to a thing that breathes, and I is the word that refers to another part in here that runs the show. That's what we assume. And Buddha says, he's saying really, you don't need anything to run the show, Robina, because if you put together a person, if you put together all the parts together in doing their job properly, it will function beautifully as a Robina. You don't need an extra piece of Robina to do the job. That's a fantasy. And that's why I like to use the example of IKEA. So one of the meditations that we do that they suggest, but the IKEA one is a reverse engineering. The first one is we need to meditate and contemplate all the parts that make up an eye, and you literally imagine pulling away the pieces. There's the breast, there's all the pieces of the body. There must be thousands of piles of pieces, then all the pieces of your mind. You do this clear analysis, and the logic is this. If there is a very special piece in here that is independent and separate from the other parts, you will be able to find it. You have to be able to, it's got to be somewhere in the body or somewhere in the mind if it does exist. And you've got to prove it by doing this search, really, this clear analysis and search. But the other way to do it is, I think of IKEA. You look on IKEA and there's a nice person on there to sale called Robina. You want to buy one. So you go and you get very upset because they give you a box full of bits, don't they? But they've already constructed a Robina, okay? They've constructed a person and they know exactly how many pieces are needed. And this is a crucial point because if each piece is working beautifully, your computer works well, the microphone works well, and all the parts do their job. So when you start to build the Robina, build the person, put all the pieces together, and you start to get nervous because you haven't yet found the special Ziploc bag with gold writing on it that contains the piece called I. And you ring up IKEA in a panic. I can't find the eye. They'll say, it's all right, you don't need one. We really, don't worry, don't panic. Just keep putting the pieces together and you will see that they will function beautifully as Robina. You don't need a boss in there, dear. Can we hear the words? Huh? What?
Well done.
So, like, it's easy to say these words. It's kind of funny and everything, but this is quite literally pointing out what Buddha is telling us and what we think. We think there's an I in there. And then and the other one is, you see, the other one, like the example of Felicity insulting my nose. The other one is, the other mistake we make, which is more subtle, is that we think the all of me is the I. All of me is the I, we say. And I'll go into this one in a second, because there's other logical arguments to disprove that one. But this first one, which is one of the grosser mistakes, that is a Hindu position that Buddha argues with, but it's not the subtlest selflessness yet. It's a good stepping stone. So what our trouble is our words. I is the center of our mind, right? I is the center in our head. It's the main word we use. Everything is in reference to the I. So if you can think about it, we can be forgiven for thinking that when you say I, it's used to refer to something. Like when you say breast, you point to it. When you say nose, you point to it. When you say ear, you point to it. You don't point here when you say ear. So when we say I, we think there's somewhere there. We never analyze it, but there is a piece in there called I. Oh, there it is in there. So the Christians call it a soul. But Buddha says, no, there's no peace like that. It's a made-up peace that's permanent and uncaused. No such peace. No such peace. So that sounds like you're being a communist now. That's why they freak out, Buddha sounds like a communist. But what he's saying is that he's not saying there is no I. What he's saying is when we say I, we over-exaggerate it. We give it status that it doesn't have. We either think it's a special little piece that runs the show, like the boss, like the puppeteer, the landlord, the boss. Or we think the second point, which I'll make later, that it's all of me as I. So this first one, let's just see how you don't need an I, a special little I, to decide something. So when you say, for example, we said before, we're watching the breath, right? So naturally you'll say, oh, what are you doing, Robina? Oh, I'm watching my breath. That's a valid statement, but we give too much status to that word called I. So what's watching the breath is your mind. Which part of the I is watching the breath? Oh, it's the mind. Which part of the mind? You pin it down. You say, well, there's mindfulness does this, and attention does that, and concentration does this. The pieces do their job. The pieces do their job. There's no other piece called I that tells the pieces what to do, which is what we think. Your hand, you say, I'm holding a cup. It's true. Look, I am. Break it down. Which part of I? The body. Which part of the body? The hand. Which part of the hand? You pin it down. You be precise. The thumb does this. The index finger does that. The pinky does this. And they're not all kind of going, you go away. You're not doing my, get out. You're doing my job. They all do their job very nicely. They don't interrupt each other. They're not getting jealous of each other. They all do their job nicely so that the whole experience is the hand is holding a cup. But if you start to analyze it, where's the hand? There's no special piece in there called hand. Hand is merely the label you give to those parts. And you won't find that hand. It's merely a label. I the same. Cup the same. Cup is easy. Look. Cup is easy. Look. Cup is easy. Look. You say, my cup has sides. My cup has a base. Forget the handle. It's pretty simple. Two parts. So there are three nouns. Cup, sides, base. So if there are three parts, and they exist, you've got to point them out. So take the base away, there it is. Take the sides away, and there they are. What's left in this hand is zero, isn't it? Would you agree? Zero, right? So what is a cup? A cup is a name we give to the combination of the two parts called base and sides. So cup is merely labeled. Cup is merely labeled. I is merely labeled. Self is merely labeled. Microphone is merely labeled. There is a microphone, but it's interdependently existing upon its parts. So the simple way here that we exaggerate and embellish computer, embellish cup, embellish I, is thinking there's a separate little kind of cupness in here that is the owner of the parts, a separate kind of I-ness here that's the owner of the parts. And there's not that one. There's not that one. There's not that one. Are we communicating? But every time we say I, the energy rises so powerfully, doesn't? Especially when the I is insulted. When Felicity was insulted, the poor I has a panic attack. But it's not the I, because it doesn't exist, but ego grasping that believes in the I is having the panic attack. The anger that is insulted or the pride that's insulted. Felicity would say, I'm insulted. Felicity's insulted. Felicity was this. Felicity is that. No, it's just a label for the bits. The pride does its job. The anger does its job. The attachment does its job. The virtue does its job. All the bits and pieces, they do the job fine. So the parts, that's why the Buddha says we don't need a creator. The parts, which means the sentient beings, all do fine, creating their own mess, and if they want to, creating their own enlightenment. You don't need a boss. You don't need this dualistic idea of a boss that runs the show, that punishes and rewards. Are we communicating? It's a very shocking idea. This is karma. It's an outrageous view, you know. It's amazing. I think it's the best I've ever heard. I love it. Each piece that is made, and a valid piece, conventionally you've got to point to the breast, the this, the atoms, the this, the pee-pee, the caca, the eye, the ear, the eyelashes. Look how many parts will be in that IKEA box. And indeed, if there's one piece missing, it won't work. But you don't need a separate piece called an eye. It's got no job. You know, you put the eye in there and you build the entire Robina and she's working perfectly. The eye, I go, what's my job? I'm all being left out. Poor me. It doesn't have a job. There is no job for the eye. You don't need one. But there is an eye that's merely labeled. There is an eye that's a dependent arising eye, as Dalai Lama says, His Holiness says. The eye isn't empty of existing from its own side because you can't find one. You can't find it. That's the wrong premise. The eye is empty of existing from its own side because it's merely labeled, because it's a dependent arising. So eye does exist, but not from its own side. I does exist, but not independently. I does exist, but not inherently. I does exist, but not intrinsically. I does exist, but not in and of itself. All these synonyms. So our trouble is we never thought we had an independent I, did we? We never thought this. No one ever taught us. We didn't need to be taught. We got born with the assumption of an intrinsic I, which is the deepest delusion of all, which has to be uprooted. So when that's uprooted, which is the realization of emptiness, which we'll talk about, then there is no suffering. There is no longer suffering. And you've cut samsara. You can't fall back. You can only go further after that. There's no longer a separate sense of I. There's only bliss. There's more work to do, but that's the major stepping stone. Until you realize emptiness. You can even lose bodhicitta, but you can't lose emptiness. So the yogis, after years and years and lifetimes of practicing all of this, one day in the subtlety of their non-conceptual meditation, at the subtlest level of their mind, beyond conceptuality, beyond the senses, they will one day see nakedly that there never has been, isn't, and never could be an independent I. That's when they have the realization of emptiness, which is the absence of that I. They realize the absence of that I. They realize that that has never existed, could never, and doesn't. It's a very dramatic kind of recognition, you know. As he says, the greatest yogis have total bliss. The regular yogis have incredible fear. So any questions, people? Yeah, yeah. Microphone, please.
All right, there's that baby that is crawling up the hill because he knows that's his home. All right. Is it not the owner? The I is not the owner, but is the I in quotes, is it the residence? Is it the renter? Is it the inhabitant?
There isn't one. The one you're looking for isn't one.
What is that thing that's crawling up
It's a person.
What?
It's an I. It's a person, a conventional person, or an I, or a me, or a self. There is an I crawling up the hill. But that person, being Lama Zopa, has no in his from past life. He's cut the belief in an intrinsic I, so he's walking up the hill. That's it. But it's a merely labeled I, walking up a merely labeled hill.
Would you call it his essence?
There's no essence. You want an essence. That's what we want to set it in stone. We want to point to it and set in stone in isolation. That's the instinct of the delusions, and you can't do that. It doesn't exist.
What about mind holder?
What about mind holder? It's
Who's holding that mind?
Like a sentient being. Mind possessor is another term for sentient being. It's a term. It's a noun. You are a mind possessor. You are a sentient being. You are a person. They're names given to you. And they are, but you can't point to those names. You can't point to a thing inside you that has that name. That's
Yeah, there's that big desire to say, you know, that thing that that's running it or that's inhabiting
That's right,
it.
precisely. That's it, exactly. Yes, Eileen. Sweetheart.
Thank you. So if I could just clarify, we do have in conventional, we have a conventional I. You go out into the world, we're made up of who we are and all of those things, conventionally. But the ultimate reality would be Buddha nature. Like that's the.
Yeah, but that's why are you saying it like that? What do you mean by that? That's just something that's come out of the blue. You're saying that. What's it mean? What's the point?
Well, I guess in contrast, in other words, we're very identified with this conventional I.
What do you mean? I don't understand your point, Eileen.
Well, in other words, ego grasping comes from this over-identification with a conventional
ego grasping is itself an over-identification. That's the name of the ignorance in the mind, the name of the delusion that believes in an intrinsic I.
Yes.
Then?
Yes.
Go on, then.
So if I'm going to perceive reality as it is, then I would not be identified with the conventional I. I would live from my Buddha nature.
No, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. It's all just completely wrong views. Every word you're saying is wrong.
Okay. All right.
Very simple. Let me try to. Okay.
Good. Explain, please.
Let's be precise. Okay.
All right.
Conventional I is inseparable from the ultimate of emptiness. Dependent arising is the term we refer to that which exists conventionally. The word emptiness refers to that which exists ultimately. These are the two truths. And right now, when we hear emptiness, we throw the baby out with the bathwater and think, oh, well, there's nothing. We fall into the abyss of the great mistake, Tsongkhapa says. And then we hear that there is an I conventionally, and then we think, aha, there is something after all. And we hear them as contradictory. So you implied that already in what you said. But when we begin to understand the two truths properly, every time we say there is a dependent arising I, we say that proves it is therefore empty of existing from its own side. And when we say there is no I from its own side, we immediately say that that proves that there is a conventional I. So we've got to learn to see these two as not contradictory, but as literally, you cannot have one without the other. So don't even discuss Buddha nature here. It's not the point. It's another discussion.
Thank you. So emptiness is form, form is emptiness. Is that?
Well, we can talk about that. Yeah, that's another way of just simply saying what I said. Yeah, that's another point. Yeah, is the same point. Exactly right. So in what Eileen's pointing to, as we know, is the Heart Sutra. So where the Lord Buddha, he's sitting there in meditation on emptiness. He's spacing out in emptiness. He's totally in meditation, but he channels his thoughts into the minds of these two people, his disciples, Avalokitesvara in a human form, 10th level bodhisattva, and Shariputra. And they have a discussion. But it's Buddha's teachings. Apparently he gave many of his teachings like that. So there's Shariputra. He asks a question of Avalokitesvara, you know. And Shariputra, he says, how should any child family train who wishes to engage in the practice of bodhisattva? Any child, whatever it says. Then Avalokitesvara says, Shariputra and his son or daughter who wishes to engage in the practice of found perfection and wisdom should look upon things like this. He or she beholds but 5 scandals, and then their own being they are empty. And then he proceeds to list the various categories of phenomena according to the Buddhist worldview, and say that each one of these has to be analyzed in the same way repeatedly and continuously. So he mentions first the 5 aggregates, the 5 pieces that Buddha in his sutra on the 5 aggregates suggested that a sentient being is made up of. No form, no feeling, no recognition, no discrimination, and no consciousness. And the next lot is the four noble truths. And then the 18, the first lot is the next lot is the 18 constituents, the 6 senses, the 6 objects of the 6 senses, and this subtle level, like the 6 elements, a subtle level of physicality they refer to. The 18 constituents. Then you've got the Four Noble Truths, the 12 links, all these different categories of phenomena. And we have to look at all of these in the same way, repeatedly. So then he says, so he uses the first of the 5 aggregates, which is called form, and that's referring to the physical part of us, the body, basically. And so, but you can use any example there. You can say eye, you can say toilet, you can say cup. He says form, he says form is empty. And he's saying empty of existing from its own side, if we spell it out. And then he says emptiness of existing from its own side of the form is form, which is conventional form. So basically he's saying conventional existing form is empty of existing from its own side. Then he flips it over and he says the emptiness of inherent existence of the form is the conventional form. So he's saying the two truths are not separate, are not opposite. And one of the biggest mistakes we make in the world, the biggest mistake, is to see these as separate, which means, and we've got to go into emptiness yet, and 11:30. You had your break already, right? Oh, we can do it now then. Okay. So we've got to go into the meaning, the use of this word empty now, which gets us so confused, right? So what Buddha is saying is if something is existing dependently, so for example, the form, then it is by definition empty of existing from its own side. And then if you take that emptiness of existing from its own side of the conventional form, that is the same as it is referring to the existence of conventional form. Okay, these are a mouthful for us if we haven't thought about it before. So the key thing why Tsongkhapa says that to see emptiness within the framework of the two truths is the king of logics to prove emptiness. It stops us from falling into the abyss of the great mistake, which is nihilism. And we can be forgiven for thinking. When we hear, for example, as Lama Zopa puts it, from the side of the eye, the name referring to this thing sitting in the chair, this phenomenon, there is not one atom of anything here that you will find that is I. When we hear that, of course we can be forgiven for thinking, oh, well, there's no I and might as well kill myself, you know. That's the commonest understanding of emptiness. There is nothing. But it doesn't mean that. So then when we hear the conventional, but there is an I, as Lama Zopa says, there is an I. So when we think it's empty, he says it's as if there is no I, but there is conventionally an I. But what does exist is so subtle, it's as if it doesn't exist. This is really just a yogi's kind of taste of how these two truths are really like flip sides of the same coin. So we've got to get into the habit, Eileen, all of us. As soon as we say dependent, arising, conventional, don't think it contradicts emptiness. It reinforces emptiness. And when you say empty, don't think it contradicts dependent, arising. It reinforces it. The two truths have to be existing simultaneously. It's not possible otherwise. Then you will never fall into the abyss of the great mistake. In other words, using the simple words, when you say there is no independent I, just really brief, there is no independent I, that means that there is an interdependent I. There is no independent I means there is an interdependent I. Those words are synonymous. They're synonymous. There being no independent I equals there being an interdependent I. And if there is an interdependent I, it means there is no dependent I. It's pretty clear when you use the word interdependent. They mean the same thing, but there's different arguments for each, different realizations, and different way of saying them. It's really important not to get them confused. Of course, we haven't heard these words before. It's a puzzle. It sounds like clever intellectual words. So all Buddha's saying here, like he says with impermanence, like he says with karma, like he says about the mind, what we think is true isn't. He's not being dominant. He's not being mean. He's not being fundamentalist. He's not demanding we believe a word he says. He's telling us what he has found from his own direct experience to be true. And he's saying when we're in touch with what is true, we are liberated from suffering. We're out of samsara. We quit suffering. That's all he's saying. It's his method for getting out of suffering. It's his method for quitting suffering. That's all he's saying. We suffer because we have misconceptions. And they're deep in the bones of our being, totally programmed to the point of complete instinct. That's why they're so hard to identify. And of course, as Lama Zopa says, as Lama Yeshe says too, when we say, oh, the cup is empty, we think it's so puzzling and abstract. But the emptiness, I've got to go into the word emptiness here, but the emptiness of the cup is not some truth about the cup that's hiding behind the plaster, hiding in the back here so we can't see it. It's staring at us in our face. It's naked. But because of the misconceptions, we can't see it. It's a bit like if you're colorblind. And when white is presented to you, you see yellow. That's understandable. So white is not hiding from you. It's right there, screaming, hey, I'm white. But you can't see because your eyes are wrong. That's how. So reality is not some secret hidden thing. Botany is not hiding from you. If you don't know how to speak botany, then it's hiding from you. Then you can't see it. It's not hiding from you. Botany is evident. If you know the words, if you know the theory, it's evident to you. It's not secret. You don't have to uncover it. You have just to learn it, So emptiness of this cup, emptiness of everything in the universe is staring us in the face. Because the mirror of our mind is cracked or, polluted by attachment, polluted by anger, polluted by pride, polluted by ego grasping, polluted by grasping at things as permanent. All these layers and layers of dirt and lies on our mind, then things appear back to us wrongly. This is how Buddha talks. It's very delicious, I think. Everything is already empty, good and bad. They have no intrinsic nature. Everything is already a dependent arising. So let's look at the word emptiness, because that really confuses us, okay? And to understand the use of it, we have to sort of understand a bit the way Buddhism talks about how things exist. Like I said before, there's a list of synonyms for that which exists. And this is hugely important for the Buddha because he's trying to get us in touch with that which exists. You've got to define your terms. So phenomenon, existent, object of knowledge, all synonyms for that which exists. So if an existent is that which can be cognized by mind, and if there's a valid cognition of something, then that proves it exists. This is kind of a major point. So whatever the mind cognizes, if it's a valid cognition, it exists. So we need to look at what exists first conventionally. Establish it as existing conventionally, like I did with the cup. It's flat bottom clay container that holds my tea. That's a definition. And then we can all shake hands and agree, and we will never argue. So first of all, look at how we communicate in our world. We don't define our terms. I can tell my boyfriend, I love you, and he can say, I love you. And we think we're agreeing. Well, he's got one set of projections and expectations. I've got another. No wonder we fight. We never think to define our terms, So if that which exists is what the mind cognizes, then let's look at there's some things that are easy to say, in a sense, like affirmative phenomena, like a cup, or like round, or like white. It's your eye consciousness, you have your mental consciousness labeling it, and you can see it and taste it and touch it and smell it. That's impermanent phenomena. Mind is also impermanent, even though you can't taste it and touch it and smell it. But there are some phenomena, like we talked before, the first day, that the Buddha would say don't exist like that. They're more abstract. And it's fairly evident. So I'll use a simple example of an ordinary emptiness, as Lama Zopa says. I used the example on Thursday. So I'll go, oh, my cup's empty, I'll say. We all know this. And what we mean, because we know what cups hold, is tea. So we'll assume when I say it's empty, it's not empty of money. It's not empty of an elephant. It's empty of tea. Pretty obvious because the cup holds tea. So we talk this way. If I'm going to a party and it's in room 7 at the hotel and I open the doors expecting full of people, oh, the room's empty here. We know what it means. It's a simple example. So put it now look at the way the mind functions, the way they talk here. Conceptually, the mind functions very specifically in a conceptual way, and I think this is my way of putting it. The mind concepts cognize nouns like things, events, actions. So we say my cup, I'm saying my mind is cognizing the fact that my cup is empty of tea. Put that in another way and turn it into a phenomenon, an abstract phenomenon, a thing that does exist, called absence of tea. Can you hear these words? So if there were tea here, you could say, I just cognize the presence of tea. If there's no tea in here, you'd say, I just cognize the absence of tea. So saying there is no tea is correct, but turn it into a noun. Can you hear what I'm saying? Absence of tea. So the mind, so what my mind just cognized when I went to the cup is the absence of tea. So you can't taste it, you can't touch it, you can't measure it, you can't smell it. Do you understand my point? Can you hear that? It's abstract, but it's very real. Are we communicating? And as you really can see, if you go to the crockery shop, we call it that in Australia, the crockery shop, but here you say crockery, you know what you're talking about. I think what's a shop where we go buy cups and saucers? What's that called? Who? What do we call it? I don't know, what's the actual word for cups and saucers, the term? No, pots are housewares as well. We call it crockery. Cups and saucers and plates and bowls.
Pottery.
What?
China shop.
Dishware, maybe dishware, yeah. Maybe what?
China shop.
Oh, okay, China, good enough, fair enough.
Okay.
So anyway, you go to the crockery shop, you won't say, oh, mummy, the cups don't have any tea in it. You wouldn't say that, would you? And this is the crucial point here. The only person who will cognize the phenomenon called the absence of tea in this cup is the person who expects tea. Do you hear that? So if you think this, so that's an unhappy absence. But let's say your doctor says you've got cancer and you're 40 years old, got a divine husband and 7 kids, and you're happy and glorious and life is in full bloom. You're going to have a complete panic attack, right? You're going to have a complete mental breakdown. You got to accept impermanence. You're getting ready for death. You're absolutely shocked. You're devastated. And you go back and she says, oh, Robina, I gave you the wrong x-rays. You don't have cancer at all. Do you hear me? What you just cognized then is a glorious absence of cancer, isn't it? You thought you had cancer. You assumed you had cancer. And now you discover the absence of cancer. That's a very real thing. Try and hear it as a thing. Do you get my point here? Can you hear that? So the absence here that we're describing, not as there can be tea, there can be cancer. If you look in your bank and you're expecting $5,000 because you put it there, and and what's there in reality is zero, you'll see the zero in the first second. But what you're going to cognize is this powerful phenomenon called the absence of your precious $5,000. That's what's going to dominate you. Do you understand me? So it's not just playing with words, it's very real. And this is how conceptuality functions. The way Buddhism describes in the epistemological model of the mind is incredibly detailed ways of the way conceptuality works. It's totally fascinating. Are we communicating here? So that's why they talk about emptiness. And of course, it's all shorthand and it's seen as mystical and amazing and wow and blah, 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 and beyond words, all this stuff, But we're talking technically what it means, what's referring to. It's referring to the absence of something. So obviously, if you believe there's a little special little mini me in there and you discover there isn't, that's the realization of emptiness. And it's mind-boggling realization. It blows your mind when you discover that what you've thought has been there since beginningless time, and that what you've acted on the assumption of, which is called all your eons of suffering and the hells up to the gods, and you discover that's never been there in the first place, my goodness, you'll get a shock. You understand me? We're communicating. Huh? Good. What? Because it is an ordinary emptiness, like the absence of tea. We're talking here the absence of inherent existence. It's kind of like more powerful. That's all. The way Lama Zopa calls it, ordinary emptiness, as opposed to, this kind of powerful one that gets you out of samsara. Do you understand? So tea could exist. Chocolate could exist. Cancer could exist. $5,000 could exist. But an inherent I can never exist. It's a more dramatic absence. It's a totally made-up fantasy, an inherent I. Do you get my point here? And the shock and the discovery of its non-existence is what the realization of emptiness means. And it can only be realized in the subtlety of meditation, not conceptually. You start with conceptual, but it leads to it. Yeah, Kevin.
So would it be possible to imagine that consciousness is the cup, that my awareness is the cup, and the tea that's put in it is my sense of self, my defined particular Kevin with these color eyes, this color hair,
Oh,
this
sorry,
age?
Kevin, it's not working.
Okay.
I don't think it's working. Try and say it again. I'll see if I can get it. Doesn't sound right to me. Say it again.
That I envision myself as being the tea in the cup,
But,
but in fact,
but a moment ago you said consciousness.
I did. That
Conscious are not the same. So
right.
what are you saying?
Because my consciousness is the cup which can contain the tea.
No, we're
Kevin.
discussing the phenomenon called consciousness, but here we're discussing the phenomenon called I. So it's a different discussion.
Right, but does the consciousness is propelled to the next life? Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's not what we're discussing here.
I realize I'm trying to make sense
I know.
of that
So what we're
concept.
discussing is the phenomenon called I.
Right.
So use that word and tell me this what you're saying. Because I is the conventional I is there. Kevin is the name we give to refer to this person, and Kevin has a bunch of parts. You know, ears and noses and eyes and toilets and the bits and pieces and toenails, but there's no special extra little piece of I there. So I is a conventional term we use for this person called Kevin. So use the term I, then go on.
So at the time of death, the conventional sense of I ceases to be.
No, it doesn't. Okay. No, I understand. I hear now. Let's just do this one. Okay, let's just do this one. So cup is referred to this thing that holds tea, right?
Yes.
So cup right now is sitting in this room, or cup will wander over and, let's say it pretends it walks itself to my room. Now the same cup is in my room. And the same cup that is existing today will be existing in 7 years if it hasn't broken yet. So it changes place to place. Well, I is the term referring to the combination of a body and a mind. At this moment in life, it's called Kevin. Kevin, the name Kevin, as your body and mind disintegrate at death, even at a subtle level of the body, at the very subtle body and the very subtle mind, which is the subtle air energy and the subtle mind, that's still labeled I, and that's still labeled Kevin at a subtle level. When that leaves Kevin's body, there's no longer Kevin, but there's still an I, because that's the name referring to the combination of body and mind. So I will always exist, but not an independent I. That's what we're discussing here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Do you understand?
No, but I'm going to continue.
Okay, well, slowly, isn't it? Slowly, it's like, yeah, every time I say all this stuff, I'm getting a bit clearer myself. Our trouble is, as soon as we hear the word I, we assume it's an independent I. And then we hear, and we think the total I is an independent I. And then the Buddha says there's no I. We hear nihilism and chuck the baby out the bathwater. So then we hear that the I continues from life to life. We're completely confused. But I is a conventional reality. There's a conventional I, and I is the word we refer to the combination of body and mind. Cup is the term we use to refer to these bits and pieces here. Clock is the name we use to refer to this. That's always, as long as this clock exists, it's always called a clock. As long as the mind and body exists, it's always called an I. As long as there are a body and a mind existing, whether it's in Kevin's body or a hell being's body, it's always called an I. I is a simple noun referring to a combination of a body and a mind. Can you hear those broad terms? So it's named Kevin at the moment. This is called white cup. As soon as I paint it red, it's now called a red cup. So Kevin is the name we give to this I right now. The I is simply the name given to the body and mind. You go through the death process, and that leaves the body. Kevin label disappears, and now a label called Bardo I, and then you move into the new body, and now you're a dog I, or a cat I, or a hell being I, or a Mary I. I is always the same. As long as there's a combination of body and a mind, that's called an I. Conventionally. But there's no inherent I. There's no inherent Kevin. There's no inherent dog. There's no inherent whatever. They're the things you have to learn to distinguish between a regular, conventional I and an inherent I. Conventional I and an independent I. They're the difference. We have to get used to. Do you understand? Okay, that's right. Exactly. Yes.
So in that case, what is it that's going from lifetime to lifetime? Or is it karmic imprints?
No, the karmic imprints are in that consciousness.
In the
So the part of the I that goes from life to life. Well, according to the Vajrayana, it's very subtle consciousness inextricably linked to very subtle physical energy called the wind energy. That's all. That's inextricably linked and exists from beginningless time till the endless time. That goes from life to life, bearing all the karmic imprints, then determine what kind of gross I, dog eye, hell-being I, human I.
And does that reside in the alaya or the alaya
In the who?
vijnana? The alaya or
Well,
alaya
that's a different,
vijnana?
I'm talking the Prasangika view. It's a different view.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Who's talking? Yes, Helena, talk to me, sweetheart.
Hi, Robina. I got stuck on something a little while ago, and you said,
You
what was
got
it?
what?
I got stuck on something a little while ago. You said that emptiness cannot be lost, but bodhicitta can. Can you explain that? How can bodhicitta be lost?
Because if you haven't realized emptiness yet, whatever you have realized can be lost only because emptiness is cutting the root of the root misconception. So even with bodhicitta, you've still got the root misconception that bodhicitta is independent, even though it's very subtle. So until you cut the root that is the cause of all of samsara, you can even lose at certain levels. You can lose bodhicitta.
Okay, certain levels is probably okay.
It depends on how strong, but it's not enough. You'll never become a Buddha until you realize emptiness. You can have bodhicitta for 4 trillion years, but until you realize emptiness, you can't complete it by becoming a Buddha.
Oh, okay. I see
That's
now.
another way to put it.
Okay.
It's emptiness that caused you to cut the root of samsara, then you add bodhicitta to it, and then that's the Buddha. But bodhicitta on its own can never become a Buddha. And realizing emptiness on its own is only liberation. You've got to add bodhicitta to become a Buddha. It's not complete.
Okay. So it's a part of the sequence. That makes more sense.
Pardon?
It's part of a sequence. That emptiness has to come first. So that helps.
What first?
Emptiness first, bodhicitta after.
No, not necessarily. No,
okay, not necessarily. But it should be that way for Buddhahood.
No,
okay.
not the Mahayana presentation of the path. Bodhicitta comes first.
Okay.
Then in the 6 perfections, you realize emptiness. But you could, depending on whether you've got a sharper mind or a more compassionate mind, if you've got a more compassionate mind, bodhicitta will come first. If you've got a sharper, more wise mind, emptiness will come first. Depends on the person. But they each support each other.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
So looking at Vajrasattva, what are the components of Vajrasattva? What are the components? So convention,
components. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the word Buddha, as I said before, the word Sangye in Tibetan, the actual meaning of that is the pure, unmanifest, all-pervasive, all-compassionate, all-wise consciousness. That's actual Buddha. That's actual Buddha. When you're fully enlightened, you don't need bodies anymore. Your mind is totally purified. And because, as I said before, mind is not confined by space or time or matter when you're enlightened. So literally your enlightened mind pervades the universe and is in a state of bliss and wisdom and compassion. And it's kind of like implicit in it. But because of your compassion over countless lifetimes, the reason you became Buddha is to help others. So you got to start manifesting in bodies. Do you understand? So there's 2 kinds of bodies you manifest in. The first kind is the emanation body or Nirmanakaya, and that's the conventional one that we can see. So the what they call the supreme emanation body is the one of the founding Buddha of a particular time. So Shakyamuni is ours, right? So he looks like a human, acts like a human, but technically Buddhas are not human. They can't be, but he pretends he's a human. But also these Nirmanakayas, by the way, can manifest in any form they like. They can manifest as a dog, a toilet, a pair of glasses. They can, as long as there are any 4 elements anyway, they can conjoin their mind with that, and that would be an emanation body. Not that we see it, you know. I just want to tell you a story here before I go to the next one. If I get off the plot, you have to remember me to get to the Sambhogakaya, okay? So this is a wonderful story about His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Lama Zopa told years ago. Because everybody hears, you see, he's said to be a Buddha. So of course you can't tell. You see this nice human being, right? Well, if you like him. The Chinese communists hate him. So it depends on how you see it. So there he is, this human being. But he's said to be a Buddha, which means that's one of his emanations. And meanwhile, Buddhas have the power, when they've got bodhicitta and emptiness and completely fulfilled, they can manifest their bodies in their mind in countless bodies throughout countless universes for countless eons for the sake of sentient beings effortlessly and simultaneously. That's the power of a Buddha. So let's assume he is a Buddha. They say he is. Let's assume he is, which means he's one of the manifestations. That's all. So there's this nice story Lamas were told that in the Tibetans, when they first came to India, late 50s, early 60s, His Holiness and the Tibetan people were desperate to get land so they could build the monasteries so they can carry on the lineages before it all died out. They were desperate for that. And they were negotiating in the early 60s with the Indian government, who were, thinking of offering them thousands of acres right down in South India, which indeed now is like little Tibet, So it was apparently very difficult, and the poor His Holiness's government official was, coming from Dharamsala. When you go to Dharamsala, where the British, when they were running India, and their government was in Delhi, and in the summer it's boiling hot there. If you've been to India, it's like 50 degrees every day, unceasingly. You never see a cloud. I promise you. So I've never been in such a hot place in my life, and it's just like unbearable hell, So the British went up. They call it the hill stations, up in the hills, and they spent their summers up there in the hill stations. So Dharamsala is one of those, and the kind Nehru gave them this land up there in McLeod Ganj, a little village, which is now like little Tibet, of course. So those days it was quite small, and His Holiness, his government minister, the government in exile minister, went down to Delhi. You drive down to the Pathankot, you get on the train, you travel overnight 12 hours, and you get to Delhi. That's where the government is. So he had a meeting with the Indian government, the Indian particular person, the Indian minister. And apparently it was very difficult to get a meeting. He was very frustrated. He went back up to Dharamsala, and His Holiness says, "Don't worry, it'll be okay. Go right back down now." So he did. He climbed on the taxi, went down to Pathankot, got on the train, hopefully first class. I tell you, when I lived in Delhi for a few months in the summer, I'd never experienced such intense heat. And I mean, you die there, you could die there. And I got hepatitis and malaria together. And because I had hepatitis and I was bright yellow, no one recognized the malaria. And so you've got to have pills to stop the fevers of malaria. The pills, the fevers of hepatitis leave after a few days. You just stay bright yellow and everything's repulsive to you, And I was living in this little apartment where we had it for the centre. I was working for the centre there. We had no AC, so it's like 110 degrees in the house, 55 degrees every day. And I had this hepatitis, and I had the malaria. And I was completely hallucinating. For like weeks, no one recognised I had malaria. Till one person saw me in a fever and immediately recognised it as a malaria fever. But I lost like 30 pounds in 2 weeks. I was hallucinating most of the time, and I was bright yellow. I'll never forget. Anyway, Curtis St. John Rinpoche said I was close to death. So I knew I had to get out of Delhi. So so my dear sister in Brisbane, she flew all the way to Singapore, halfway, to pick me up. It was incredibly kind. And Air India let me fly bright yellow. They were amazing. So I was still hallucinating, But I'll never forget, as long as I live, I'll never forget. When we were in the hotel overnight in Singapore, I had AC. And it was like being in heaven. I just can't describe the bliss, of this AC after this intense heat. I'll never forget. Anyway, whatever. So Delhi's intense in heat. So this government minister, I hope it wasn't in the middle of summer for him, but it probably was. He's in the Indian minister's office. And that particular day, the Indian minister's little boy was in the office with his daddy. So the Tibetan minister was talking to him, and the little boy expressed the wish for a dog. So the Tibetan minister was delighted to grease the wheels. So he said, "I'll get you a dog, So he goes outside, and there's a sadhu with a little dog. "Can I buy your dog?" So he buys the dog, gives it to the little Indian boy. He's blissed out, runs to his daddy. Daddy's happy, everyone's happy, and the wheels are greased and things work, And as Lama Zopa says, the sadhu and the dog were the Dalai Lama's mind. So when you understand the Bodhisattva path, which you've got to understand this, the Bodhisattvas, that at this on the Bodhisattva path, you go, once you've got some wisdom, you've got some renunciation, you might also have emptiness by now, but depends on the person. Then you've got this amazing bodhicitta, which is this outrageous, and we'll go through this if we can have time, this outrageous aspiration to only benefit others. It's like an insane level of compassion for all sentient beings. You've gone beyond delusions, beyond the nonsense, incredible empathy with others, only like you're this fanatic person that wants to never give up for countless lives. So you go through countless lives perfecting the first 4 perfections in relation to sentient beings, and then on your seat, on your cushion, you perfect wisdom, right? So these bodhisattvas are going from life to life to life. So one of the things they do is they want to, they're kind of like they've got to connect with sentient beings, because they've got to lead them to enlightenment. And if you can't force them right now, You got to hook them, connect with them, and then 27 lives later, because of that, you'll meet them again, and they're ready, and you'll drag them to enlightenment, you know. So why His Holiness then, for millions of people to adore him, it's not because we're so clever. It's because he hooked us life after life after life. He hooked each one of us. And now, because we're ready to see him and hear him, and he's got us, you know, he hooked us. So His Holiness, said to be a Buddha, manifesting even as bodhisattvas, the lowest level bodhisattva, once you're on once you realize emptiness on the bodhisattva path, you're an Arya bodhisattva. There are 10 stages of development until you become a Buddha. And even the first stage bodhisattvas have such incredible power because of their bodhicitta and because of their realization of emptiness. They can already manifest their mind in 100 different forms simultaneously due to their incredible power and compassion. And that increases exponentially as you get to be a Buddha. And by that point, you can manifest spontaneously, simultaneously, in countless forms throughout universes. And they're the emanation bodies, okay? So that dog would have looked like a dog, acted like a dog, and, you know, peed like a dog and died like a dog. It wouldn't sit there with a halo pretending, oh, I'm really the Dalai Lama. You know, it looks like a dog. That's the same way the Dalai Lama looks like a human, but it's play acting. Do you understand my point? That's the way to say it. So they're the emanation bodies, okay? These Nirmanakaya, they call. Nirmanakaya, emanation body. Nirman Kaya. Nirmanakaya, emanation body. That's mainly in the sutra teachings, okay? That's Shakyamuni Buddha is an example of the Nirmanakaya. Now you've got in the tantric teachings, in the bodhisattva path, you've got the enjoyment body or the Sambhogakaya. And there's an example. So here, it's not just the monk aspect. So the monk aspect, if you look at the first stages of practice, controlling your body, speech, and mind, Shakyamuni is the manifestation. This one here, the statue. He's the manifestation. Look, totally subdued. Excuse me, Buddha. Can you take it? There he is, sitting there in total peace, total bliss, completely oneness with wisdom and compassion, his eyes half closed, half open, looking like a monk, which is the personification of subdued body, speech, and mind. That's the personification of the first and second scopes. Do you understand? This one is blissful, radiant, divine light body, gorgeous in the aspect of youth, 16 years old, should make you completely blissful. Because the tantric path is a much more sophisticated level of psychology where you're able to utilize all the garbage in your mind and turn it into the path to enlightenment. It's more advanced, you know? So the bodhisattva aspect means a lay aspect, and this is the royal aspect of these Buddhas. And there's thousands and millions of them. As many states of mind as there are, you're going to find a Buddha who is the manifestation of that state of mind. These are the emanation, the Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body. So the main one here, if we've got this little family tree, Dharmakaya, then go down to emanation body, Shakyamuni, and over here, the Sambhogakaya, the enjoyment body, that's Vajradhara. And he's blue. He's the generic boss Buddha, if you like. In different traditions, they talk about Samantabhadra in other traditions, different ways of saying this primordial Buddha. He's the tantric aspect of Shakyamuni, and then Vajrasattva is an aspect of him. That under them, the 5 Buddha families, you know, each of them a manifestation of purified delusions, and under them, all the thousands of Buddhas fitting into those families. It's just a sort of map of psychology, really. That's all it is, you know. So by meditating on these different aspects of the Buddha is a method for you to become that one, to purify that one, you know. So the components of a Buddha in general are the same: infinite wisdom, omniscience, infinite compassion, and infinite power to manifest in whatever they need to benefit others. But they show different aspects, like playing roles in a movie, you know, for the sake of sentient beings. Okay, will that do? Okay, good. All right. Dharmakaya is the name referring to enlightened mind. The word Buddha actually refers to that. The mind, pure mind. They don't need bodies. They're finished. But they manifest in bodies out of their bodhicitta. That's the point. Do you understand me? So Dharma, the word means literally truth, body. Kaya means body, which is a bit abstract, but it's not a body technically, but they refer to it as that. Then there's an emanation body and enjoyment body. The word Rupakaya, okay, you've got Dharmakaya and Rupakaya. Form body. There's the wisdom body and the form body. And the Rupakaya's got 2, put it that way, emanation and enjoyment. Do you understand? So the enjoyment body is these deities in in Tantra, thousands of them, male, female, wrathful, peaceful, all representing either qualities you want to cultivate or qualities you want to purify. So, for example, Vajrayogini, one of the deities, one of the Buddhas in the Amitabha family, she's a manifestation of purified attachment energy, you know, and she's one of the most popular practices, amazing practice to help you purify your attachment energy. She's the personification of attachment, but by practicing her, you purify the attachment. They use it like a bit like Tantra in this way is like homeopathy. You use the poison as medicine, you know. And the only person who can use attachment and aversion as medicine is the person who's got renunciation, who's given it up. You know?
Can you go back over the relationship between Vajrasattva and Vajradhara?
They're the same, but one's white and one's blue. They're virtually the same energy. They're like the primordial Buddha, really. It's like say like that. But we happen to traditionally we use Vajrasattva when we do the purification practice. It's very popular in all the Tibetan traditions. And I think because this is the point when we do purification, it's only when we realize emptiness that we fully purify. So Vajrasattva here is representing really emptiness. Until you realize emptiness, until you've cut the root of the root delusion, you can even have bodhicitta, which is amazing, but until you cut the root delusion by seeing it doesn't exist, the I doesn't exist from its own side, until then you're still keeping in samsara. And you can even lose the virtues. I mean, even the Buddha would say in countless lifetimes, countless lives, we have had samadha, we've had samadhi. Countless lives, we've had incredible realizations, but we've never realized emptiness. That's why we keep falling down again, you know. That's how they say. Any questions?
When we do the morning Vajrasattva practice, I'm just
doing it very loosely in the morning. It's like having him sitting there. Yeah.
So, or when we, visualize the nectar coming down and merging.
Yeah.
Do we not need empowerment for that?
Well, to do it properly, yeah, but I just do it very loosely. You're exactly right. We do need empowerment, but I try to get around it and try to say other words. It's a bit cheating, really. Do you understand?
Okay, so it's valid for us to continue that way.
Okay, I mean, you can think of your Shakyamuni, you can think that. Technically speaking, I never said the word Dharmakaya. See, if I said the word Dharmakaya, it's not appropriate. But just to have this general feeling, and that's why I always say body, speech, and mind. I don't just say mind. I say body, speech, and mind. So that's okay.
Okay.
But if I just say the mind, that's the Dharmakaya, and you're not that yet. So just to get a sense of our own potential. So I'm kind of playing with it.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for pointing out my naughtiness. Yes. Yes.
Yes. You seem to be talking about Shakyamuni Buddha as an emanation, which to me implies that he was a Buddha before he took this life.
That's a good point.
But
that's a good point.
A lot of there are stories that seem to imply that he attained enlightenment, under the Bodhi tree in the position behind you. So can you just clarify that, please?
I'll do that.
Thank you.
So according to the Hinayana teachings, the Theravadan teachings, and this is the point now, once you even realize emptiness and have perfected that realization of emptiness and have achieved your nirvana, once in that particular life, once you've achieved nirvana, once you've cut the root and everything, and when you die, all of you disappears. There's nothing left. Your mind disappears. So if you're on the bodhisattva path, which they do recognize does exist, you would never become a Buddha, because once you've achieved Buddhahood, you wouldn't come back. So you stay being a bodhisattva life after life after life. And you refrain from being a Buddha because you want to keep coming back to help sentient beings. So then for them, that was his last life. He was a bodhisattva and he finally did get enlightened. He wasn't just showing it. Whereas the Mahayana says he was enlightened many eons ago. Can you hear the difference?
Yes.
That's the answer. So it depends on whether you're Hinayana or Mahayana. Okay. Somebody else, please. We're talking about emptiness, independent arising. Anything to say? Okay, so the broader point about that is how we've been talking all the way through is the same in a sense that Buddha's saying these things exist this way, but we think they exist this way. So we think we think it's not karma, we think it's mummy, daddy, God. He says mistake. Then he says mind is not your brain, mistake. Your mind's not physical. Then he says all these each presentation on the way presented experientially as basis of practice is him presenting his view about what is true, what does exist. So as we practice, we learn to verify that from our own experience, step by step. And it all leads to the final, most subtle wisdom, which is the wisdom that sees there's not even an intrinsic I. It's the most subtle one. So everything leads to that. It's not as if it's separate, It's the general idea that we've got these misconceptions in our mind, layers and layers and layers of them, that misrepresent the world back to us, misrepresent our own sense of self, that causes us to get into big trouble and get born in the hell realms and the spirit realms and the God realms and back again for eons until we cut the cycle, by seeing how things exist, which brings the bonus of bliss and then the compassion to wish to benefit others, because we're all in the same boat. That's the idea, Yeah. Who is it? Who has the question online? Huh?
Lindsay, she's got her hand up.
Talk to me, sweetheart. Talk to me, Lindsay. Good, darling.
Sorry, I'm old school because I don't know how to do the digital hand. So going back to that, so we assume that there's this intrinsic I, and then we hear that, or independent I, and then we hear that I doesn't, it exists interdependently. But is there a tendency to misunderstand that and then assume that there's then this thing, something to get rid of, and rather than just perceive it more clearly and understand it clearly?
The one of something to get rid of is the total point. One way of defining of framing the entire path to enlightenment is the job of ridding the mind of delusions. That's exactly the correct view. That's correct.
Yes, but there's not then a self or something to get rid of. It's the misunderstandings.
No, that's right. No, I see your point. No, there's no self to get rid of. There is no self.
Right, but I think we misunderstand that, and then we think there's something to get rid of, and we either get rid of it in our lifetime or when we die.
Well, that can be
death gets rid of it. And then, but you said that at the most subtle levels, no, there is a self. There is something that continues on. It's not that there's just this exterior consciousness, but there is an experience that carries on. It's at the more subtle levels.
Now I'm losing you, Lindsay. Now I'm lost.
Okay.
So ask a question.
There is no self.
There is no independent self.
There's no independent self that we have to get rid of. It's just clarifying the misunderstanding
I understand.
of what does exist and
Lindsay,
carries on.
Lindsay, the first part I got, you're correct, but the second part of what you said was I was losing you. So explain what you mean, or ask the question in relation to what goes from life to life. What's your question there, please? If you have a question.
I guess I don't. I think maybe that was just the question.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Lyle. Unmute, sweetheart.
Yeah. Thank you, Venerable. I have the same question. How does the I, inherent or not inherent, go into the bardo after death and into the next life? Unless I heard that wrong, I believe you said the I, some kind of I, separate from the consciousness, goes into the bardo and gets attached to the next
part
life.
of what you say is what I said, and part of what you said isn't what I said. So I'll say it again. If we just look at the simple thing of deciding what exists conventionally, okay? So we decide what's that, please, and we then give it a name. It's called a cup, and then we define it. And we agree, we shake hands and agree it's what holds your tea. So now we understand conventionally what a cup is. So far, so good? Now we have another phenomenon, and Lael, is that how you say your name? She's an example of another kind of phenomenon called a person or a self or an I. They are conventional terms that are validly existing, and you are one of those, and I am one of those, and all the human beings on this screen are one of those phenomena. They're not cups, they're not toilets, they're not knives, they're not, you understand? We are simply called an I, a person, a self. So there is conventionally an I, a person, a self. So that term, each of these phenomena that we posit has parts. So the parts of a cup are called clay. Would you agree? Like, say, clay is really the contents of a cup. The parts of a computer are the thousands of things. So there's a thing that we label a computer, and it has many parts. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
There's a thing we label I, and you're an example of one of those. This is a Macintosh I, and the Macintosh computer, there might be a PC computer, but they're both called computers and they fit the definition. Well, the term referring to you is I, self, person. That's a conventional word, validly acceptable, that is the term used to the combination of a body and a mind. Can you hear that so far?
Yes, I understand all of that.
Conventional truth. That's a conventional truth. Now, what Buddha's saying is the mistake we make when we hear the word I, we over exaggerate it and put bells and whistles on it and think it's permanent or think it's separate or think it's the part that does the bossing. We exaggerate the presence of the I. We exaggerate its status and we make it an inherent, real, solid, from its own side, existent I, even thinking there's another piece called I that runs the other parts. That's the lie. That's the fantasy. That's the exaggeration. So chucking out that exaggeration doesn't chuck out I.
I understand all of that.
So far, this is the answer to your question. So I'm continuing. Good.
But okay,
Good.
about
Good.
death.
Lael, I'm answering your question.
Okay.
I'm getting there. So then the name, as long as the combination of body and mind that we see in front of us that we've labeled Lael is existing, that's called an I. She's not a toilet. So what happens is that starts to disintegrate, and that's called death. So the pieces of I, the pieces of your I, the body and the mind start to disintegrate, don't they, at death? They get more subtle, more subtle, more subtle. And if you take the death process in the Vajrayana, the grosser level of Lael ceases, the subtle level ceases, and eventually it gets to the very subtle level of mind, which is inextricably linked to a very subtle level of physical energy called the wind energy. So what's left, the subtlest level of your being, the combination of mind and body, but it's very subtle mind and very subtle body. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's still labeled I. If it's a combination of a body or mind, whether it's in the hell realms at the time of death, whether it's in the bardo, whether it's in the gods, whether it's a Buddha, it's always called an I. So that very subtle body and very subtle mind will then leave that Lael's body. So it's no longer, that I is no longer called Lael. We haven't got a new name yet. It'll go through the bardo. It's still an I because it's got a body and a mind. And then it'll take and get reborn to mummy and daddy in Melbourne, and they'll call you Fred. So there's a continuity of the same I and body and mind that was in Lael's body is now in Fred's body. The continuity of the I exists as long as there is body and mind.
How is that separate from consciousness stream?
It isn't. Consciousness is mind, and that's one of the parts of an I. The parts of a thing called an I are body and mind. The four elements and mind, they are the components of an I. Mechanical bits and pieces are components of a computer. Clay is a component of a cup. The components of an I, or a person, or a self, these words are synonymous, are body and mind. So you've got gross body, subtle body, very subtle body, and they're all made of the four elements. And the very subtle mind of Lael at the time of death is inextricably linked to a very subtle wind energy, and they are inseparable and inextricable and beginningless and endless.
Oh gosh, I have another. Okay, so in the bardo, then there is some aspect of conventional reality because we are using that.
There's no some aspect. There just is conventional reality.
There is conventional reality in the
It is
bardo.
conventional reality.
Okay.
It's another level of conventional reality. That's all. It's another level. There's subtle conventional reality and there's gross conventional reality. Hell is reality. Spirit is reality. Bardo is reality. Animals are reality. They're all conventional reality. But the fundamental building blocks of a person or an I or a self are body and mind, consciousness and the four elements. That's it. And they're inextricably linked. And according to karma, they'll take different shapes and forms, like a hell being, like a spirit, like a dog, like a human. Those shapes change from life to life. But the fundamental continuity that goes from life to life is called very subtle consciousness and very subtle mind, bearing all the karmic imprints. And as long as there's a combination of a body and a mind, that's labeled conventionally I.
That is tremendously helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Our trouble is, Lael, as you're pointing out, as soon as we hear the word I, we get confused between the conventional I and the intrinsic I. The intrinsic I is a fantasy we've made up, have decorated on top of the conventional one. That's all. And that's the fantasy. But we don't have to, we tend to want to throw out the baby with the bathwater and say there's no I at all. That's a fantasy. That's exaggerating. That's falling into the abyss of a great mistake.
So that is why it can be correct to say I had previous lives, because there
Absolutely,
wasn't I before. You would also be correct to say my consciousness was existing in another lifetime.
You could also say that as well. And even your physical energy, the 4 elements has as well.
Okay.
But the consciousness. So the consciousness combined with the 4 elements at a subtle level goes to the next life, and that bears all the karmic imprints that turns that very subtle mind and very subtle body into a dog body, mummy, human body, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
They're the parts that change from life to life,
Wonderful. Extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Kevin.
One death request.
Please, Contra.
Yes.
Come to the microphone, please.
So this is a metaphor, and to help me understand, is what travels into the bardo.
What? Say it again. What?
It's what travels into the bardo and the new consciousness, the subtle body, the wind energies, the subtle consciousness. Is it almost akin to, this is a metaphor, an actor who gets recast in a new role?
You can say
you're not Hamlet anymore. Now you're Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's like in this. Yeah, of course you could say it like that, but it's the same continuity. Yeah, of course it is. So that's why from life to life, 1 minute you're Kevin, next person's called Fred. Next person's called Dog or Hellbeing. They're the shapes you change, but the continuity is the inextricable combination of very subtle consciousness and very subtle physical energy called the 4 elements.
Thank you.
They're the building. This is a Vajrayana view. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Is it fair to say that all these conventional realities you're describing, that Buddha and Buddha nature is beyond that?
No.
And why?
Well, in one sense, you could say that, but no, because Buddha nature. See, okay, what do you think Buddha nature means? The way you use it, I don't understand. What's Buddha nature for you?
Well, it's the qualities of a Buddha, the consciousness of a Buddha.
No. Okay, thank you. So you Nyingma Kagyu, where'd you get your stuff from, you two?
Yeah, Nyingma Kagyu.
Yeah, Nyingma. So the different ways they use the words. Okay. So we Gelugpas, we say, okay, the Dharmakaya is the same for everybody. They use the same word. But Buddha nature doesn't refer, Buddha nature is this term they use that actually is referring to the emptiness of your mind, literally. That's why you asked the question about permanent. So what Buddha nature refers to very simply is this. Buddha says we all possess Buddha nature. And which part of us? Our mind. Because it's the mind becomes the Buddha, right? So it's like you could say, I always think of an acorn, okay? So if I say to Mummy, what's that? She would say, if she's being like a Buddhist, she'd say, sweetheart, that's a potential oak tree, right? Well, a mind is a potential Buddha. That means as long as there is a mind, it only ever possesses the potential to be a Buddha. That's its true nature. An acorn, by definition, is a potential oak tree. Now, you could, squirrels call it breakfast. You could use it as jewelry. You could use it as anything you like. But, it is by definition a potential oak tree. That's what a seed means. It's by definition. So all acorns possess oak tree nature. That's the way to use the term. So as long as there is a mind, as long as there's a sentient being, a mind possessor, by definition, it is a potential Buddha. It all possesses Buddha nature. And that Buddha nature, the way they use the term, is referring to the fact that that mind is empty. That's why it can change into a Buddha. That's how they use the term. So it's referring to your potential to be a Buddha, that as long as there's a mind, it is a potential Buddha. That's it. No, that's the point. And that's why often in the Kagyu, the Nyingma, they would say we already are a Buddha. We just have to discover it. That's a helpful way to say it because it gives us courage. But, if you try to get shade from an acorn, you'll be very disappointed. Do you understand? But it is helpful for us to know, to be encouraged, to think I'm already a Buddha in a sense. But it's not literally not true. Do you understand my point? Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So if the very subtle body disconnects from the very subtle consciousness,
cannot.
It can't, unless
ever.
you.
No,
reach,
never.
Even
ever.
a Buddha.
Never. Buddha's made of very subtle mind and body.
Okay. Thank you.
Never. They're inextricably linked. It's the building blocks of the universe.
Thank you.
This is the Vajrayana view. Hello, Ladan. Ladan, yeah. And then Matt. After you, Matt. Go, Ladan. What's your question? Time for lunch. What's your question, Ladan? So meanwhile, Matt, you ask your question. Let Matt go first. Go, Matt.
I think she's having trouble with the mute.
Yeah,
and unmute.
I
Fine,
couldn't
Ladan. Now I've got
unmute.
Matt. So you come next, Ladan. Matt, talk to me.
Sure. The thought occurred to me, in light of all of this, how would we think about, how are we supposed to think about DNA and the transmission of DNA in light?
Absolutely, not a problem. I understand, Matt, exactly. So this is the modern scientific view, isn't it, of how we're constructed physically. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
DNA, brain, chemicals, all the way we talk in modern science, but it's not contradicted. So that's your body. So the point is this, I don't know enough about DNA and genes and things, but so let's say due to your karma, from some past killing karma, in your mind, due to your karma, you get born to that human mother who has got the genes or the DNA, whichever one I don't know, understand, that would give the tendency to get cancer, let's say. Then you, due to the fact that you've killed in the past, that causes you to go to a body and the DNA or the genes of a mummy who can get cancer. Now, if you don't have the killing karma, you won't get cancer.
So there's like this phenomenon happening in well, it's all natural, right? Kind of at that level, the material world, and there's kind of this consciousness actions going on that matches us to the right.
Put it that way, yes.
To the right place.
That's good. It's a good way to put it. But I'd like to put it this way: that I think that the scientific explanation of the world, the brain, all the business we talk about, it's a physical indicator of the past karma and what's in the mind. That's the way to put it. It's not the mind itself, which is what the West says. It's not the mind. That's not the main cause of why you get cancer. That's not the main cause. Due to our past karma, which is our consciousness with its own karmic imprints, we get attracted to the situations that we created the cause to get. Like if due to miserliness, you'll get born in a poor country. Due to killing, you get born and die young. So yes, those situations do exist. So that DNA does exist. Those genes do exist. That's just an analysis of the physical world. The mind that goes there, that's suitable for that mind. They created the cause to have that body. Yeah, my point.
Yeah. So we have the one level of everything happening, and we're kind of matched into.
If you like, it's the way to put it. And our mind goes to that. Our mind creates the cause to get that scenario, that environment, that mother, that body, that treatment. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's time for lunch, I think.
So I have a.
Oh yeah, Ladan, go.
May I ask my question?
What's your question?
Thank you. I would like to know in our level, like in my level, when I'm learning Buddhism and I found out some notion of Buddhism, is it the good thing that at the moment of death, I still grab on like an eye that did all of this meditation and understanding to put it in another life?
I don't understand your question, Ladan. Say it differently.
So when the interdependent eye, is it helpful for me, like Ladan, in that who tried to learn something about Buddhism? Is it helpful to have this attachment to the I to continue my study in another life?
Okay, you don't have a choice about whether you have attachment. We've got attachment until we're really advanced. So it's going to be there. So you can be skillful. You know, when it comes to the time of death, it can be skillful to use your attachment to look forward to the next life instead of just panicking and terrified of losing this life. We'll go into the death process in the afternoon. So it can be skillful to use your attachment to look forward to a nice new human life. Yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's think about lunch. We're going to be attached to it, but now we just add some virtue to that. And we think there's, okay, we think there are, perhaps there's peas and perhaps it's beans and perhaps it's bread and perhaps it's, whatever the food is, the way we label the food, okay? So we go to lunch and we observe it with our eyes, we see the shape and color, and then we identify it. And then the added piece of our attachment will then identify if it's what we like or not, and that's fine, whatever. But let's just see it in terms of it's being empty. There are peas there are beans, there are carrots, but not from its own side. Not from its own side. And there's no independent carrot, there's no inherent things. So we think, may I, who am empty from my own side, enjoy, which is empty from its own side, this delicious food, which is empty from its own side, made by these kind people who are empty from their own side. So I can become a Buddha, which is empty from its own side, for the sake of sentient beings who are empty from their own side. Okay, think like that. And that puts atomic bombs under grasping and attachment. And because we had a virtuous thought, it's like a cause for enlightenment. So we think of the food as delicious nectar, having no inherent nature whatsoever, see it in the nature of bliss, and imagine offering it to all the suffering beings and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And they experience incredible bliss. Lama Sangye Lama Chö Dejan Lama Gedun Te, Kongi Jepo Lama Te, Lama Namla Chö Pa Bo. So we've got till 4 o'clock. The discussion works okay yesterday. Was it nice? Did you like that or not? Do you want to do that? Discussion's fine. You want to do that again? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so relax, enjoy, and then come back at 4, and then we're going to go through the death process. It's helpful. And a little bit talking about, again, how purification is so powerful and important for that process, and how that happens, how we go through the process of subtle, very subtle, and go to the bardo and all these things. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, people. We're going to have lunch, you people. You do whatever you have to do, and we'll see you all in 3.5 hours, okay? Bye, sweethearts. On cup. And then finally, you conclude the cup, but it's not as a cup, it's as a negative. It's like a negative. First, apprehend every tiny thing you've known in the universe that appears, and you eliminate it quicker than Google, quicker than computers, and that's called a non-cup. And then you end up seeing the cup, but it's not even appears as cup. It appears as no, sorry. The first one, I beg your pardon. Everything, the tiny thing that isn't a cup appears as a non-cup. And then finally, you apprehend the non-cup, which equals cup. That's how the conceptual mind is incredibly fascinating and utterly sophisticated. And these yogis have identified the workings of the mind in the subtlety of their own concentrated meditation. That's kind of mind-blowing. Pardon?
I think they got that part. You eliminate everything that's not a cup.
That's what they say. But all the things never appear as directly as a cup. They never appear in an affirmative way. They appear in this very abstract, negating way. All the things that aren't cups manifest as non-cup, and then finally, or non-cup, and then finally non-cup appears, which is cup. I mean, who notices that? We do not notice, right? We just go, oh, there's a cup. Just talking. So, okay. So in general, Buddha is telling us that things don't exist in the way they appear to us, according to which delusions in the mind. That's something to always remember. I remember Pabonka Rinpoche said, even if you haven't got a clue what emptiness means, just remember that just maybe the way things appear, even if you can't articulate it, is not the way they exist. That puts atomic bombs under the ego grasping. Pardon? Pabonka Rinpoche says, even if you don't know the meaning of emptiness, that there's no inherent I, no inherent cup, but just to have a doubt that maybe the way cup appears to me isn't how it exists. Have a doubt. So that's why one way of describing the entirety of the Buddha's path is a process of elimination, is a process, of purification. You could say like that. You're removing the misconceptions from the mind, which is the literal function of purification. Even when you get to what's called liberation, your own nirvana, your own cessation of suffering, which is when your realization of emptiness has been perfected. That's how it's articulated. It's that now you've achieved the cessation of all the neuroses, which are the causes of suffering, and you've ceased suffering. It's put in these very negating terms, And even when you become a Buddha, they now talk about you have now removed even the subtlest impressions to the final realization of omniscience, It's always in terms of what's removed from the mind. And what Buddhahood is when you finally removed even the subtlest imprint from the mind. So it's almost like by definition, that is what purification is. So the entire path is practicing purifying the neuroses, purifying the karmic imprints, purifying the misconceptions. And that reality is already there. That's what natural law means. It's already there. There've always been two trees there since beginningless time, since the universe has existed. We just didn't call them two back then, maybe called them something else. So we make up the mathematics. We make up botany. We make up karma, but we don't make up what it refers to. We make up the concepts. That's the point. Can you see the point? Whereas God made even the thing itself. That's the difference. And that's not possible, Buddha says. That's just not viable. You don't need to. The world already exists. You don't need to make it. It's beginningless. Because it's the product of cause and effect. So the more subtle way of talking about emptiness, dependent arising, is that how everything exists in dependence upon the mind labeling it, which if you do these processes of first cause and effect and then parts, it leads to this inexorably, Oh, before we get there, let's look at the other mistake in relation to the parts. There's two mistakes. One is we think there's a little boss in here, but the other mistake, and this is more subtle, is that we think the entirety of the body and mind is me. So we need to argue with that as well. And this seems very abstract, again, very abstract for us. So it's like this. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, the argument for this one is that the basis for the label, there's the basis for the label, the body and mind, and then the label is I. The basis of the label is the parts, and the label is cup. The basis of the label is the bits and pieces, and the label is computer. You see my point? I mean, we tend to think that is the computer. We think computer and parts of computer are synonymous, but it's not possible. Why? Well, we'll go, all of this is me. So let's go back and first look at what is okay, if just use the cup, it's more simple. Let's go back to what we define a cup as, okay? We say the name, this is referring to a thing we label cup. And what is a cup? It's a thing that holds my tea. And it's made of various parts, right? So right there, we can see there's two things. There's the label, cup, and then there's the basis of that label, which is the parts. So we tend to think there's the cup, meaning that the parts is synonymous with the word cup. And if something's synonymous, it is the same, inseparable. You couldn't separate them if it's the same. So if that's the case, then we've got two parts. We've got the sides and the base, let's say. So then I say, well, all of it is the cup. Well, okay, we've got two parts here. We've got the base. So you're saying that's the cup. Yep. So the sides of the cup as well. Yep. Oh, that's two cups, that means. Because if base is synonymous with cup, then the other one is, well, the sides will go, hey, what about me? I'm being left out. I'm part of the cup as well. Oh, well, okay, you're the cup too. Oh, there's two cups, are there? I mean, I know it sounds silly. This is a logical argument. So we say, this is me. All of it is me. When I said to Felicity when she insulted my nose, don't you dare insult me. All of me has been injured, isn't it? So if we go back to what an I is a name given to a body and a mind, a combination of a body and a mind. We've accepted that. We've accepted that the components of an I are the body and the mind. That's just two parts right there, isn't it? And then not to mention the thousands of parts of the body and the thousands of parts of the I. So if all of this is I, then what happened to the parts? There's an ear, and the ear is not the same as a nose. So if ear is the eye, then the nose is the eye, and the lips are the eye, and the thousands of bits of the eye, as many parts as you've got, you have to say that's the eye, and that's clearly not possible. It's not viable. It's not workable. The label cup can't be the same as, can't be synonymous with the parts. Then if it were, why would you say my cup has parts? Why would you say I have a leg? Why would you say I have a nose? If those words are literally synonymous, that would be just plain silly. It's like saying I have an eye. You'd just be silly. This is not easy to hear. This is a more subtle argument than the first one, the boss in there, you know. So doing these analyses in meditation is what we need to do in order. And then when we finally realize this one, the label's not the base. This leads to the conclusion that I is merely a name imputed upon the parts. They're utterly interdependent. You can't separate the name from the parts, but they're different. They're not separate, but they're different. And this is a really major point to understand. When I said before I have a cup and a clock, they are both separate and different. And one can be thrown down the toilet and the other one still stands intact. But if you say that I is the name given to the parts, you can't separate those. But they're not the same phenomenon. They're different phenomena. They're different phenomena. An I is not the parts and the parts are not the I. So they're interdependently linked. They're utterly, inextricably, interdependently linked, but they're not the same. This is not meant to just be playing with words. This is serious stuff that we have to first contemplate and first think about and use as logic and then meditate on. So there is an I. But you can't point it out here. You can't point it out because it's a name. It's just a convenience. It's just a name. It's just the way to say it. It's a name. I is a name. Then, of course, we get depressed. I'm only a name, am I? How boring, you know. It's a name at a convenience. So it doesn't say there's no cup. There is a cup. So the great yogis in their meditation, in single point of concentration, are fully absorbed in the realization of the emptiness of the intrinsic cup. And when they come out of their meditation back into the world of concepts and things, they happily pick up their cup and drink tea from it. But they know it doesn't exist from its own side. But it still functions to hold their tea. That's never, ever contradicted. So emptiness doesn't contradict conventional truth. That's the key thing. In fact, emptiness reinforces. And that's why when you think of the form as emptiness, emptiness is form. Okay, so back to this idea that when the mind cognizes something, that something is a phenomenon, an object of knowledge, an existent, whatever you want, whatever the mind cognizes, whatever the mind can be aware of, whatever the mind can know. So we decide there is a cup, right, that holds my tea. And then we discover, because we realize it through our meditation, that the cup doesn't exist inherently. It doesn't exist inherently. Therefore, it exists interdependently. Therefore, it is empty of existing inherently. So there's two phenomena we're realizing here. One is the cup, that's conventional cup that holds the tea. And right there at the same time, inextricably, we are recognizing this other phenomenon called the absence of inherent cup. And that's the phenomenon that our mind can cognize. So then where does that phenomenon exist? It exists right here on the conventional cup. It's not possible. It's not as if, so when we go, oh, everything's empty. Wow, everything's empty. The eye is empty. Oh, there's no eye. Well, where is there no eye? Not in the toilet, not in the computer. Where would you look for an eye if there were one? Where would you look for an eye if there were one? Where would you look? The body and the mind, precisely. And when you search and you discover there isn't one, so what you just discovered right there on the parts is the absence of an inherent eye. On the same thing. You can't go, there's emptiness and here's parts. You're going to find emptiness right where the parts are, and you're going to find the parts right where the emptiness is. It's obvious. If you say there's a cup that's white, the white has to be on the cup, doesn't it? You can't have a white here and a cup there. Whiteness is a characteristic of a cup. Well, emptiness of inherent existence is a characteristic of a cup. So they exist together inseparably. You can't pull away the white and have a cup. It's a characteristic of this cup, this cup. So the absence of inherent Robina is right here on where the parts of Robina exist. That's why wherever you find form, you will find right there on the form, absence of inherent form. So the two truths come together. They exist together. They're not separate. They can't be separate. So it doesn't, that's why the nihilistic view says, oh, on the parts, there's no I. Oh, there's no I, I might as well kill myself. You just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Fall into the abyss of the great mistake. That's what Tsongkhapa says. And that's the commonest misinterpretation of emptiness as nihilism. Oh, there is no I. There is an I, but you can't find it. You can't point to it. It's a name. It's a simple way to put it. Well, it's not very inspiring. It doesn't sound very exciting, does it? We're not having these mind-boggling realizations right now, are we? Oh, how boring, we say. What's got to do with the price of fish, you know? It's because the truth is so invisible to us. We hear it. It's like someone says, you know, if you see the cup is pink and they say it's really white, you can't even hear it. What are you talking about, you know? So we have to know the words first. And then we purify the mind, remove the obstacle so we can hear the truth, see the truth. It's already there all the time. It's reality. It is what exists. That's how Buddha is saying. Impermanence is what exists. Karma is what exists. Consciousness being not physical is what exists. Misconceptions exist. Delusions exist. Removal of delusions exists. Emptiness exists. Nirvana exists. Bodhihood exists. Just the Buddha's words for it, that's all. He's describing reality. And if there's one atom of anything in Buddhist philosophy and psychology and metaphysics and the rest that isn't valid, that you can't prove to be true, then chuck it out. It's made up nonsense. And that's what we think religion is, which is why it's so shockingly irresponsible, you know. I make up my own, we say. So any questions, people? Any thoughts, concepts, ideas, things from discussion?
Cool.
What, my dear?
So this came up in discussion and it's directly
Okay,
related
good.
to what
What's
you
the
said.
question?
So of course, you know the story of a sangha with sees a dog lying in the street.
Okay, yeah. Go on. Question?
I guess I get confused where, how is that possible? Or can you speak to the two truths of that story? How can, especially the aspect of...
What do you want the two truths for? It's too complicated. You're asking if it's even conventionally true. Don't look at the ultimate one. You've got to first establish it's conventionally true. Why are you confused? What are you confused about?
Well, the aspect of when he sees Maitreya, another woman sees a foot and everybody else sees a dog.
That's right. So then, question? So what's the question?
Yeah.
You're not discussing two truths here. You're discussing conventional reality. How is that true, is what you're asking.
Yeah, how is that true?
Well, that's not ultimate. That's conventional. Don't get them confused. We're not discussing about the emptiness of the dog here. We're discussing about the reality of the dog and whether that is really Maitreya. That's conventional reality, dear, not ultimate. Ultimate reality would be whether there is a dog there and is the dog existing from its own side as empty, or is there a Maitreya there existing from its own side? We're describing, is there a Maitreya there or a dog? That's what we're asking. That's the question you're asking. How is it true?
Or how can each person see a different?
That's hardly surprising. Excuse me, what are you asking that question for? You might be married to her and think she's the most divine angel on the planet, and maybe he is her ex-husband and can't stand the sight of her. How come two people say two different things is what you're asking? There's nothing special.
But I guess
no, please wait. Did you hear that thought? Did you hear it?
Yes.
Well, then why is it surprising to you one person can see a dog and the other person can see Maitreya?
Because I guess in the example that you just gave, I see that more as like a quality of liking or disliking.
Nothing to do with anything. It's a viewpoint. It's exactly the point. It's a viewpoint. There's one phenomenon called felicity. You see her as divine. He sees her as ugly. One person sees a dog. Another person sees a Buddha. So what's your question?
My question, is
what's the question?
The matter itself.
We're discussing that. We're discussing the matter itself. One person appears as an angel. One person sees as a devil. They're two different things, two viewpoints, because each person sees something different. So then your question is, how can one person see a Buddha and another person see a dog? That's your question. Yeah. That's your question. That's your question.
Is it merely labeled?
No, nothing to do with merely labeled. You're confusing the ultimate with the conventional, sweetheart. You're completely confusing yourself. This has got nothing to do with ultimate. This is conventional reality. What is real here? An ugly person or a beautiful person? What is real here? A dog or a Buddha? Can you hear me? Speak it, keep simple. Keep it simple. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Not discussing merely labeled here. Nothing to do with merely labeled. Nothing to do with that. We're discussing what people see according to what's in their mind. So there's Maitreya, the Buddha, who decides to manifest as a dog, which is all the world can see. But because Maitreya, Asanga, had this incredible realization, and then because he purified his mind, what he initially thought was a dog, then he purified his mind, and now suddenly he could see the truth that it was actually the Buddha. What's wrong? Did you hear the story about how that dog and the sadhu were actually the Dalai Lama's mind?
Yeah.
Same thing. So where's your problem?
I guess in that story where the two were the Dalai Lama.
There's no difference. It's exactly the same. Dalai Lama's mind, which is the Buddha's mind, manifests as a human. Dalai Lama's mind, as the Buddha's mind, manifests as a dog. Dalai Lama's mind manifests as a sadhu. People see a dog and a sadhu, but it's actually the Buddha. That dog and that sadhu are the Buddha, are the Dalai Lama. Mm-hmm. Same question, same discussion.
So
what's your question?
When you purify your mind, though, in that aspect,
when you purify your mind, you'll see the reality of felicity, not just ugly and beautiful. When you purify your mind, and if a Buddha has decided to manifest a dog for you and you purify your mind, you'll suddenly see the truth, which is the Buddha all along. It's not a dog. It's pretending to be a dog. In that case, it's pretending to be a dog. That dog and that sadhu were like manifestations of the Buddha's mind, pretending to be. The Dalai Lama is pretending to be a human. He's not a human, which is the result of karma. He's manifesting as a human for the sake of sentient beings. But if you have pure view, like Kandala, these stories, that amazing lady, one of Lama Zopa's female gurus, she's in Dharamsala, this little girl, Vajrayogini, and she sees the Dalai Lama and she faints because she sees the Sambhogakaya. Same thing. Are we communicating?
Yeah. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So don't get your ultimates and conventionals confused. This is conventional reality. This is conventional reality. The ultimate is whether or not they're empty. And of course they're empty. That's not the discussion here. Okay. No, I'm not trying to force you. I sound like I'm forcing you. I'm not.
No, I think I just need to keep thinking about, like.
Which piece do you think you should keep thinking about?
The like you said, conventionally. So conventionally.
Conventional is what exists conventionally. So a Buddha is a conventional phenomenon. A dog is a conventional phenomenon. A hell being is a conventional phenomenon. The emptiness of those beings is the ultimate aspect of it. A Buddha isn't ultimate. A Buddha is a conventional phenomenon.
And each person has their own conventional reality.
What? That's not the issue at all. That's not the discussion. What do you mean?
As in, conventionally, there's a dog for me.
No, 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 no. There is either a dog there or there's a Buddha. A dog is not a Buddha. A dog is a regular sentient being, and if it is a real dog, it's a regular dog who got born due to negative karma and is acting as a dog. The dog that appeared for a sangha was a Maitreya manifesting his mind, pretending to be a dog. Why can't you hear that? What's your problem with that? It's the same as a Dalai Lama manifesting as a sadhu. Where's your problem?
I think the problem is, so then, like the dog that's there,
conventional reality is the term used to refer to what exists, all these bits and pieces in the world that we discuss. There is a tissue, there is a cup, there is a clock. Do you see? That's conventional.
Okay.
The ultimate is looking at how it's empty of being that. That's the ultimate. So another example of a phenomenon that does exist is a Buddha. That's a conventional reality. Another thing that exists is a dog, right? That's another conventional reality. It's a thing that exists conventionally. As to what you see, as to what Asanga saw, the Maitreya purposely manifests as a dog. So regular people saw a dog. He chose to manifest as a dog. He chose to manifest as a dog. Can you hear those words?
Yeah, yeah.
To pretend to be a dog. But then initially Maitreya's mind wasn't fully purified. When he had that tremendous compassion for the mangy dog, that was the final thing that purified his mind, removed the obscurations, and then he could see the truth, that it was actually Maitreya.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, you don't sound like. What are you doubting? What are you doubting? Which piece are you doubting?
Yeah. Is it wrong then to say like dog for who? Or
no, a dog is a dog is a dog, not for who. That's the world's view. We can all make up what we think. There is a reality here. It's quite either a dog or it's not. Can't you hear that?
That's what I'm fighting, and that's what.
But why? Why are you? I mean, are you a human or not, or are you really a monkey pretending?
No, obviously I'm a human.
Good. So thank you. You fit the definition of a human. That fits the definition of a cup. That's why you've got to be clear conventionally first. What does exist conventionally with a proper name referring to it. We can all communicate. One's not pretending to be three.
Okay, I think I'm understanding.
You're confusing also viewpoints about what's real. You think everyone can just make up what they think. No.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Well, of course you can. Come on, get clear.
So the other thing I've heard is...
Are you changing the subject? Or you just decided to finish that topic?
No, as in it's the same, sorry, it's the same topic, just another example.
So what's your question?
I've heard that there's an example of like water, right? To humans, we see water.
Yeah, same thing. Where's your problem?
I guess that
See, I mean, but you don't have to go so fancy as that. The simple example of felicity is exactly the same. Exactly the same example. You're making it fancy because it's a dog and the Buddha. It's exactly the same. We've all got a viewpoint. It's exactly the entire conversation we've been having here, that we have misconceptions in the mind that present the world out there to us in a wrong way. That's why I can't see emptiness. This cup is already empty. Emptiness exists on this cup, but we are as blind as bats and can't see it. The cup doesn't turn into a peanut when you see the emptiness of it.
But that's
no, it doesn't. Okay. So, but the dog isn't really a dog. Maitreya is play acting as a dog. Can't you hear that? Like in an actor on a play.
Yeah,
pretending to be a dog, and regular people, because they're deluded, see a dog. Maitreya did too. Asanga did too, until he finally, from his compassion, that removed the obstacle to his mind, and then suddenly he saw the truth. He removed the veils from his eyes, and there he saw Maitreya.
Okay, so in the
simple example, when you get rid of your attachment, and he gets rid of his anger, she won't turn into a peanut or something. She will still be felicity, but the veils that you've dumped on top of her that make her look divine, and the veils he's put on of ugliness, you'll see because you're seeing conventional reality. You'll see felicity for who she is. Simply, she won't look different. She won't suddenly have 4 eyes or something.
Yeah,
just the fantasies you remove from the lies that you put on top.
That's my exact question.
That's
Okay,
all
cool.
it is.
So then in the case of the three liquids, it's not like we see, it's not like it's water for us, but fire or a rock for a different, let's say like a hell being.
No, I mean, could be. Depends on the person's mind.
Oh, that's how you just got confused. That was the one thing that just.
The point is, a thing that does exist can appear differently to different people depending on their mind. That's all we're talking about. That's the only point we're talking about here. Don't make it fancy just because it's a Buddha.
Okay.
There's always a basis there. It has to be a basis there. So probably called liquid. And depending on the human mind sees water, the predator's mind sees pus and blood, and the god sees nectar. There's a basis. It's got to be a basis there. They don't make it up.
And the basis doesn't change per person. Like
What?
the basis.
There's a basis there, which means that's what conventional reality means.
Okay.
But what you want to do is pin it down to be an absolute basis. That's what you're trying to do. And that's the mistake we make.
Okay. So, okay. Even shapes and colors are.
What?
Even shapes and colors are.
What about them? What?
No,
you're trying to pin it down. You're getting so confused.
Yeah.
Just
I
leave
see
it
what you're
alone,
saying.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else? Yes. Somebody else. Anybody online got a question?
I just wanted to clarify
Oh, yeah.
a question that I already asked.
Okay, good.
It was the question about what happens to, does consciousness ever disconnect from a body of some kind, whether it's from very subtle body? Impossible.
There's the basic building blocks are the four elements.
Yep.
Or all of the four elements subsume to the subtlest element, which is the air energy. That's the subtlest.
Mhm.
And all minds necessarily are inextricably linked to their own set of the four elements. And they're the building blocks of all the universes, all the hell realms, all the God realms, and even Buddhahood.
Okay. Everything. All conscious. Okay. Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So from that perspective, the Buddha can also conjoin their mind with a bunch of rocks, which is the four elements. And that rock could be a Buddha. Because the basis is the four elements there, really. The basis is the four elements.
Like we were saying before, like a realized being, let's say, would see that as the manifest.
That's not the point here. We're not discussing that. We're discussing in the particular case, there's a basis there, which if you like is the four elements.
Mm-hmm.
And then a Buddha, in this case, a Buddha can conjoin their consciousness with those four elements. That's what I'm saying. So the Buddha, the Dalai Lama joined his mind. That dog wasn't born in a womb. That sadhu wasn't born in a womb. They were manifestations of the Dalai Lama's mind. He play acted being the sadhu. You mightn't have found him yesterday. He could have been always, he could have been anywhere. They were already the Dalai Lama's mind. So he conjoined his mind with those four elements in that mother's womb, probably the dog's womb. Or it doesn't have to be a dog's womb. He could have made it up on the way. As the basis is the four elements. The very subtle body is what we're talking about. The very subtle air energy. That's the very subtle element of the four elements. And they call it body, but it's just a very subtle air element.
So the other elements have dissolved. Huh? The other elements have dissolved, and you're just left.
Yeah,
with the
all the four
element.
elements. The way they talk about are all got all qualities of all the four. So if you're born as a hell being due to your negative karma, your mind is so polluted, your four elements, that you reborn with your mind conjoined with predominantly the fire element. You understand? Animals and us too is predominantly the earth element. Look at us, or whatever they say we're made of. Spirits are predominantly the air energy, which is why you can't see them. Gods are light energy. They're all variations of the four elements, depending on what the mind has done. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But the fundamental building blocks are the inextricable. The consciousness, very subtle consciousness, combined inextricably with a very subtle wind energy. Each mind has its own subtle, all the elements, and the subtlest, which leaves the body at the time of death, very subtle consciousness or clear light consciousness, inextricably linked to the four elements, which is the wind element.
So we've got consciousness and the wind element, and that's what we're left with.
That's what I can't hear.
That's what we're left with that passes on.
That's when they we'll go through the death process.
Dissolution, right?
We go with this deconstruction process at the time of death. The grosser level, the senses, the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, the physical body, stop breathing, ever more subtle, all the concepts, less and less, and all that's left is very subtle consciousness, inextricably linked with its very subtle wind energy, carrying all the karmic imprints in the mind. They are inextricably linked. That's the fundamental, if you like, the fundamental building blocks of the universe. That's the Vajrayana model. Does that? This is clearly not neuroscience, is it?
It does have something to do with the price of fish.
What?
It does have something to do with the price of fish.
It's got a lot to do with the, I suppose, with the price of fish. That's right. Exactly. So what else, people? Okay, here we go. Eileen, sweetheart, talk to me. Yes, Eileen.
We were just talking in the group chat with Lindsay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I asked a question about collective karma.
Okay.
Collective. I understand that karma ripens 4 different ways, and one of those ways is environmental karma.
That's right.
But throughout history, and now, you'll have a whole group of people being bombed, genocide,
That's
starving.
right. That's
So
right.
I want to understand this. Are we saying that, millions of people incarnated together
That's right.
at this particular time to have this particular experience?
The question is,
I'm just asking, is that
it's not complicated. You think about it. Do you agree that we live in groups? We identify with groups, don't we?
Yes, yes.
Australians and Americans and Iranians and Turkish people and fat people, maybe that we don't like to, whatever, thin people, fat people, white people, male people, female, and now all the other genders we've made up, right? We'll have all these groups. We identify with a group, right?
Yes.
We do things in groups as well, don't we? We do things in groups.
Yes.
So Iranians are all supporting Iran, maybe, and they're all fighting the Americans. There's 2 groups of people. So they create karma together as groups. So guess what? You're going to experience the result as groups. So all the Tibetans, for example, they're a group of people we label Tibetan now. And there's another group called Chinese, right, who've gone and conquered their land. Well, they created the cause collectively, these 2 groups of people, each with their own, each participating in their own way. Could have been 27,000 lives ago. And then eventually they experience the result of that karma that they created collectively, and they experience the result collectively.
I see.
Even you could argue, I remember one time thinking, I remember that fellow, what was that man who killed all those people in, which one? No, not that one. There's lots of them. We know there's lots of them. One bloke lived in New Orleans or somewhere, something. Not the concert, no, before that, 40 years ago. And they, no, not Manson, after Manson. They executed him in New Orleans, not in New Orleans, another town. Who? Which one? Who? Not that one. Which one? Not Bundy, another one. He was a white supremacist and lived in a little hut in the middle of the bush. Unabomber, that's the one. I remember when they executed him at midnight, there was a group of people around the country who all decided they'd all cheer and drink champagne. They created a karma collectively to experience the suffering of that. They didn't even know each other. That's collective karma. Do you see, Eileen? We create collective karma. We do things as groups all the time.
And it goes back and back.
Countless trillions of lifetimes.
Yes. Thank
Look
you.
at COVID. That's
yes.
Karma from past killing of millions of people collectively, collectively. That's all. We live in groups, so we create karma together, so we're going to experience it together. But each person has their own piece of it. Some people might be more peaceful. Some people might have been more angry, Each person experiences the karma slightly differently. You understand?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Felicity.
For the example of the Unabomber, so if I was alive, or I don't know if I was alive, but if I knew about him getting executed, and instead of cheering for him, what could be an alternative?
What do you think? Based on what you know, what would you think?
Pray for his next rebirth.
Have compassion.
Incredible.
I mean, for your own sake, have compassion.
Yeah.
And for his sake, do some prayers. Yeah, do what you can. There's one is for your own sake, have compassion. Because he's suffered so much, he's going to suffer unbearably.
Yeah.
And then second, do what you can to help his mind, That's it.
Yeah.
There's only 2 things you can do. One for him is one for yourself. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do. There's someone in our present day that I think a lot of people will be really happy when they die.
What, Sally?
There's someone in our present day that I know a lot of people in my life that will be very happy when they die.
So then?
Well, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that they're already planning how happy they're going to be.
Firstly, ask the question.
Well,
what's the question? Come to the question. What's the question? Don't give me the prelude to the question. Come to a question. There isn't one.
No, there is. I guess like I'm trying
What's
to
the
grapple
question?
with like both not being, like just not disgusted, but
what's
like
the question?
I guess there isn't one.
Thank you. If you have one, you can ask me. You'll come to your own conclusion. You know the Dharma already. You can, once you know how to add up, you don't have to ask the question every time, what's 1 + 7? You can add it up yourself because you know the theories. You know the theories, so you'll find your own answer. I promise you. If you didn't know the theories, I'd answer you. Don't say me. Okay. Who else would dare to ask a question here? Go, darling.
I have a question.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
There's one online. Won't be long, Ladan. In a minute, it'll be your turn.
In our discussion group, we were talking about what moves on after death, what moves through the bardo.
Yep.
Consciousness and mind, are they synonymous?
Yes, they are. Consciousness conjoined with its 4 elements moves on. Okay. You said it was? They didn't believe you? No. Well, sure. No, consciousness and mind. Broadly speaking, the words for consciousness is rigpa. There's awareness. There's sem. There's many words for mind, like there are in English. Broadly speaking, mind and consciousness are synonymous, but they're used in different contexts. That's all. Just saying. Yes, Ladan, talk to me.
Oh. I'm not proud to ask this question.
You're not
like I'm not proud.
Not proud. Never mind about your pride. Just ask the question.
The question is, due to my nationality, I'm from Iran, and No,
darling, it's not wrong asking a question. Just ask your question.
My question, I'm explaining something
No,
because
I don't want an explanation. I want a question.
I was happy for.
I want a question.
Somebody's death make me so happy that it was.
Want a question.
So how can I purify that?
How can you purify what? What's the problem? How can you purify what?
I knew that it's not good to be happy for death.
Madame? What is the problem?
Being happy for the death of a
You've done
person that.
Past, Ladan?
Pardon me?
Done the purification practice in the past. You were at our sessions earlier. You heard us do the regret and the compassion and all those steps.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
But it's not genuine when I'm asking for like I do every day.
Tennis racket, Ladan. It ain't genuine. You're a joke as a tennis player. You've got to start somewhere. Okay. Are we communicating?
Yes.
Thank you, darling. Yeah. Leilani.
So take it into account that, we're typically purifying past negative action from lifetimes and eons ago. How can we reconcile that with like Milarepa? Like, is it possible to purify everything in one lifetime the way that Milarepa did?
That's what they say. That's what they say about the tantric practices. The tantric practices, for technical reasons, are incredibly powerful, and therefore can put instead of sort of like taking out one weed at a time, they put atomic bombs all at once. And that might sound weird, but the intensity of the imprints in the mind, the negative karma, and the intensity of the sutra practices are the first stage of I'm jumping around. The first stages of practice, the Sutrayana practice, first you start with the renunciation, then you get to the mind, then you get to bodhicitta. They are all the practices of basically purifying the obstacles. And if you kept practicing on just the Mahayana path, on the Sutrayana path, when you have to create two bundles of things. You have to create lots of virtue by practicing compassion and patience and generosity and forgiveness, and you pile up this amount of the two accumulations, as they say. And then the other one, you have to get the accumulation of wisdom. And these two, you do them separately. The bodhisattva bopping around from life to life accumulates the compassion and the virtue. And then when they sit on their cushion, they accumulate the wisdom. The tantric practices from a technical point of view, no need to go into detail, you can do these two together. So it's super fast. It's like the difference between walking somewhere and flying there. You go to the same destination, but the method is quick for the most sophisticated advanced practitioners. Thank you. That's what they say. Which, of course, is why we think, oh, I'd like that. But you've got to be the most qualified, you know. And that's a rare person, apparently. What else, people? So one way I'm saying it, again, I'm saying this way. This is a way of framing all the teachings is in terms of purification. So there's a big lump of a person who's got a mind, and based upon Buddha's observation from his own experience, that mind can be utterly purified of all delusions, and then with bodhicitta and all the rest, filled with incredible virtue. But essentially, it's a process from the very first day of practice all the way to Buddhahood. It's a process of removing the obstacles. So even the person in the single point of concentration, a bodhisattva in the single point of concentration on the 10th stage of the path, just before Buddhahood, what they've just done is remove the final skerrick, as we say in England and Australia, the final skerrick of obstacles. And then suddenly the truth is totally evident. Skerrick, we say. Not a skerrick, we say. It must be very old-fashioned English, I think, isn't it? Pardon? The smallest part, a skerrick, yeah. Do we still say that in Australia, or was it only our mothers who said it? Not a skerrick is left. Not a skerrick. Not a skerrick in the bank. What?
We say a smidge.
A smidge. There you go, a smidge, okay. So it's all in terms of purifying, removing the obstacles so that you can finally see the truth, you know. That's exactly what happened to Maitreya. It was looking like a dog, but it wasn't a dog. It was Maitreya's mind giving Asanga the opportunity to have incredible compassion when he saw the dog was all mangy, and he got to use his tongue to remove the maggots from this dog, this suffering dog. And the intensity of his compassion that didn't even want to hurt the maggots was the compassion, was the final trigger, the final removal of the obstacles from his mind. And then suddenly, when he's he's blissing out, carrying the dog in the air. In reality, he's seeing Maitreya. He's blissed out. People just see this wacko guy holding a dog on his shoulders, you know. Do you understand? People see a dog. But in this case, it's not a dog. It's not as if you can see an elephant if you like. It is, in this case, conventionally, it's not a dog. The regular dog of your dog that got born from a dog, that's a dog. And if you've got a pure view, you could see it as a Buddha, but in reality, it's not a Buddha. So conventional means reality. Conventional is a reality. A practice is, yes, absolutely, to see, when you practice Tantra, when you take initiation, we have a commitment to see ourselves as a deity, to see everybody else as a deity, to hear all sound as mantra, and to see all phenomena as the environment as a pure land. And that view is what eventually turns it into that for us. That's a different thing, though, because there still is a cup and is a toilet. And that's how they talk about the liquids. And that's how they talk about in Tantra, everything is in the nature of emptiness and bliss.
So just going back to what you said, where in reality, it was Maitreya, and then you said, obviously, that's why he was able. So if in reality, it, like you just said, it was just a dog, Maitreya didn't manifest as this dog, it was just a dog.
So what's the question?
Asanga would just see a dog. But
if it's a dog, yeah. I mean, he might have pure view, so he had compassion for the dog. It was
Right.
suffering. That's why he did it. If he thought it was a Buddha already, he wouldn't have bothered.
Right. But if it was just a dog, he would see a dog. But because it's Maitreya manifesting as a dog, he saw Maitreya.
That's why. Not because he made it up. That's exactly the point, because it was Maitreya. That's conventional reality.
Okay, I understand.
You see? We want to pin it down to be a real absolute Maitreya and a real absolute dog. And that's why it gets kind of nervous for our minds. What else? Who's, yeah, sweetheart, go on, talk.
It's related to his question from before about,
question?
I don't know his name. Tom's question.
Yeah, go.
So he asked if the mind is the same as consciousness, and you said yes.
Broadly speaking, these words are used synonymously.
So that raises a question for me, and the question is, are thoughts and emotions part of the mind, or are something that arises and goes away, but it's not part of the mind?
Okay, so remember we've been talking so far, and we've said the two main components that make up a person are the body and the mind. So if emotions aren't the mind, there must be a third component somewhere, and we haven't mentioned that so far, have we? So therefore, yes, by definition, they're mind. Okay?
Thoughts as well.
Huh?
And the thoughts.
Again,
too.
if thoughts aren't the mind, you must have a third component. And I've never mentioned so far that there are three things that make up a human being. We've got body and mind and thoughts, you're saying. No such thing. Can you not hear what I'm saying?
Well, yes, but it could be, for example, a cup can hold tea, right? It could be the content of the mind, but not be the mind. So that's what I'm asking.
No, there's no thing that contains things here. You're wanting a self-existent cup that contains a self-existent drink. There's no such thing as a mind that you put thoughts into. Thoughts are components of a mind. They're the parts of a mind. There's no mind apart from the thoughts. There's no mind apart from the subtle. There's no mind apart from sensory consciousness. Sensory consciousness, mental consciousness, concepts, negative concepts, positive concepts, subtle realizations are all components of a mind. Do you understand? You're trying to find a self and the parts separate. No.
Thank you.
Do you understand?
Yes.
There's mind and its bits and pieces, and then there's body. It's a person. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So another way to put it, like we said, you've got grosser level of mind, which is a sensory. The grossest level of consciousness is the sensory consciousness. It's very limited in its capacity for cognition. It cognizes shape and color. That's about it. And touch. And they're very limited. Do you understand me? That's sensory consciousness. Then we have mental consciousness, which is more profound, but at the grosser level is conceptuality and thoughts. The subtle level, which you can access in meditation when you finally have got realizations, is not conceptual. It's much more subtle and more powerful. Do you understand? Okay. What, Sonny here? Oh, okay, there's Lindsay here. Go, Lindsay. Hang on a second. Go, Lindsay.
Hi,
Hello.
thank you. Did you say earlier that yogis that have realized emptiness experience incredible bliss, and yogis that, regular yogis, I think you said, have incredible fear? Did you say?
Okay, the way Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, for the yogi who has just realized emptiness, who for the first time non-conceptually in the subtlety of their single-pointed concentration can see directly that there is and has never been and could never be an inherent self. The highest yogis, the greatest yogis, the most capable yogis experience incredible bliss, like they found the most precious treasure in the universe. The slightly lesser yogis, who still have the realization of emptiness, have incredible fear. That's what he said.
Fear.
Yeah, fear.
Yeah. So but they're yogis, they're practitioners, like they're still. So am I way off by saying like it can be a natural consequence when there's still delusions falling away, when your protective kind of conceptual distancing from reality, kind of when you're closing that gap, is that where the fear? Is that a?
All he means is once you realize emptiness, eventually you do cut the fear, but the first moment probably is intense fear, but it quickly fixes itself if you really realize emptiness. If you really realize emptiness, the fear won't last.
Right, but it is just a natural experience. It can be
natural. So it's not a question of natural.
Okay, yeah, that might not be the right word.
The more advanced yogis, that's all. But if they realize emptiness, after that they will sort it out, and there won't be fear. There can't be fear because once you realize emptiness, there can't be fear.
Yeah, I guess I'm more curious about the fear that normal yogis experience, that experience of fear, and why it, like when it.
I'm not clear, Lindsay. Say it again, darling.
It's the fear that's arising. That's just the delusions falling. Like
I think what Rinpoche is pointing out. Okay, first of all, if you actually do realize emptiness, that cuts fear. It cuts fear.
Yes.
Everything is now different. There can't possibly be fear because fear is a characteristic of delusions because they're lies. So if you really realize emptiness, then there might be that first moment of incredible fear, but it won't last long because you realize emptiness now, you'll sort it out. So all I'm getting at is Rinpoche is pointing out the higher yogis, the more powerful yogis, the more advanced yogis, and that's why obviously he's pointing out that there are levels, will have incredible bliss. That's what he's saying.
Okay. Can I ask you one more question?
Last long because once you realize emptiness, that cuts fear completely.
Right. Yes.
Go on.
Did you use the word rigpa for mind?
I use the word what?
Did you use the word rigpa for mind?
Rigpa meaning awareness.
Awareness. Okay.
Different traditions use it differently, but the simple word means awareness. To be
awareness.
It's a function of mind. It's a state of mind, but it's also can be the verb can be to be aware or to know or to cognize. Those those verbs are synonymous, and that's
got you.
Mind.
Okay.
So ignorance is ma rigpa.
Ma rigpa. Okay. So thank you. That clarified.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Huh? What happened? Oh, Sunny, go.
My question is this. You talk a lot about purification.
Talk a lot about what?
You talk a lot about purification.
Yeah, that's right.
And in connection with Tantrayana, how powerful that is. So I'm confused.
No, why do you say it's in connection with Tantrayana? I didn't say that.
When you begin to practice Tantrayana, then you have that
have what, darling? Speaking to the mic.
In answer to Leilani's question, you were saying that that when you start practicing Tantrayana, then your purification comes even quicker. Or did I misunderstand?
No, I didn't say those words. No. Okay, purification in general, you start doing right at the beginning. Every time you have a positive thought, that purifies a negative thought. You could argue like that. It's a simple logic.
Okay.
That's purification. Then there are practices that we do using the 4 opponent powers that are much more powerful.
Yeah.
Having vows is purification. Doing any practice that is creating virtue is purification. That's its function, really. It purifies the mind. So, okay, what you said is not wrong when you said purification. So, sutra practices, everything is purification, but tantra is particularly powerful. That the practices, because you combine, you're achieving both wisdom and the two accumulations. You're accumulating them together. Therefore, Buddhahood comes more quickly. So you could argue, therefore, you're purifying your mind more quickly with Tantra. Yes.
Thank you. That's what I understood. So my question, though, then becomes to do the tantric practices. I'm a little confused because does it require a personal guru who gives you personal empowerments? In other words, is it something different from what I learned to practice at Shantideva? Morning practices.
What do you think Tantra refers to, Sunny? What's your understanding of it? Which is what's behind these questions.
Yeah.
What do you think Tantra is referring to from the point of view of the different components of Buddhism? What do you think it means?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I hear that it is something very beneficial, but I don't know what it is. I hear empowerment and that.
So you don't know where it fits on the path.
Excuse me?
You don't know where it fits in the different stages of
Yes,
the path.
exactly.
You don't. You're asking not. So why did you ask, do I need a teacher? Because we all need a teacher, whether it's to do sutra practices as well. So why do you say I need a teacher? It goes without saying, to learn any of this stuff, we need a teacher.
Well,
so why are you only uniquely saying Tantra?
You may say that I'm being religious.
What, darling?
You may call it religious, but I thought that a personal teacher kind of communicates orally and it gives you something that you cannot get.
Why do you take that only in relation to Tantra? You need that from junior school, high school, university, whatever. We all need a teacher for anything we're learning here.
Yeah, but the extent is different. The extent, I thought, is different.
Of course it's different. It's more advanced knowledge.
Exactly. And
you need
just
a teacher for junior school to teach you 1 + 1.
Right.
And you need a teacher to teach
I
you
can do that myself.
No. You need a teacher.
Okay.
And if you say you do it yourself, you read a book. And who wrote the book? A teacher.
Exactly.
So you need a teacher.
Okay.
To give you the information.
Yes.
A person who's experienced it themselves will pass it on to you. So that is a given that we need that, whatever. So it's not unique to Tantra, is it?
That's correct. But if I do 1 + 1 = 2 in junior school, then what do I do in tantric school?
So you've got a different question. You want to know what Tantra is.
Yes.
You didn't ask that. So is that your question?
Yes. I want to know what it is, so I know. So I know where I fit.
You didn't ask me that.
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Do I need a teacher for Tantra?" That was your question.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to explain you need a teacher from day one. So if your question is what is Tantra, I will try and explain.
Thank you.
I have already, but I'll do it again.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit I've done it, not much.
Excuse me?
It's okay. Okay, so you've got one way of dividing all of Buddha's teachings into the sutra teachings, and then you've got the tantric teachings. Another way of dividing the sutra teachings is into the different schools of thought. For example, what we would call the Theravadan teachings or the Hinayana teachings, which are the teachings you go get in Burma and Thailand. And those teachings, if we look at, the Lam Rim, those teachings belong to the first and second scopes of the Lam Rim. Do you know those words, right? And the very first one, like we've been describing here, the main emphasis is on abiding by the laws of karma. That's what I refer to as junior school. So far, so good. The next level of the Hinayana teaching is now you go to the middle scope or the subtle level, high school, and now you start to look into your mind and identify attachment and anger and start to see how they cause you suffering. So those two together are also what we refer to as the wisdom wing. And they're the teachings that you get in Thailand or Burma. And if you continue on that path there, you would add emptiness to it, and you'd realize emptiness, and one life or other, you would achieve your nirvana, and then you won't come back. That's the individual, that's that path. And the vows related to that are the vows of not killing and not stealing and not lying. And the purpose of all those teachings is to protect you from future suffering. So you're a good girl, you don't kill, you don't steal, you don't lie, you don't follow attachment, you give up those neuroses because you don't want future suffering. That's your method of how to get liberation from suffering. That's the first and second scopes in the Lam Rim. That's the Hinayana teachings, and that's the wisdom wing, using these different terms. So far, so good. That's the sutra teachings that's the teaching, the first part of the sutra teachings. Now you go to the compassion wing now, and you practice the Mahayana component. And that's the Mahayana component, which is where you now get bodhicitta. That's still sutra teachings, but that's the perfection vehicle, or the prajna, the perfection vehicle, or the Mahayana path. That's also sutra. That's all sutra. And now you add compassion to the wisdom, and you become a Buddha. So far, so good. That's the sutra teachings, or the prajna, or the teachings of the prajnaparamita, the perfection vehicle. Okay. Now you've got the next level, which I like to call postgraduate. And that's the Vajrayana or Tantrayana or Mantrayana, another a more advanced level of Buddha's teachings that is existing, as Kevin said, in India, in Japan, right? But mainly all of those teachings extant coming from Tibet or coming from India to Tibet, mainly still extant, and even now among all the great Tibetan lamas, that's the entire path. So they practice the Hinayana Sutra teachings, the Mahayana Sutra teachings, and the Vajrayana teachings. All of those are integrated into this path that we're describing here, the most advanced level of the path to enlightenment. So far, so good. Like you heard me say before, if we look at these words, Dharma Kaya, you've heard that word? That's the word in Sanskrit that refers to the Buddha mind, pure, enlightened mind. Can you hear so far, so good? Enlightened mind. So when you become a Buddha, your mind is pure and clear, has wisdom, has compassion, pervades the universe, and is just pure, subtle mind. You don't need a boring old body. Bodies are due to karma. Do you understand me? You're beyond all that. But because you become a Buddha, because you're compassionate, you want to manifest in bodies for the sake of sentient beings. You've heard that. So there's two kinds of bodies that you will manifest in. The first kind in the sutra teachings is the shape of Buddha, the monk. Look at this monk here. See the monk? He's the manifestation of disciplined body, speech, and mind. That's the Nirmanakaya, or the emanation body, and that's in the sutra teachings pretty much, and that's Mr. Buddha of 2,500 years ago. Or anyone, for example, the Dalai Lama is said to be the Buddha in a human form. That's the Nirmanakaya is a form that we can recognize, like a regular human person, manifesting in that form for our benefit. That's the sutra aspect of the Buddha. Now you've got all these deities, as we call the dudes, male and female and girls and boys and wrathful and peaceful. That's from the Vajrayana, which is part of the bodhisattva aspect of the Buddha. Are you communicating with me? That's from the Vajrayana teachings.
Yeah, so that's something I'm not so familiar with. So Nirmanakaya is the sutra.
That's generally speaking. It can be. It's in the. It's the aspect that we can see, which is the Buddha, the form of Buddha, Mr. Buddha 2,500 years ago, or arguably anybody who's a Buddha now in a human form, but who've chosen to take a human form for the sake of sentient beings. And then you've got the Vajrayana, which is in the bodhisattva aspect, not the monk aspect, is the layperson aspect, looking gorgeous with silken clothes and Tara and Chenrezig and all those dudes, you know,
16 years old.
That's all in the Vajrayana, and that's in the bodhisattva aspect. They call it that, and they're looking divine and beautiful. But some can also be wrathful, like you heard of Yamantaka, for example. If you met Yamantaka in human form, they'd scare the life out of you, baby, I promise. They wouldn't be nice to you. So there's all kinds of, so basically it's all just psychology. The very first level of psychology is, given that we're driven by delusions, play safe and back off and leave sentient beings alone, please, and control yourself. Then you start to work on your mind and get a bit better. Then you got more control. Now you start getting compassion. So when you're really more advanced on the compassion wing, your mind is very subdued. You haven't got much attachment or anger or jealousy. And now you're ready for the Vajrayana, where all of this, the delusions as well as the virtues, are all grist for the mill that you are sophisticated enough in your practice to utilize on the path. So there are some Buddhas, like I said before, that, for example, the one called Vajrayogini, who's a divine naked red lady with divine breasts and divine bits and pieces, and she is literally the manifestation of purified attachment. And it's like using, for example, they talk about homeopathic. It's poison. They use, so Vajrayana said it's like you're using the poison, like the anger and the attachment. When you're advanced, you can utilize that for the benefit for yourself to become a Buddha. It's a more sophisticated psychology. That's the way to say it. So all the mantras, that's from the Vajrayana. The Vajrasattva, the purification practice we do, we bring in the Vajrayana component, we visualize Vajrasattva. That's Vajrayana. Regretting and have compassion, that's not Vajrayana.
Okay. So in Tibet.
What dear?
In Tibet, ancient Tibet, right? So the Buddhism practiced in ancient Tibet was Vajrayana.
Not ancient Tibet.
Not ancient, no. But I'm talking about as opposed to communist.
What's the question?
Okay. No.
What's the question, dear?
That's not a question. That's not a question. Okay. So it's not. It's. Yes. One question is then: do you have any books? And who speaks about this?
Lama Yeshe's book, Introduction to Tantra, published 40 years ago, is very useful.
Okay, yeah.
Introduction to Tantra. Lama Yeshe's wonderful book.
Yes.
You'll understand it very clearly from Lama Yeshe's teachings. Introduction to Tantra.
Yeah, I have that book. I never read it.
Now you got to read it.
Now I got to read it.
Now the time is right, Sonny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now you've removed enough obstacles to be able to even ask these questions.
Yeah,
that's how purification works. Do you understand me? Good, darling. Yes. Yeah. It won't be long, Joey, sweetheart.
My quick question is the story of Tsongkhapa's student who realized emptiness and grabbed hold of.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that an example of a low yogi experiencing a moment of fear? Is that an example of that?
It's a good point, yeah. So I'll tell people the story, yeah. So there's that's right, exactly. But there's another aspect to that story. Yes, exactly. So there's Tsongkhapa, our lineage Lama. He's teaching, and one of his disciples, he's talking about emptiness and dependent arising. And he sees a disciple grab his shirt, right? And he knew what happened was, even though he wasn't in meditation, he got a kind of a taste, a realization of emptiness. And it shocked him. Oh my God, there's no I. So he had the fear. It mightn't have been a genuine realization, but he had a shock. So and then he grabbed himself and discovered subtle dependent arising, that he was merely labeled, but he did exist after all. So they say once you realize emptiness, then you realize subtle dependent arising, then you realize merely labeled, then you realize dependent arising, then you realize conventional reality, merely labeled. That's what they say.
And the bigger question is, do you equate Dharmakaya with Rigpa or separate?
That's the way the Nyingmapas talk. We don't talk that way in Gelugpas. No. I think it's the way you describe about the realizations. We don't discuss that. We don't say that way in Gelugpas. I don't know that. We don't use that word like that. Never use the word Rigpa. I've never heard anybody say it.
You used it today. What were you referring to?
What?
You referred to Rigpa today.
I just said it because it's a word that's there.
Oh, okay.
As meaning awareness,
But
as opposed to ignorance, which is at Marigpa.
Okay.
But we don't use it the way the Nyingmapas use it. Yeah. Yes, sweetheart.
I have a follow-up about this, the fear after the realization of emptiness. I'm just wondering, what is the difference?
Can you turn the sound up, please? I really can't hear well. Go.
What is the difference between the practitioner, like the practitioners who have that experience and then experience fear versus someone, is it the level of purification?
Regular fear, you mean?
No, I mean, like, I'm imagining it like all of these Buddhists get to the Buddhist Olympics.
What, Charlie?
All of the Buddhists get to Buddhist Olympics and someone has gold, like they win gold, which is they realize emptiness and they experience all this bliss. And then someone else still won a medal, but it's bronze and they...
No, because they're both realizing emptiness. It's just, I think, they've still got a realization of emptiness. It's still a valid realization, but the lesser yogis have a bit of fear first. That's all it says.
Is it just like that someone else did more purification, or were they like, what's the difference between a lesser yogi and a
more purification?
More
powerful,
purification.
more advanced. Absolutely. Absolutely. No question. Yeah. So, but that fear that the yogi experienced, even the Tsongkhapa example, was so, I mean, the fear that we have, Lama Zopa says the fear that the yogi experiences is even more powerful than the regular fear that we get when we're being attacked and insulted, which is the fear we have all the time, because they realize the fear is coming from the recognition that there never has been the I that they think is there. Whereas even now we have fear because we think there is an I that's being attacked. So it's even a heavier, but that's why Lama Zopa says if you're meditating on emptiness and you get some kind of moment of fear, don't resist it, because you can't ever disappear. You can't ever disappear. Not possible. But the instinct is, oh my God, I can't cope. And many people have that panic. Well, I'm disappearing, but you can't disappear. So it'll create an obstacle if you have fear. If you give in to the fear, that's what they say. Yes, Leilani. Joey, wait a minute, Joey, darling, talk to me. What's your question?
Hi, Venerable. My question is, with the teachings of Buddhism, I just wanted to get clear that, is it true that the mind is the most important thing in life?
Exactly right. Okay. It's the one that creates the suffering and the happiness. I mean, the body and the speech, which are the servants of the mind, they're the troublemakers. They do the harm. They also do the good, but the mind is the source. Yes. Okay. You agree with that, Joey?
I do. It's just so different than what I grew up with the Catholicism.
Very true, isn't it? Very true.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm crystal clear about it now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just wondering, what's the difference or reconciling understanding emptiness versus realizing emptiness?
Okay, it's levels, just levels and levels, that's all. There's first the conceptual understanding, which is pretty powerful. That can give you enormous confidence. Conceptual, this is what we're doing here, using logic to try and understand it. And we're all sitting here, and every time I speak this stuff, I get a little penny drops to me every time. That's conceptual, and that's very necessary. But then eventually, only in your subtle concentration, when you're beyond conceptual, can you have the direct experience of it. And that's what you finally have. And that's when you actually have the direct realization, which is non-conceptual, at a level of mind we can't even imagine. It's so much more subtle. That's when you actually cut the root of ego grasping, and it can never come back. You can't ever go back in samsara after that. Understand? That's a direct, they call it a direct non-conceptual or direct perception or direct, meaning non-conceptual, insight into the reality of emptiness. And you can't fall back after that.
So is that more of a feeling as
Not
opposed to
really more of a feeling, not like that. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a weak way to put it. So way more than that. But you could use that as an analogy. No, okay, an analogy would be, the recipe for the cake, but then to have the taste. They're different, but the recipe leads to it. So you've got to have the conceptuality first, which is very powerful. And then on the basis of using, and even this is the thing that's surprising to us, when you've got really powerful concentration, this is what I said I'd talk about the 2 meditations. What time is it? It's 5:30. Okay, we better do that now. I'll go to that. So, okay. I'll do that now. So I'm coming to your question, okay? Okay. There are 2 modes of meditation, thousands of techniques, but 2 clear, distinct methods, okay? Modes, ways of using your mind in meditation. And the first one, which is what the world thinks of vaguely as meditation, is this one called single-pointed concentration, invented by the genius Hindus. In which Buddha, and that whole tradition, Buddha kind of grew up in that tradition, right? He's trained and practiced in that tradition. So the single point of concentration, or known as samadhi, or generally speaking, the name of the technique that we practice is called shamatha, Sanskrit, or shine in Tibetan, and it's translated as calm abiding. It's a certain level of samadhi, of concentration. So calm abiding, and it's referring to a state of concentration that's beyond the conceptual, beyond sensory. Sort of like you go through these levels of your mind. The grosser level is conceptuality, the sensory. You calm your senses down, then you calm the conceptuality down, then you calm the gross conceptuality, the scatteredness, then you have single pointed laser-like focus. And as that focus grows and grows, you get subtler and subtler and subtler. It's the only way to say it. So your mind at that stage is utterly blissful, utterly radiant. You're in utter control of your mind effortlessly. Your mind is as if you can fill the universe. As Lama Yeshe says, as if you can count every atom in the universe. So that level of concentration is now effortless, but you can do what you like with it, including in these meditating on emptiness. You get that concentration. If that's the level you've achieved, you stop your concentration mode of meditation, you go to the second mode of meditation, which is known as special insight, vipassana. There's many vipassana techniques taught. One of the vipassana techniques that the world knows as vipassana is just one of them, and where you learn to use your concentrated mind to whatever degree you've accomplished it, to pay attention to the different sensations of the body. And the purpose of that vipassana technique isn't to get insight into your body, it's to get insight into impermanence. It's a method Buddha taught. But there's many other techniques to get insight. We need to get insight into karma. We need to get insight into everything. And there's so many ways of using this insight technique. So the way we use it is it's the technique that we use to get insight in the second mode is utilizing your concentrated mind in analytical meditation. In other words, you're using your concentrated mind especially if you actually access it to be non-conceptual. You are beyond the conceptual. You're beyond the uncontrolled conceptual. But you can utilize it at that level, so even very subtle, in the second mode of meditation. And
If you see racing, do you think you're going to say
what
something?
you do would be
Probably.
teachings on
So,
arising. Let's say
you
one
want
of
to
the
maybe,
arguments we
like,
would
I can take you,
what's going on
keep
here?
going. Because I think what we're going to do is
I think I should just not go.
to the hospital.
Yeah.
Stop while you're talking. What's going on? Huh?
Venerable, you muted.
The grosser level of the berserk, uncontrolled conceptuality, and you're effortlessly in charge of your mind. You can stay single pointed if you like for weeks and months, effortlessly. But also you can use it. And in this mode that we're discussing here about how to get insight into emptiness, you're using thinking, analytical meditation. Analytical is just a fancy Greek word for the verb to think about, okay? Analytical, you analyze things. When you're studying your maths, you're analyzing. When you study your theories of anything, you're analyzing. It's intelligent thinking, right? Intelligent thinking, logical thinking. That's what analytical means. So meditation, the word in Tibetan is the verb to familiarize. The word means to familiarize. So what are you familiarizing your mind with? Well, guess what? Emptiness, karma, impermanence, whatever you like. So the meaning of the second mode, the method to get insight into emptiness or karma, you use logical arguments, you use logic, but the subtler your mind is in concentration, the more sophisticated and the more powerful your analysis. Are we communicating here? So analytical meditation, when we hear it, it seems like weird, you know, what does it mean? Because we're so convinced that meditation means non-thinking. Not true, not from this perspective. This is Buddhist teachings. Concentration, you need to subdue the thinking. You have to, because your mind's it's not concentrated, it's scattered. So when you've got that, an amazingly subtle level of mind, incredibly sophisticated, incredibly subtle, and effortlessly you can stay one-pointed as long as you like, but you can use that mind. You're super in charge. So when you go to your special insight mode and you want to meditate on emptiness, you want to get an insight into emptiness like those yogis, you're using logic that you've learned in your teachings about karma, about dependent arising, and all these things we've been discussing this afternoon. You're using that logic you've been debating on and using for several years. You got your single-pointed mind, effortlessly capable, and then you take the concepts that you know from your study and you focus your subtle mind on that, and you do this subtle, sophisticated analysis. And that is what gives the power, is what triggers a moment of non-conceptual taste of it. And then you stop the analysis and you just focus on the taste. So yes, tasting it, not just the feeling of it, but the taste of it. It's like something flashes. We all get that. You get a moment of understanding something, don't you? Oh, I get that. That it's a get you moment, but it's unbelievably subtle and unbelievably more powerful. So when you're practicing utilizing your concentration from the first mode in the second mode in order to get insight, you utilize your subtle concentration and you use it to think through these teachings, which we know far more deeply if you've really studied it properly. And you're arguing with ego grasping's ridiculous misconception that there is an inherent I. You're arguing with it. And then when the subtler the mind from your first mode, the more powerful your analysis, the more easy it triggers the taste, the aha moment. So when you grab your first aha moment, you stay there and now you focus your concentrated mind on the aha moment. You stop the analysis and you focus on the aha moment. So as you deepen and deepen and deepen those aha moments, they will last for days and weeks and even months, that you're actually single-pointedly focused on that direct experience of emptiness. And eventually one day, finally, you remove the subtlest imprints and you see the truth. That's when your direct, final, direct realization of emptiness occurs. Are we communicating? Are we communicating? It's the same method we use to study anything, except the difference here is the mind is more subtle. So when you go home, I always use like a joke. You take your 1 + 1 is 2. Your teacher tells you this concept, 1 + 1 is 2. You've never heard of such a thing. It's a concept. She says, go home and do your homework. And if she were a Buddhist, I'm pretending now, she'd say, go home and do some single point of concentration first, Robina, so you can focus. Because if you can't focus, how can you think about it? Then you stop your concentration, and now you go to your second mode of meditation, and I want you to get insight into this fact that 1 + 1 is 2. So what's the method you use? You use your thinking, you use your noggin, which means you have to have the facts. You have to know what 1 means. You have to know what plus means. You have to know what equals means. You have to know what 2 means conceptually. Then you slowly put those thoughts together by thinking about it intellectually, intelligently, right? And then one moment you go, oh, I get it. Oh, mummy, I get it. That's an aha moment. That's an insight. That's a realization. Use the same method here, but the mind is 1 billion times more subtle and more sophisticated. And the logic you use is 1 billion times more sophisticated. And the insight is 1 billion times more subtle. Are we communicating here? And that's why to finally realize emptiness, you cannot do that conceptually. You can have a powerful conceptual realization of it, but you've got to use that in your meditation to go beyond the conceptual, to get the direct taste of it. And then it's unmovable. Then you've cut the root of samsara. You can't realize emptiness until you've got single point of concentration, because the mistake of Maripa is so utter. You know, are we communicating?
How would you classify the Vajrasattva meditation we've been doing this weekend? Shamatha or?
Oh, neither. Oh, okay, no, sorry, that's completely not true. But no, it's both. Ideally, if you're doing it as a proper meditator on your own properly, you do your concentration first. And then you go to the analytical mode. Most of it's analysis, isn't it? You start to analyze, regretting and analyzing. That's thinking, isn't it? But if you have a focused mind, you can do it more deeply, that's all. All of it's the second mode, but you'd start with your single point of concentration. You'd start with that.
Then the visualization of
Vajrasattva.
nectar coming down.
All of that's concept. All that is analytical meditation, but it's visual. But it's still thoughts. Of course, it's all thoughts, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the more you're concentrated, so your ideal session, you'd go home and you'd get some concentration first, to the degree that you've accomplished it. Because obviously, when you're focused, you can do anything better, can't you?
Yeah.
If you're not focused, you can't do anything. So you've got to get your focus first, which is the shamatha. Then you stop the shamatha, and then you use that level of focus that you've accomplished, and now you do this analysis, regret, and the 4 steps. And at some point when you finish the meditation, when you absorb the Buddha into you, you can do some shamatha. You can do some special insight there. You can do some concentrating shamatha there.
Yeah, so they combine.
But it's a combination of both.
Okay, thank you.
The more success you are at concentration, is the better your special insight. Goes without saying.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm running out of voice. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Go. More questions. Okay, good. And now we've got. Yeah, go.
I'm struck by the single-pointed meditation that you take into the analytical phase.
Yeah.
The difference between single-pointed meditation and you're still conceptual and you go into
that's
the
a surprise to us.
versus the non-conceptual.
Yeah.
So there's two stepping off points in the analytical meditation.
Okay.
What's the question is what's the difference?
I know your concentration is to get your mind to be effortlessly single-pointed, effortlessly. So when you've accomplished those 9 stages, which is taught in terms of 9 stages of single-pointed concentration, when you've accomplished that, you can sit down and you go straight to absolutely subtle single-pointedness. Your mind is radiant, blissful, clear. You can sit there for 6 months undisturbed.
And non-conceptual at that point?
By definition, we're talking non-conceptual. That's what I'm saying. That first technique is by definition non-conceptual, because you're training your mind to stay single-pointed. But of course, you're not going to just be single-pointed spaced out. You want to be single-pointed on your emptiness, not just in subtle. That's where the Hindu teaching would be. You just at a subtle level, and that's just, they say samadhi. That's useless. You've got to be focused on emptiness or something. That's the point. That's just useless. It'll give you lots of bliss, and you'll be born in the formless realm, because it's pretty blissful. But there's no use. It's just wasting your life. There's no benefit. This is very nice feelings. So you get your concentration and you stop once you've achieved it, and you could be there for 6 months if you wanted. But once you've got your concentration to whatever level you've accomplished it, now the purpose of your meditation is to go to the inside mode. Because you've got to realize emptiness, realize karma, realize impermanence, realize all the teachings. You've got to realize bodhicitta. All of these, and they're all we know them at a conceptual level. So you take those concepts, but because your mind's more subtle, and you can do anything you like with it. You can use it for conceptuality, but it's for the benefit. It's not conceptuality in a fault. It's using conceptuality in the most sophisticated way you can ever imagine to quickly trigger a non-conceptual insight into emptiness, which then you hold non-conceptually and single-pointedly on that.
So is the guidance for us at our level to do the single point of meditation to the best of our ability, and then go into analytical meditation,
Yes.
even though it's conceptual,
Yeah,
but
by
over
definition,
time.
no, by definition, it is analytical, it is conceptual, but it's good concepts, it's valid concepts. So you have not much concentration. Your concepts are quite gross, but they're still valid.
I don't need to wait till
But
we
this-
get to non-conceptual, subtle
No, you're wasting.
levels.
No, you'll never get. There's no benefit. You got to do both. To the degree you got any concentration, the purpose of meditation, technically from the Buddhists, this is the first one's not even meditation. It's just preparing your mind to be able to do the actual job of getting insight into the meaning of life. The yogis, the Hindu yogis, they found that they understood about karma, they understood about the mind and delusions, they gave all those up, but they went with single-pointedness into the subtler state of the subtler state, as if that were liberation. They hadn't used it far enough.
And we can apply that to each of the 21 lamrim, to each of the topics. Is that a good practice?
Oh, absolutely. If you're really doing it completely traditionally, you'd train your concentration, you'd study all the teachings, and then you'd go, if you did retreat on Lamrim, you'd go into retreat, you'd get your concentration to the degree that you've got it, and then you'd use that laser-like, incredibly ingenious capacity to then do subtle analysis and quickly get a direct non-conceptual insight. It triggers it.
And from your experience, would you say that, and I'm assuming the answer is yes, that each time you go back to a similar analytical meditation, your single-pointed meditation is more powerful, more subtle,
well, if you're
and
practicing
therefore that's the increment.
Yeah, you've got to practice. I mean, my friends who do some of our some of my fellow students of the lamas, they got the tendency they do the meditations. And one of my friends, Venerable Rene, almost from the first time he first became a monk, he did all these practices and teachings, and he went into serious retreats. He's been in serious years-long retreats, including Tantra, all of them. And his main purpose of his concentration is to concentrate on emptiness. And you're doing deity yoga. You're seeing yourself as Vajrayogini or whoever it is, identifying with being a Buddha, and you're meditating on, you're using your concentration to meditate on yourself as Vajrayogini and to realize the emptiness of that Vajrayogini. It's a very sophisticated combination of the two techniques. Do you understand? Yeah. What else, people? Oh, yeah, Ladan had a question, or she disappeared now. The question is gone.
No, it was the like you explained it. Like my question was, if after that you realize single pointedly concentration, if you can like conceptualize the 12 link to help you to kind of touch the emptiness of inherent existence.
I'm really sorry, darling. I don't understand. Would you please kindly ask me in a different way?
Yes, I will try. Like when you just kind of explained it, that when you have your before you have the when you have shamatha, when you are concentrating your mind on like for a long time, and then you want to go to analytical, to have the special insight, to touch the notion of emptiness. Is it helpful to conceptualize the wheel of life, the 12 link?
Darling, there's hundreds of ways you can meditate. It's up to you to decide which one. There's many methods you can use to help you get insight into emptiness. But I mean, how does thinking about the wheel of life help you get emptiness? That's another discussion. It's another meditation, isn't it? That's the 12 links, isn't it? That's not meditation.
Because it's like emptiness is interdependentness.
No, it's different. It's dependent arising.
Dependent arising, yeah, that is.
Or the links of dependent arising is not a method to realize emptiness. I don't think it is.
No.
To realize emptiness, you've got two main methods. One is to use analysis, which triggers the insight, or the other is Mahamudra. Okay.
Thank you, Venerab. Thank you so much.
I think time for dinner. I'm running out of voice. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, it's been an interesting day, non-stop, isn't it? It's very interesting. So I forgot if we put Vajrasattva there, but remember he's there. He's there anyway. We have to visualize. So visualize he dissolves, his lotus dissolves into his body. And he very happily comes and sits above our crown and then dissolves into us. And we think our body, speech, and mind, and Buddha's body, speech, mind, and Lama's body, speech, mind merge, becoming one. So a very loosey, kind of loosey, relaxed way, you think, now this is my nature. How marvelous. You know, my potential is right there, up to me to discover it. And just feel blessed. And then we dedicate. Okay, that's enough. We dedicate, thinking all these seeds we planted, every thought we've had, as many thoughts as we've had, is as many seeds we've planted in our mind. So how marvelous. We're going to nourish those seeds from this moment forward with our effort, with our practice, so that these seeds will manifest eventually as our Buddhahood and our capacity to be of benefit to others, just like we motivated. Think like that. And then we imagine our food, which is peas and carrots and whatever it might be. That is the conventional thing that it is, you know. We practice, in the tantric one, we're going to practice dissolving it into emptiness. We imagine it disappears, literally disappears into empty space. And then we imagine in the big container in the sky, we imagine blessing it. Om Ahung, these kind of letters melt into it and turn it into transcendental nectar. Imagine that. Om Ahung, Om Ahung, Om Ahung. And now the main thing is to offer it. That's where the virtue is, to offer it. So we think of all the suffering beings and all the holy beings pervading space. And then we think if we could, we would happily offer to all of them. And then we see them all experiencing the joy of receiving this delicious nectar. Lama Sangye, Lama Chö, Dejin Lama Gedon Te, Kumbi Jeba Lama Te, Lama Namla, Chirpa Bull. So you could say those few thoughts, so outrageous, so astonishing, are have just purified 4 billion eons of negativity. So be very happy. And now enjoy your dinner. As Lama Zopa says, once you've done all that, the bigger your stomach, the better. Okay? So go enjoy your dinner. Thank you, darling. See you, if you're coming back, see you at 7 p.m. 7:30 p.m. 7:30 p.m.